Good morning, folks. Aaron Dorr here with the Missouri Firearms Coalition. We are live in the Capitol again today with SAPA lead bill sponsors Senator Eric Burleson, Representative Jared Taylor. We have a major update for you guys. We're going to pause for a moment here. Someone give me an audio check, a mic check, and then we're going to begin this update. We'll get a lot of questions from you guys about where we are in the fight for SAPA, what happened yesterday, what we think may happen today on this bill. So we're going to pause here for just a moment. I see the crowd building now. Someone give me an audio check, and once I see a comment or some thumbs up on the audio, we're going to begin the broadcast. Guys, make sure you put your comments in the comment section, your location. Your comments of the video be seen by more people. Alonzo says your sound is good. So, all right, guys, we're going to kind of paint the picture here first. So as you guys all know, the issue we're trying to address here is Biden's overreach. Biden's overreach and trying to use federal tyranny to attack our gun rights. Now, a lot of states have been moving versions of SAPA, but they're not near as strong as the SAPA bill that we have here in Missouri. So, Jared, you were the lead sponsor on the House side on this. Just paint the picture for the members here of what this is going to do if it becomes law.
Yeah, you know, we've heard all for the last couple of years, oh, you know, we don't want to take your guns, we don't want to take your guns, this isn't what we want to do. And then this last election, we heard, hell yeah, we're coming for your AR-15, we're coming for your guns. And now we see legislation in the legislature in D.C. that wants to restrict Second Amendment rights. They want to ban certain magazine capacity. They want to ban certain weapons. They want to register your guns. We know why they want to register them, because they want to come take them away at some point.
Right.
So what this bill does is it pushes back on the federal government. It uses a constitutional legal challenge of saying that the state is not going to be commandeered, the anti-commandeering doctrine, and saying that we're not going to be commandeered. Our resources aren't going to be used to enforce federal gun laws. We're going to enforce Missouri laws, and the federal government can kick bass and head out of our state. So that's what this bill does.
And just to be clear, Eric, this has been, some people say, well, it's not that easy, it's not that simple, but the Supreme Court has ruled on this time and time and time again for hundreds of years that you guys as state legislators have the authority to pass laws that contradict federal law, and where those contradict, state law wins out.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that this is not constitutional, but it's been ruled constitutional again and again and again. So if you're a history nerd, the first court case was Prigg versus Pennsylvania, where the state of Pennsylvania refused to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act. And so they said, you know, we're not going to go out and try to round up slaves that have run away and send them back to their home. We're not going to participate in that. If the federal government wants to do that, they can, but the state of Pennsylvania was not. And so they were sued. It went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the court ruled in favor of that state and said, no, the federal government cannot force or commandeer other states' resources to enforce their federal laws. Now, fast forward to today, you're seeing that same anti-commandeering legislation that's being used in, for example, states that pass marijuana laws where you're legalizing marijuana. You're not really legalizing it federally, you are legalizing it in that state, and therefore you're saying the state is not going to enforce marijuana laws. And as we know, the federal government is really a paper tiger. They don't have the resources to enforce their laws. So we're taking that same philosophy and applying it to Second Amendment Preservation Act. We're saying, look, federal government, you can pass all the crazy, wild-eyed ideas that you have about Second Amendment issues or guns, but we in Missouri are going to focus on Missouri laws. We have enough laws on the books, and our local law enforcement needs to be focused on Missouri laws, not paying attention to whatever crazy things that Joe Biden has in store. So that's the fundamental constitutional concept behind SAPA.
So we know we've got the constitutional right to do this. We know we have the legal, and the Supreme Court has approved the option to do this. The question, however, is do we have the political willpower to make this happen? As you guys know, Senator Burleson, when he was in the House, was the lead sponsor in 2016 on what became constitutional carry and stand your ground law and castle doctrine expansion and lifetime carry permits. And that was a great, awesome thing. And then for 2017, no gun bills passed.
Well, I wasn't here.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah, we'll blame Jared. 2017, no gun bills passed. 2018, no gun bills passed. 2019, no gun bills passed. 2020, no gun bills passed. And now, 3 days into session, we still have a problem where rank and file caucus members are pro-gun. We have a real problem here now, and with 3 days left to go, we're seeing SAPA heavily slow-rolled right now. It roared out of the House, Jared. That was your bill over in the House, and that was one of the fastest advancements of any substantive bill I'd ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, we moved it out within the first couple weeks. It was one of the first 3 bills that we moved out of the House.
Right.
It was a priority of the Speaker. He made it clear from the very beginning that he wanted this bill passed. He told us in caucus in the summer that it was a priority, and he proved that by passing it out of the House within the first couple weeks being in session, moved it over the Senate, and it's been dead since.
So where we are right now, guys, again with 3 days left to go, is we're having problems with Senate leadership, we'll say it that way, and maybe you can explain where we are right now on this, Eric.
Yeah, I think it's clear that we need momentum, we need more energy. I'm frustrated. I know that you're frustrated. Making this a priority over other things has been very difficult. I wish I had the energy that the House had. Unfortunately, this is the Senate. People move slow, and they don't have the energy, nor do they have the appetite unless they feel extremely motivated. And so they like to, often the Senate thinks that they're ethereal. They think that they know better than the common man. But I don't think they're paying attention to folks back home. And I think when they're focused on increasing taxes more than they are protecting the Second Amendment issues, that's a problem. So I'm frustrated beyond words, and so that's where I'm at right now.
So that is what we got going on. As you saw in the House debate last night, it's been a big fight in the Senate chamber as well. They're raising gas taxes. They're taking steps to allow federal funds to be used to pay for abortions. And so it's the laughing joke in this building that almost every bill that actually got to the governor's desk so far, with only a handful of exceptions, have not been conservative bills, have not been what the people of Missouri have been asking for. It's what we're getting from a lot of lobbyists and other associations that are not doing what gun owners and conservatives want to see happen.
Most of the bills that we've passed this year is what you would normally call the sludge. It's nothing that excites anybody. It's it's just shifting and moving deck chairs on the Titanic. It's just moving pieces around to make one interest group happier than another. But they really substantively are not affecting the lives of Missourians. With one exception, we did pass a great education scholarship savings account program, and I think that's a fantastic move in the right direction. It has. Yeah, I don't know if gun owners care about that.
Yeah, it's not a gun thing. Here we are. Again, this is the 5th year now since Missouri has seen any gun bills get to the governor's desk. 5 years. You've got red states across the country, as we all know, who are passing constitutional carry, passing all kinds of pro-gun bills. And for gun owners in Missouri, it's been 5 years since we've seen a gun bill get to the governor's desk. So the real question for gun owners now is, what do we do? We've got 3 days left. What do we have to do? And I would tell you guys again what we told you yesterday. There's 3 phone calls you really have to make. You have to call the Senate president, you have to call the Senate majority leader, and you have to call your state senator. You don't have to call Eric, but you got to call pretty much the rest of them. And you have to make sure that they understand this is your priority this year. You've got 3 days left. You want to see this happen. They've got time to raise your taxes. They have time to make sure that federal monies, that's our monies, that's all of our tax monies, can be used to kill unborn babies. They could maybe make time to pass a gun bill like SAPA, which would protect us from federal tyranny, because we're already seeing executive actions from Joe Biden. Days ago, he had his first draft of the ATF language, or from the ATF, on pistol braces. So we know that these actions are coming. We're going to see these things made illegal as early as a month or 2 from now. And once he does 2, he could do 10 more yet. And so by the time you guys get back to session in January, much of the damage could have already been done.
Right.
Yeah, this is no longer theoretical. This is happening right now.
Yeah.
We're seeing this, Biden is taking executive action on restricting Second Amendment rights, and the House in D.C. is taking action to limit or restrict Second Amendment rights. This is no longer an opportunity for us to just sit by and wait to see and figure out what happens, or wait for a Donald Trump to protect our Second Amendment rights. That's not going to happen. We have got to do something in the state of Missouri right now, and if we don't, we will lose those Second Amendment rights.
So to give you an idea of what kind of floor battle that I'm prepping for. I've got Democrats that are going to try to offer amendment after amendment. They're going to try to put us on bad vote after bad vote. And what I need is my colleagues to have, steel spines to basically press against that and fight against any amendments to this bill. We have already made significant changes just to get to this point. When it left the House, I had to overcome opposition by law enforcement to make sure that while we still have teeth in the bill and we're telling them that you're not going to be cooperating with the federal government who wants to enforce these laws, that we did so in a way that does not eliminate their ability to hire new law enforcement officials or jeopardize, because at the end of the day, I'm not trying to harm law enforcement, but I want law enforcement to focus on Missouri law and focus on the laws that we pass here. So we had to get that done and do a lot of work. There has been meeting after meeting, and I mean, just hours and hours all year on this issue, and a lot of pain to get to this point. And it would be extremely frustrating. It will be devastating if I am betrayed by my own caucus and members who are not willing to take a stand on this issue, and to placate some Democrat who wants to, who's basically a gun grabber at the end of the day, just because they have some sympathetic votes. So that's what we need. We need, not only do we need people to be willing to vote for it, but to be willing to go to the floor and fight to the mat and take on the opposition whenever they try to make changes to the bill.
But we tell you all the time that it's not enough to call your state senator or your state rep and have them say, I'm pro-gun. That's utterly worthless. That's less than meaningless. It's not even to be, I'm for SAPA. As you just heard, we need Republicans who will actually stand up, and your word was fight, to advance SAPA. We need that to happen, and we have 3 days left to do it. The House did that. Now it's time for your senator to walk into his leadership team's office and say, we need this to happen today, right the heck now. We saw in Arkansas, right to the south, and a lot of gun people in Missouri watched that 3 weeks ago now, the Republican pro-gun governor vetoed SAPA after it got to his desk. So for a lot of gun owners now, and I think President Trump kind of pulled this Band-Aid off and showed a lot of people that on whatever your issue is, whether it's guns or babies or taxes or immigration, it's easy to say you support these things, but the swamp runs deep in DC, and there's similarities to that here in Jeff City. So your Republican state senator in particular, now is the time for him or her to stand up and actually fight to advance SAPA. It's just not enough anymore. Asa Hutchinson, the governor in Arkansas, he's pro-gun, and he vetoed SAPA. So he's pro-gun, and he was calling for red flag gun seizures last year. So we have to, as gun owners, wrap our minds around the fact that it's not enough to be a Republican who's pro-gun. Those words just don't have a lot of meaning if they're not backed up by action.
That's right.
Yeah, and one thing that I'll add is Arkansas passed a really strong SAPA bill. When Governor Asa Hutchinson, when he vetoed it, the legislature went back and they weakened the bill. They took out the teeth of the bill.
Yep. What
we have in the state of Missouri, this is a roadmap for what other states can do.
Absolutely.
If we pass what we have currently, we cannot weaken this bill. We cannot be in Arkansas or a Wyoming or a Wisconsin who weakened their bill so much that it didn't mean anything. It didn't do anything. It left it up to well, if you feel like it, you can work with federal law enforcement. We have to draw a line in the sand that says, no, we're not doing it. And if you do, there will be consequences. And that's what our bill still does. Our bill is the strongest bill in the United States to protect Second Amendment rights. And we've got to make sure that we protect that. So that way we can be a lead on this fight for other states to use as a resources and a roadmap and say, look at what Missouri did. They had a strong bill and they can get it done. So can we.
So guys, 3 big phone calls you have to make for us today, and you can make them now, you can make them again a couple hours from now, you can make them again at lunch, you can make them again this afternoon, make them again tonight. Your state senator, especially if they're a Republican, tell them you want to see a yes vote today on HB 85 with no amendments of any kind. There's no good ones being offered, so all there are right now are bad ones.
And if your state senator is a Democrat, ask them to sit down and vote however their conscience is, but just let them know that you're watching. I think that anytime there's a bill that I hear from, even if I'm personally morally opposed to, it is helpful to hear and know where my constituents stand. It's always good to hear from constituents.
That's your first call. Your second phone call is to the Senate Majority Leader's office, and the third call is the Senate President's office. You have to tell them that gun owners have fought really hard to get where we are today. We have the best version of SAPA in the country right now. Passed the House, it's passed committee in the Senate. The question is, will they take action, put this bill on the floor today? So make those 3 phone calls, share this video with all of your friends who care about the Second Amendment, and have them make their phone calls too, and keep watching our page for more information. Again, we're down to the last 3 days, so make your calls over and over and over, send your emails. We'll keep you guys informed. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me, and I'll make sure you guys can see me. Okay, I'm having some technical difficulties, but nothing we can go without here. So let me know if you guys can hear me. Give me a 5x5 if you don't mind. 5x5, please, gang. Okay. Just send an email to Parsons, Rowden, and Schatz. Okay. Get your gas tax 3-1 SAPA signed into law. Okay, KC Rich, thank you for joining us. I've been trying to get Jimmy D, but can't get a hold of him right now. And I'm hoping he'll call back here while we're live. 5x5. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate it. And thank you, American Man, 1967. Also, Final Countdown. Okay, gang. Let me know, Terry, 5x5, thank you. I'll let you know kind of, I think, where we're at. First off, there is, sorry about the title, I didn't change it, live debate, because actually what we're going to do here in a little bit here is we're going to be calling up Senator Caleb Rowden's office. Rowden. We're going to be calling him up. Hopefully we'll get him on the phone and give him an opportunity to get on the phone and talk with us and explain to us why he's holding the bill hostage right now, which is what it really truly looks like. So let me fill you guys in with what happened yesterday. First of all, sorry about the lack of live streams. As you guys saw, I was having all kinds of reception difficulties in the Capitol. So I couldn't overcome that. But you guys did see a little bit there. KC Rich joined us out there. So KC, big salute to you, sir, and thank you for coming out to the Capitol and, making your voice heard and helping us out, storming the castle, if you will, knock and shock. But KC will be the first one to tell you that we were only effective maybe the first 2.5 hours we were there. We were treated to a private briefing by Senator Burleson yesterday to let us know what was going on. Aaron Dorr was there yesterday. He's the one you just saw in the video, the tall guy that was on the right-hand side. Jared was there, of course. Ron Calzone was there. A lot of folks were there. And we did our very best to go around and make sure that senators knew we meant business. But at the same time, at about 10:30, the Senate was called into session. So we lost our access to senators at that time. So, bad time for Missouri to buckle. Okay. Yes, it is. And, but there's still, a path for us. This isn't over yet, gang. I've been trying to get some intel from the inside, and unfortunately right now, I can't get any intel at all. So these guys are scrambling right now, working on the inside, trying to get things done. So, and I'm having to, by the way, when I read your comments, and when I look above, guys, that's because that's where my second screen is. There was no room to go side by side here with my other screen, so if you guys, I'm sorry about the awkward view. We're gonna basically, I'm gonna echo what Aaron Dorr said. We have to call these guys and email them and let them know. But there's a couple of important things to remember here. Rowden right now is our obstacle. This guy right here that's on your screen. His phone number is 573-751-3931. And he is technically our obstacle. We don't know what forces are behind him. We don't know that. I don't know it at this point in time. I don't know if it's Senator Schatz. I don't know if it's the Missouri Sheriff's Association. I don't know if it's the federal government. But I know that it's not his constituents. That much I can tell you. So he is not listening to his constituents. He's listening to someone else, or he personally doesn't want this bill to come onto the floor. So it's I don't know any more than that. But it's time for us to start bombing his office with phone calls. I know his voicemail box has been full multiple times, and this is literally since yesterday. So I realize we need to stay on this. We can't let up now. They just need to know that dropping the ball will just trigger more sanctuary counties and further divide our own state. Old Ager, I agree with you. Sanctuary counties are popping up all over Missouri. The problem is, without SAPA legislation, they're largely just, they're ineffective. They're it's like showboating, because actually they can't be sanctuary county in the state of Missouri without SAPA legislation backing it up. That's the problem, because of what we call supremacy law here in Missouri. Supremacy law basically says that counties and cities can't make laws that are more restrictive than the actual laws that the state of Missouri has. I'm paraphrasing, by the way, so you guys understand supremacy law a little bit better, and you can, kind of get a better idea of why that, basically when a county commissioner, decides to make a sanctuary, county, that it's not actually acknowledged by the federal government truly, or by the state. It actually felt good to hear honesty from those men. What men are you talking about, Austin? Are you talking about pardon me, the senator, the representative? I think they've been fairly honest, entirely honest with us the whole time. So I had to hang up on that. Sorry about that. My phone rings a lot, and wish I had Jimmy D here right now. He could kind of help along here. Okay, well, you guys, I think at this point right now, I'm going to try calling Rowden's office live on camera and offer him an opportunity to come on live on Truth, Money, and Freedom to explain why he's withholding the bill. So I think it's time that we give him a call live and let him know. Let him know that we're, basically very curious as to why he's withholding the bill, and give him an opportunity to tell us. All of us here in Missouri, why are you doing this to us? So, okay, Austin Combs says yes. Okay. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think Jared and Eric, and I know those guys pretty well, I don't think they've been dishonest with us at all. I think the real problem here, like I said, is Rowden. I think it's Rowden. And thank you very much. Terry Christ says, God bless you and all your families. And thank you for that. We hit those senators enough times yesterday for them to know the deal. We just have to figure out how to pressure certain ones. Yep, let's get started on that right away, gang. Let's not waste any time here. It's time for us to call up Rowden. I'm calling him right now. 3931. Let's see what we get here, gang.
Mailbox 4. Caleb Rowden is full.
Okay. Caleb Rowden's voicemail box is full right now. So the backup plan is, first of all, to email Caleb Rowden, but also to call up your senator right now, if you guys don't mind, and ask them to literally go over to Caleb's office and talk to him. And as Casey Rich knows, he was there with us yesterday, most of them are on the second floor. So they're all on the same floor. They can easily walk over to each other's offices and have conversations. So it's time for you guys to put pressure on your senators, because we can't call Caleb Rowden anymore. So, and I'm sure that he's not emptying his voicemail on purpose, but he is literally the one withholding the bill right now. It's him, and so we've got to put pressure on these guys. You know, this is literally do or die now. As Jared said in the video, Jared Taylor, that, you know, change is coming, gang. Okay, let me say this one more time. Change is coming. We can either have what's happening in D.C. as change. Those are all the draconian bills that are coming out of our Congress, our federal Congress, executive orders from the president, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, federal courts actually making concealed carry illegal in 10 states right now. You know, and once again, if that's not fought, that'll set precedent. So that change is coming, or we can have the Missouri Second Amendment Preservation Act, where those laws literally are not enforced in the state of Missouri by our own law enforcement. So they can continue doing what they're going to do in D.C. because we can't stop them. We're all over 18 years old. We all understand that there's a certain amount of turncoat Republicans in Washington, D.C., just like we have here in Missouri. Why? We don't know. We can speculate on that later. We'll go after these guys later. Trust me, you guys have my word on this. But right now is a time to just try and get it done. We got 3 days. And actually, honest to God, today is critical. I have yet to hear back from Ron Calzone. I haven't tried to get a hold of my senator tonight, today. I was in touch with him last night, but Jared Taylor, I could probably try to get a hold of him. We can try and figure this out. This is do or die time, guys. So literally pick up your phones if you don't mind, even during this live video. Call your senators, wherever you are, if you're in the state of Missouri, wherever you are, whatever district you're in, call your senators up and ask them to walk over to Caleb's office and start putting pressure on the man to get SAPA on the floor today, right now. Get it done. And I'm not even sure that the Senate is in session today. So once again, we're dealing with the end of the year, and things are somewhat, as Casey Rich saw yesterday, things are a little chaotic up there. And hello to Pika. Welcome, man. We're still trying to get SAPA through. This man right here, Caleb Rowden, is not even presenting it on the floor for any type of debate. And Terry, thank you for praying for Missouri. We need prayer right now because we have a turd in the punch bowl right here. His name is Caleb Rowden, and we got to get through to him. His voicemail box is full, so we can't leave any more voicemails with him. Clearly, they're not doing a whole lot to empty out those voicemails right now, so other people can leave more voicemails for him. And also, Casey Rich, who's with us right now, we hit his office yesterday. You remember that, Casey Rich? We went into Rowden's office twice and talked to his LA, which is his, office assistant. And his office assistant was like this. We were saying, well, we're here to support SAPA. We need to know what his position is on SAPA. And his office assistant, well, I don't really know what his position is on SAPA. Really? Really? It's like the biggest bill we have, the most popular bill, getting the most emails, the most phone calls, the most co-sponsors in the House. And you don't know what his position is on SAPA? So basically, clearly, Rowden had given orders to his LA not to answer any questions at all about SAPA, not to even talk about SAPA, and to deflect on SAPA. So we have a problem here, or, like I say, red alert, turd in the punch bowl. So, that's Caleb Rowden. We've got to take care of this, gang. Call your senators, wherever you are in the state of Missouri, and literally say you will accept nothing less than their word that they're going over to his office right now to go talk to him, because this is the most popular bill the state of Missouri has ever seen, evidenced by all the co-sponsors in the House. So it doesn't matter anymore. We have lost on a couple of things. PDMP went through yesterday. So the prescription drug medical program went through. And Jared Taylor actually explained how they got it through. And I'm not going to go into that right now. I can paraphrase a little bit. But basically, they had all the pro arguments for PDMP. And then basically the House, I think it was the House Minority Leader, Democrats, wouldn't allow the con arguments on the floor. And so a bunch of freshman representatives that were Republican joined the Democrats to vote that bill in. And, it's once again, it's just chaos up there right now. And the fact that our leadership is failing us here in the state of Missouri right now, who's the leadership? Well, that would actually be Schatz. He's the president of the Senate. And he should be putting pressure on Caleb Rowden right now. Okay, Nevada Cario, I'm on break, so I'll be going soon. Okay, Nevada, thank you for coming in as long as you did. I don't know if my Senator Rizzo will go over to Rowden's office, but I did talk to him yesterday after you left. I just tried to talk to him into backing off a filibuster. We'll see. Okay, gotcha. I'm glad you were able to see Rizzo. Once again, this is the end of the race, guys. I mean, we've got to get something done here. And it's on all of us as citizens to put pressure on these senators. It's really up to us at this point. I know we've made a lot of phone calls. Gosh darn it, guys. If I added up all the phone calls that I made this year alone, it's probably somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 phone calls is what I've done. Let's see. In 4 minutes, you'll go. Okay, Pika, no problem. Hang out as long as you can. Happy to have you here. So I've made an enormous amount. Emails, not as many. I was more of a phone call guy this time. So, but also I've completed now one trip to Jefferson City this year. Last year I was there quite a bit with Jimmy D and others. But this year it went through the House. It just went through the House so easily this year. I wasn't even sure a trip was 100% necessary. But this time, the trips are necessary, and unfortunately, we're out of time for the trips. Yep. We need Jesus to come in and to have a little chat with our senator. He's not my senator, by the way, Caleb Rowden, because Caleb is holding on to this bill here. Guys, we've got to keep calling this, and once again, you can try to keep getting through to Caleb Rowden, but I'm sure he's going to leave his voicemail full. That's probably a tactic for him not to have to do anything about this. But at the same time, you can call up your senators and literally have them pay a visit to Caleb Rowden and put pressure on him. It's going to take that kind of pressure at this point. Emails too, but I'm not sure how effective emails are in this late stage of the game right now. So, and I know that his constituents are trying to get him to get this done as well. He's answering to someone else. And not sure exactly who that is. That could be himself. He could just be a corrupt senator that really dislikes the Second Amendment and would like to see Biden's anti-gun agenda passed in the federal government and that affect all Missourians. That could be what his motivations are. We can speculate. We could have, the possibility that the Missouri Sheriff's Association has their arm up his butt all the way to their elbow. I mean, I don't know. That is a possibility too, though, honestly. He could be 100% controlled by Schatz. Who's being controlled by the Missouri Sheriff's Association? We don't know. We just don't know what his motivations are to keep this bill off the floor. But it is him, Senator Caleb Rowden. Okay. The other guy we could call is, email him, fill his inbox. Yeah, I agree. Let's go back to our list of senators here and go to Where is Schatz? Where is Schatz? There he is. Okay, Schatz is also a problem, and Schatz, if you guys, for instance, don't, I hate to say it, whatever district you're in, and you also want to try and get something done, we could also call Schatz and have Schatz actually go to Caleb's office and try and put pressure on him. Schatz's voicemail, we haven't tried it yet, but his number is 573-751-3678. Let's try giving him a call right now and see what we can do. All right, calling him now, gang.
Hi, this is your Senator Dave Schatz. Unfortunately, no one is available to take your call at the moment. Please leave a message with your name and phone number, and someone will get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks for your call. I look forward to speaking to you soon. You may start your message now.
Hello, Senator Schatz. My name is Patrick Holland, and I've called and left multiple messages with you. I've sent you multiple emails as well. And I'm very, very concerned now at this late hour that the Second Amendment Preservation Act has not been heard by the Senate. I know that that's on Senator Rowden, but I'm wondering if you could put pressure on Rowden to actually get this on the floor as quickly as possible. This is extremely important to me since I've seen a lot of bad legislation get passed and actually go through the process just yesterday. A lot of stuff that the people of Missouri didn't want seemed to make its way through the Senate, where the biggest bill, the most popular bill, the one everyone's talking about, the Second Amendment Preservation Act, still hasn't actually been brought out to the floor. I'm very, very, very worried that Senator Rowden is not wanting to let this on the floor and let it time out. Please do call me back. You have my information. We're live on YouTube right now, the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast. Please look us up on YouTube. We're live right now. We're trying to get Senator Rowden to answer for why he's not putting this on the floor. If you'd like, sir, please come into the chat here or have one of your office workers come into the chat and talk with us live so we can actually get a better understanding of why this bill is languishing somewhere in a dark corner where very unpopular legislation that the people of Missouri didn't want is being voted on, is being, brought out to be voted on. While SAPA remains, once again, repressed somehow. So please do check out the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast on YouTube. Live show right now, sir. I'd love for you to be able to come on. Or if you could let Caleb Rowden know that we're having a show for him. If he could come on, that would be great too, but there's no way to get a hold of him right now. His voicemail box has been full since yesterday. Okay, thank you very much, Senator. We look forward to hearing from you.
No battery.
Okay, gang. So we called up Schatz, our Schatz office. We've left a message with him now. Let's see, when you email Rowden and Schatz, tell them they got their gas tax, now we want SAPA. They know what that means. They'll know what you know what it means. Pardon me, gang. I'm sorry. I agree. Now, the gas tax, I'm not sure that that's actually gone through. I think an amendment was put on there that would require that it goes for a full vote in front of the people. So I think that may be the case, Casey Rich. I think the gas tax technically went through. Yes, it did go through, but an amendment was put on, I think. I'll have to look that up. I think an amendment was put on that forces it to go in front of the people for a full vote. But PDMP went through. And that's very upsetting to me. Once again, under dubious circumstances, but I think I'll have Jared Taylor come on the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast pretty soon so we can actually take a look at that together and figure out exactly how that got done. So Caleb Rowden and Dave Schatz are people of interest for us right now, and also your senator. So those of you who are watching, who will watch us after it's live, please call your senator today, Wednesday. This is the 12th of May. The amendment got shot down, is what you're saying, Casey Rich? Is that what you're saying? The amendment to make sure that gas tax goes in front of the voters got shot down? Because we know what the deal is with Schatz, the Schatz Underground. He runs basically a road construction company, and a gas tax will fill his pockets full of money. It's really that simple. I mean, this is how this operates here. So I don't know, I don't know all the particulars yet. I haven't had a chance to look into it. Guys, I stayed up until 1:30 in the morning when they actually ended the session in the Senate. And there was some really, really good debate on there. There was, okay, thank you for the clarification, Casey Rich. There was a spirited debate happening between Bill Engel. I was going to show you his picture here. Bill Engel. Where are you? Oh, here he is. He was going after Senator Huff. And that was just an amazing... I mean, I should have gone live with that, because what they were debating about was a federal money coming into the state of Missouri for some kinds of emission testing tax. Okay, no referendum going to the governor's desk. Gotcha. And so at any rate, there was a lot of exciting stuff technically that happened in the later hours, but my God, guys, there was one that went on for what seemed like, for 2 or 3 hours, talking about pigs, feral pigs, versus docile pigs or whatever. Couldn't believe it was happening, particularly when SAPA is being sidelined, and they were talking about the definition of a feral pig. Once it's released out of a cage, it becomes, I don't know, the name changes. So I don't want to go into that right now because I'm going to bore you guys. But Bill Engel, it's Eagle. He actually went after Senator Crabcake. I'm sorry, Senator Huff. He went after Senator Huff. Right here. And he literally said, basically, he was tired of Senator Huff bowing down to his federal government overlords, and asked Senator Huff to remember that Missouri is a sovereign state, because Huff can't seem to remember that. Every time Huff, is involved in legislation, he seems to, and once again, he's a Republican, he seems to defer to the federal government a lot. So that's a problem with Huff, and we'll deal with that later too. So, so that's where we're at, gang. Talking about pigs for 3 hours takes skill. I agree. Yeah, and it went on and on and on. So, okay, let's not get too distracted here. I don't have any new good information right now on what's going on, other than we need to be calling up our senator and having them go to Rowden's office. I keep forgetting where Rowden is. Gosh darn it. Where's Rowden? I'll find him. There he is. Okay. This is our man of interest right here, gang. If you guys wanted a target, for phone calls, emails, I meant for your senator to actually go over to his office. That's the guy. That's the guy we need to let loose of the bill, right there. And who is controlling him, I don't know. Or if it's his own idea. I mean, I don't know. Either way, he's not working for the people of Missouri. He's working for some other interest. He's working for the Fed. He's working for the Missouri Sheriff's Association. or he's being controlled by someone who's being, working for someone else. So, once again, we can call him out for that reason. So basically, if someone in Boone and Cooper counties has him as your senator, I would strongly advise you guys, if you're close to to Jefferson City, to make a visit today and really lean on him. Now, we couldn't see him yesterday. We tried. We made 2 visits to his office yesterday, and I don't know if he was in or not. They claimed he wasn't in or wasn't available, but I suspect he was in there, but he wasn't willing to talk to SAPA folks. His LA, or his office assistant, absolutely was unwilling to discuss SAPA or anything having to do with SAPA with the senator. So that's kind of where this one's at, gang. And we can talk about who to blame later and what we need to do about the senators that cause problems later, or even people in the House that cause problems. I think there was 1 or 2 of those too. But the House was easy compared to what we're dealing with in the Senate right now. So, and we'll deal with, like I said, corruption later. Guys, we just don't have time for it right now. What we have time for right now is going after this man. That's what we have to do. In any way we can, please call your senator and have your senator go up to his office. If you can't get a hold of your senator, I hate to say this, people will be angry with me for saying this, call your representative and have them go to Rowden's office. Because your senator may be real busy right now, I don't know, or not available. But really it should be coming from your senator, is what I mean by that. It needs to come from your senator, his peer. Because the way this guy operates, he may feel that the House of Representatives is simply beneath him. I don't know. He certainly wouldn't see us. We made a special trip, and he couldn't make time to talk to us. So I don't know where his head is at. I don't know what his demeanor is. Let's see. Eagleston's office, full 2. Wonder what the deal is. Bill, you mean Eigel or Eggleston? Let me see if I can find who you're talking about here. Let's see. Eggleston. Eggleston. Oh, Bill Eigel. I think that's who you're referring to. I think it's Eigel or Eagle. But Bill was one heck of a champion for liberty last night on the Senate floor. And he was very vocal about it, and he did raise his voice quite a bit. And he was pummeling Lincoln Huff. I'm sorry. So this guy here was yelling at this guy over, saying, I'm really tired of you placating your federal government overlords when you're supposed to be working for the people of Missouri. He was saying to Senator Lincoln Huff. So okay. Let's see. Remember, whether it is a Dem or a Republican, they're all the same. You see, no matter the side office, always has to be the bad guy. Nothing improves. Well, we have a lot of good Republicans that are constitutional Republicans in the state of Missouri. Unfortunately, the people in power, the real power in the Missouri Senate is, well, I don't want to say Huff because he's just a committee chairman, but the real power is these two guys, Caleb Rowden and Dave Schatz. That's the real power in the Senate. They can control a lot. And they're the ones who have been the turds in the pool bowl, or in the punch bowl. They're the ones. Let's see. Republican lawmakers in Missouri have passed a bill to raise the gas tax now. It is headed to the governor's desk. GOP-led House vote 104 to 52 to raise Missouri's. We get a 17-cent gas tax increase over that. Hello, Gabriel. Hello there. And the rumor is that Schatz wasn't going to let the Second Amendment Preservation Act go through unless he got his gas tax. So he may be waiting for the governor to sign it. If that's true, if that rumor is true, he may be waiting for the governor to sign it before he lets SAPA, he tells Rowden, okay, now you could put SAPA on the floor. Sorry about the flies, guys. I had my, it's, we're in Missouri here, we're warm, and you open up a door, flies come in. I'm out in the county. Yep, they're the visible ones. So, yeah, that's we saw that last night. Schatz gas tax bill passed. Why is he holding this up now? I don't know, Gabriel. I am trying really, really hard to get a hold of a couple of people right now. And get, once again, we're just trying to get this passed now at this point. We can deal with all these details later and what we need to do once we find out the details. For instance, how do you actually get a senator, a Missouri senator recalled? We need to look into that. How do we get a sheriff recalled? Guys, I want to let you in on a little secret here. Caleb Rowden is just starting his last term. So he is terming out in 4 years. Schatz is terming out in 2 years. These guys don't have to go through elections anymore. So this is part of the problem. These guys don't have to worry about ramifications from their voters, from the people of their district. So that's when they tend to do what they do. But the problem is, you know, these guys are the ones who have been holding this up in the Senate. These two men, Dave Schatz and Caleb Rowden. There's probably one or two others, but these are the men of interest right now, particularly Rowden. Or shall we call him Rodent? Senator Caleb Rodent. You know. But we have to get their attention. We have to get this done. We're running out of time. I don't know the gas tax. I don't know if that was what the rumor is that, and I can go back here again and let you know what a rumor was, but I don't want to perpetuate it because I've heard the opposite too. Dave Schatz had a gas tax, a very unpopular gas tax, 17-cent Missouri tax increase on gasoline. Well, as I understand it, the Department of Transportation didn't require or request this gas tax. So that's a problem. You know, suddenly this gas tax comes up from out of the blue. Schatz runs something. He has a family business. It's called Schatz Underground. And Schatz Underground is a corporation that actually does road construction work. They are contractors to do road construction. So the gas tax directly benefits his family business. It's so obvious and out in the open. But that's what it is. And it was his bill. He actually, it's a bill he submitted. So, but at any rate, the rumor was on Facebook and other places too, that he would not let SAPA, the most popular bill to ever see any floor time in the state of Missouri, based on phone calls, emails, co-sponsors, throw out a metric. The most popular bill the state of Missouri's ever seen before, Schatz, by rumor, wouldn't let through until he got his gas tax. Once again, he's terming out end of next year. Okay, increase 2.5 cents a year for 5 years on top of existing 17 cents. Okay, gotcha, understood. So that's what it was. But he would be, his family business would be directly receiving that money through contract work for road construction. So this is why it's kind of strange that it's so open. I mean, that he proposed the bill, he muscled it through, and he said, or the rumor is, he did not say, I did not hear him say this. The rumor is, he says, if you want SAPA to go through, you get my gas tax through. And he said this to the House and, basically, and the Senate. That's the rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but he did get his gas tax. So if that was true, if Senator Schatz literally said that, then now he needs to actually contact Senator Rowden and let him know that it's time to release SAPA on the floor. It's time to get that done now. And but the gas tax went through yesterday, so maybe today SAPA goes on the floor. I don't know. Guys, I don't want to accuse these guys of anything at this time. I mean, I just don't know what's going on. I have no information at this time. But also, too, we're just trying to get SAPA passed at this point. We'll go after these guys later. And we will go after these guys. And there's a couple of sheriffs that need a little bit of my attention as well. So, remember I told you about the naughty and nice list that's being made? That's not hyperbole. That's a real thing. So we got to let the Missouri voters know where our problems are, because we have an extremely degenerate and corrupt federal government, and then on top of that, we actually have a couple of turds in the punch bowl here in Missouri. These people can collectively make our lives a living hell. Because of their special interests, because of their ideology, because of who controls them, because of federal dollars coming into the state of Missouri. I am very proud of Bill Eigel, who last night basically said, screw the federal money. Screw the federal money. We are a sovereign state. We'll find a way. And you don't hear that too much from politicians in states. Literally, let's get rid of that federal money so that they don't have any fingers in our pies. That's basically what they were saying, or what Bill was saying last night. So, and I really like that. That really got my libertarian juices flowing. And yeah, he wasn't paying lip service either. He was dead serious about that. He was getting pretty upset with Senator Huff. Okay, rather than me go on and on and on, let me give a final set of instructions here. Rowden, Senator Rowden, and by the way, I will go ahead and put in this link right here in the podcast chat. Okay, that's the link to the page that you guys are seeing me on right now. And our two guys of interest, if you scroll down to the bottom here, are Rowden. Rowden's really our man of interest, but if he has cut off all avenues of communication, then basically we have to take other routes. Pardon me. Schatz is the other guy of interest right now. Schatz is the president of the Senate. He can go and tell Caleb, hey, listen, you got to do this. Hey, you got to do that. We got to get this done. So basically, Schatz has influence over Rowden, I do believe. So we can call Schatz's office and keep on leaving messages with him to go after Rowden. But really, guys, it should be a ground swelling from, all the senators. Please call your senator. Even if you have a Democrat senator, it's time to, and you say, oh, it's no use, he's a Democrat. Call him up and say, for the love of God, I'm your constituent. I'm your constituent. This is what I want you to do. And if you don't do it, I will make sure that you can never be elected to public office ever again. This is the most popular bill the state of Missouri has ever seen, and you guys don't do anything about it. The House passed it, gave it to you on a silver platter, and you guys sit on it. Go after your senators and say, go to Rowden's office right now. It's time. It's time to get this done. This year is the year we're getting this done. Biden's coming after guns. U.S. Congress is coming after guns. The federal courts are coming after guns. We need some protection. It's time for you guys to act. And by the way, what's left if this fails is everyone holds on to their guns anyway, and something bad happens at some point in time. We end up in another civil war because the federal government doesn't want us to have guns. I mean, they made this very clear. They'll pay lip service to you. Oh, that's not what we want. We want sensible gun legislation that can prevent criminals from having firearms, and shooting up schools. Yeah, that's a tragedy. That's a tragedy when that happens, Senator. That's a real tragedy. But you have to remember, these people broke the law. There's already laws to stop this. And one of the laws that you guys put in place is gun-free zones. If teachers were armed, these monsters wouldn't be able to do what they do anywhere near to the extent that they do it. But you set up schools as gun-free zones. Well, that's where these criminals want to go, because they can shoot a lot of people and get away with it, or at least, come out of there with their lives. Guys, this is not rocket science. This is common sense stuff. Okay, let me get back to the chat. They'll know you know. Burke Scatter's office is open for calls. Penny says he's been talking to Rowden previously. I said it needs to be aggressive, this bill, and talk to him. Okay. Thank you, Deborah. Voodoo Queen says I couldn't get a hold of Hedgeman, so I called up my rep Eggleston, District 12. District 12. Representative. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Voodoo. Yeah, if you can't get a hold of your senator, call your rep. It really needs to come from your senator, but if your senator's too busy, isn't taking phone calls, call your rep and have them go up to Rowden's office. They seem to forget that we're the boss. That's right, Bob. We are the boss. And believe it or not, I'm fired up. And when this is over, if we lose SAPA, if we get SAPA, it doesn't matter which one happens. I'm going after certain senators and certain sheriffs very publicly, because I'm done with this nonsense. I'm absolutely done with it. And it will probably cost me everything, but that's okay. It's time to start getting rid of corruption. My treasure's in heaven, gang. It's not on this earth. Gabriel says, bring up the minority Second Amendment groups. Bring up the minority Second Amendment group. Yeah, I actually do that on Facebook. I believe this is I believe will be true. Okay, 1812. Understood. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading the screen up above here. So you guys know where I'm at on this. And by the way, my senator is Eric Burleson. And I really, actually, I'm going to be calling up Bill Eigel. That's who I'm going to call up, because I've kind of adopted him as my secondary senator. After last night, that man has my respect. Right here, I'm going to bring him up. If this man is your senator, you guys are truly blessed. You're truly blessed. Just a very, very decent man, a constitutional man, and a man who understands the threat that's coming from the federal government right now. This is the man who literally went up against Huff last night. It was very impressive. And actually, if you read all this data about what he's done with his life, you'll have even more respect for him. Here's a guy who's actually served in the United States military and says the U.S. government is the threat. So you can't get much more honest than that. He actually served there, probably while he was there, learned that the military probably wasn't what it was supposed to be. But at any rate, I'm paying lip service to him right now because this man earned my respect last night. And so I'm going to call up his office now, because Eric knows what to do. But I think this guy knows what to do too. But I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to adopt him as my secondary senator. And by the way, that's not to take anything away from Mike Moon. Mike Moon is a great guy. In fact, I had some conversations with him yesterday. Mike Moon is. You guys have Mike Moon as your senator. You guys are blessed. He's a good man, and he's a fighter. Eagle is your guy. I've contacted him and Rowden. Thank you, Jason. And once again, if you didn't have a chance to, if there is some way to go back and listen to these debates on the floor, please do so. Because Eigel, is it Eigel? I think it's Eigel, was really fighting Huff last night in a very serious way. It was very impressive. He just, kept talking to him. Hey, listen, we understand that the federal government is your overlord, but you have to understand, most people in the Senate here understand that we're a sovereign state here in Missouri, and you don't. So, yeah, Burleson is your secondary senator. Burleson's great. But like I said, I love the man. I do. And Jared Taylor is my rep, by the way. So my senator and my rep are the sponsors, for the Second Amendment Preservation Act. So I don't have to call them. So I kind of feel like I need one to call because those guys already know what the score is. And usually when I call them up, it's just to thank them or to try and get some information. Moon is a good guy, and so is their staff. Yep, I agree with you. And Moon has been really good about communicating with me during this legislative season, by the way, Casey Rich. So every time I've called his office, I've gotten a phone call back. That is not true with most senators. But I think most of them recognize that I may not be their constituent. And that's probably why. I think I'm kind of getting known up there. So a lot of guys know who I am now and know what I'm doing, with the YouTube channel and stuff. So I have a feeling that a lot of them are just not going to call me back. But I don't give a fake name when I call. So, and I give them my telephone number. I just don't tell them where I live. Okay, so do you guys have any questions about what's going on right now? Basically, what it is, guys, it's a marathon now. It's literally a marathon. But the weird part is, we, the constituents, are running this marathon. That's the problem with what's going on with SAPA right now. The marathon is on us. It's not on our senators. So we just need to keep calling. Don't stop calling. Don't stop emailing. Literally until, as they say, the fat lady sings. And that's the end of the legislative season, which is Friday. But frankly, guys, we're scarily running out of time here. This is not a joke. This isn't a deal where we can, rest on our laurels and say, well, we've done good. We've done a good job. It's time to rest. It is not time to rest because we have a serious problem here with Senator Rowden. Senator Rowden is a problem. And we need him to get SAPA on the floor. And God help us all if he is holding off for Schatz, waiting for his gas tax to actually be signed by the governor before he allows SAPA to go out in front of the Senate. And by the way, if you guys remember Aaron Dorr was very specific about this. We need to pressure the Senate to get this done without any amendments. They can't hear any amendments anymore. This went through a vetting process. My God, guys, we had the Missouri Sheriff's Association and half the sheriffs of Missouri come down on us on this bill because federal money. They're afraid of losing federal money. So your right to the Second Amendment is secondary to them getting federal money. So we'll cover that later. But we overcame that, and that was a massive hurdle to overcome. No joke. You guys have to understand that was a difficult hurdle. We did get past it, and now we're dealing with, the possibility that Schatz is saying, oh, my gas tax. That will bring in millions of dollars to my company. So I need to get this passed because I am out of the Senate next year, the end of 2012. He can't run for re-election. Some people even say that there's been some kind of appointment from the government or from the governor waiting for him. We don't know. But the fact of the matter is that gas tax was horrible, and it directly benefits him personally, his family business, Schatz Underground. And, so if he's holding off for that to be signed by the governor before SAPA can even go through, then we have an extremely serious problem with corruption in the Missouri Senate that needs to be dealt with immediately. Because he literally put out a bill to take your money, to steal your money through a gas tax, to enrich himself personally. And like I said, we'll go into that stuff later. Rowden is our person of interest. Any way you guys can get to Rowden, any way. Whether it be an email, a phone call, your senator, and if you can't, none of those work, go to your representative, please. Have them go upstairs. I know they're working on their own stuff right now. But generally, if those of you guys who don't normally visit Jefferson City, representatives are so much easier to get a hold of than senators sometimes. So let's go ahead and make a real good effort of this, gang. We have to get this done. Whatever it takes to get to Rowden. Senator Rowden needs to get this on the floor today. Literally today. In fact, I don't know. I need to talk to a couple of people here. I know Friday will be too late because there won't be time for it to go back to the House. So that's a problem. And they have to end at 5 p.m. on Friday. So the clock is ticking here, gang. And Senator Rowden here is holding on to SAPA. He is not releasing it. So we got a serious problem here with something, and we'll deal with the problem here, but let's, the problem of the people in control. We have a problem there, but let's concentrate on just trying to get SAPA through the finish line right now. We'll deal with the corruption later, or if there is corruption, I don't know. Okay, any questions? Let's see, if the general public knows that the gas tax was forced to be passed in order to other legislation to be addressed. Yep, and the general public, and once again, I will be making inquiries into that, and I know the people to talk to. So I will find out about that, Casey Rich, and I will, and guys, I may end up, for those of you who are watching this, you know, being on, yeah, the final countdown, he's Senator Caleb Rowden. And yeah, I got to stop doing this, gang, because there's some people up in Jeff City that are not happy when I make up nicknames for senators. Is there a link to listen to the Senate? Actually, there is, but I'm not sure they're in session right now. We'll try real quick.
Previously passed
oh, they're live right now. You guys want, we will actually get that going. You guys want to go ahead and listen to the Senate live and see what's going on?
Is from the senator from the 24th. This relates to some amendments to the Justice for Survivors Act. Next provision relates to.
I'm going to have to mute my mic, otherwise you guys are going to get feedback.
Passed several years ago. This was.
Or you're going to get echo.
And went through the House Judiciary Committee as well as the Senate Judiciary Committee. The sponsor was Representative Evans.
Okay, guys, and we'll let this go for right now. I'll come back on just a little bit.
Next provision is from the senator from the 9th. This previously passed out of the Senate Judiciary Committee. This is to make sure that we are in compliance with federal law whenever it comes to the housing of juvenile offenders in the Department of Corrections. Next provision is from Representative Roberts on the House side. This relates to juveniles waiving their right to counsel. Basically what it does is it says that if a juvenile is going to waive their right to counsel, they have to do it in open court. They have to make several declarations on the record before the judge will allow the juvenile to waive their right to counsel. The next provision is from Representative Walsh dealing with emergency vehicles for county coroners. Next provision is from Representative Evans. This revises some of the safety standards around Head Start buses. The next two provisions are both from the junior senator from Jefferson, relating to custody orders and orders of protection. These previously passed out of the body on Senate Bill 71. Next provision is from Representative Elbrocht. This is a provision that says that if you are charged with a crime in municipal court, that you have a right to receive records, police report records for free. The next provision is from Representative Anderson relating to veterans treatment courts. This provision says that if somebody is honorably discharged, they can waive certain court-related costs relating to veterans treatment courts. Next provision is from Representative Evans, relates to crime laboratory surcharges. What this does is make sure that if a defendant is charged with a drug-related offense, there are obviously expenses associated with testing the substance to confirm that it is a drug. It puts the cost of that testing on the defendant, so the state is not paying to test drugs that a drug dealer gets caught with. The next provision was sponsored by the senator from the 2nd. This is the forfeiture by wrongdoing provision. This was a part of the governor's special session call. We actually did pass this provision out of the Senate, and it ultimately was not passed by the House, and so we're back working on that provision again. The next provision is a provision from the senator from the 9th that she presented in the Senate Judiciary Committee, although I know the majority floor leader is very passionate about this issue as well. Minority floor leader, rather, is very passionate about this issue. This would allow a prosecuting attorney to file a motion to vacate in the event of a wrongful conviction. There's a lot of due process things that are tied up in here. There's judicial review. The Attorney General has a right of intervention, and so that provision is in here as well. Next provision, sponsored by the senator from Green, deals with special victims in the healthcare field. We've had incidents in some of our hospitals where people who are violent will get dropped off at the hospital and they will then attack somebody at the hospital. And so this provides certain protections to those healthcare workers in the event they find themselves in that unfortunate circumstance. The next provision is from Representative Walsh. This provision creates a new criminal offense for using a laser pointer. What we've found is that people are using laser pointers now when police officers are trying to effectuate an arrest or when there's some emergency situation going on. The officer then believes that they have a scope on them. They think that somebody's pointing a gun at them, and so this is to make that a separate criminal offense. As I mentioned before, the chokehold ban that the senator from the 14th worked on was modified in the House, and those modifications were something that he worked on collaboratively with the House of Representatives. We have a couple of provisions in here relating to expungement. One was sponsored on the Senate side by the senator from the 20th, and then the other was sponsored by Representative Schroer over in the House. And I would like to say just very briefly how appreciative I am of the entire body working with me on this bill. I think it's safe to say that this is a very bipartisan piece of legislation. Members of this body and both parties have priorities on this bill. Members of both parties in the House have priorities on this bill. And so we hear a lot in Washington, D.C. about the inability of people to work together collaboratively in government. I think this bill is living proof of the fact that whenever we put our heads together and work very hard, we were able to get good bipartisan legislation across the finish line. All these provisions are supported by law enforcement, supported by our Prosecuting Attorneys Association, and so I think this is a very good bill, and I was proud to work with the senator from the 14th on this bill. And with that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
The senator from Platte County has moved for the adoption of the Conference Committee report for the Senate substitute, Senate Committee substitute, House Committee substitute for Senate Bills 53 and 60. Does any senator desire to be heard? The senator from the 14th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to say really quick as we move
Senator,
forward.
would you like to speak on the bill?
I'd like to speak on the bill.
Are you seeking an inquiry?
I'd like to speak on the bill.
Proceed.
What I wanted to say, Mr. President, is that I wanted to speak on just the time and the efforts that went into this process. It's been a long process that we've worked through. When I decided to run for a state senate, it was because of two reasons. One primary reason was I complained all the time about politicians and how the process went, and my mom and grandmother said, if you don't like it, then you need to do something about it. The second reason was I was very frustrated because I felt like there were Republicans and Democrats alike that always came back home to their respective districts and always said, hey, we can't work with each other, therefore we can't get anything done. So people suffer every single day because we come here and we find more disagreements than we do agreements. So I was very committed to working through this process to not only make sure that we work towards some really strong reforms that I believe is going to move our state forward, but also have a conversation about issues that have not only impacted my district and communities alike, but has impacted this entire country. So I'm really proud of what we've been able to accomplish. I've also been able to learn through this process of getting to know members in the House because I did not serve in that chamber and gain more of an appreciation for what they do as well. This has been a very long but also a rewarding process. I'm grateful for my colleague, Senator from the 34th, from Platte, for doing the work that he's done, as well as the members that have been contributing to this bill. And I would argue that this is probably one of the most significant bipartisan pieces of legislation to come through the body in many recent years. So again, thank you for allowing me a time to inquire on the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the adoption motion, the senator from the 9th District.
The bill, please.
Proceed.
I just want to say that I want to compliment and commend the senator from Platte on his work on this bill and to make it even better as it left the Senate. He knows that I won't be able to vote yes for it, but as a person who is really passionate about juvenile justice reform, I really appreciate putting things in there that will help the young people of the state of Missouri so that they will have a second chance. My community is very, very adamant about police residency with our police officers. And for that reason, I can't vote yes for what has turned into a really, really good criminal justice reform bill. But I do want to compliment him and thank him for listening to both sides in both chambers on doing what is pretty much good for all of Missouri. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator from Cass County.
To briefly inquire of the senator from Platte.
Senator from Platte, do you yield? He does. Proceed.
Thank you for the inquiry, Senator. I love the vast majority of this bill. I have family, friends, part of the Kansas City Police Department. Love the residency aspect of it. Love to see you and the senator from the 14th, work in unison and really hammer some stuff out. One provision that I guess I didn't realize had been offered by the senator from Phelps was this sheriff's compensation aspect. This I have extreme heartburn over, having come from a county and realizing that our circuit judges are paid through the state by OSCA. People don't realize the turmoil that's between our county commissioners, all other elected officials, and our sheriffs are already the highest paid, county elected official paid by general revenue that we have. And this is going to really pit a lot of our lower funded counties at a real huge competitive disadvantage because we're going to have to increase that pay just drastically. I know it has a stair step. I understand that. But I know this provision, we think this is really going to help, but honestly, this is just going to create turmoil. Coming from a county, doing budgets and realizing that turmoil, I understand we want to pay everybody more, but this is just going to take from the roads. We heard the senator from the 7th get up and speak about, having that bucket of gravel for that lady that's not paying enough in taxes and complaining about not enough going to roads. And this is just going to further that by increasing the pay for one individual. And we're circumventing a process already established with the salary commission, and we're going to force their hand. Now, I would be much more amenable to, hey, OSCA is going to pay this difference. But this isn't that case. We're going to be taking from that general revenue aspect. We're going to be paying that top official a higher price, and we're going to have to take from the other deputies, or not hire an additional deputy. This does have ramifications because your counties in the third class or second class, even the first class, they don't have unlimited funds to be thrown at this. So I wanted to express, I love everything under this underlying bill, but this provision, especially coming from county government, if you're a representative of rural counties, this can really put you guys in a lot of positions that are going to create a lot of adversarial positions. It really will. I wish I would have known. It was like the last minute it had already been signed. I could have kind of given you input from a county perspective of how detrimental this really can be and how this can create a lot of turmoil.
Okay, gang, I'm going to take the mic here for a second. I just heard from Ron Calzone, and he's saying just tell them to say to get it to the floor right now. So basically calling up your senator, your representative, whoever it takes, because emails are great and everything. We're at the tail end of this. We need to get this done now. So basically, it's just a blitz of phone calls at this point in time, which I'm going to start doing right now. I'll go ahead and mute my mic again and let the Senate, play on the audio here. But we need this done right now, as in right now. We need to get it done. So I'll mute my mic. I'll have the feed coming in from the Senate, and let's make our phone calls.
Whenever you factor in the county jail, we're in an environment right now, and I know you and I would definitely difficult to recruit and retain law enforcement officers because the job's just getting tougher. It just is with a lot of the civil unrest that we've seen, over the last couple of years. It's just been tough. I know a lot of our sheriffs are struggling. For the smaller counties where the budgetary impact would be a lot greater, and I acknowledge that, we have made sure that the overall percentage of salary that they would get as compared to the associate circuit judge, because that's what it's tied to, is much lower. And for most of the smaller counties under the bill, it's like 55 or 60%. We also made sure that we had a phase-in, so that way it wasn't all immediate. And so in most of these cases for smaller counties, there's going to be a 5-year period where it phases in gradually so that these counties will have a time to budget and adjust accordingly to make sure that they're able to fulfill this. But, the legislature before my time here, and you may have been in the House at this time, kind of already went down this road with prosecuting attorneys.
Prosecutors, absolutely.
Prosecuting attorneys make what the associate circuit judges make in the state by statute. And, I think that the reason it's appropriate to have, again, for all the reasons that we need to be supporting law enforcement, but in addition to that, I think one of the reasons that it is appropriate to do the same thing for county sheriffs is they, like the prosecutors, are officers of the court. They are constantly dealing with the court. They're constantly dealing with the justice system. I mean, both of my sheriffs and my prosecutors work hand in glove in everything that they do. They work very closely with the judiciary. And so I think pairing those offices together in terms of salary, removing them from the salary commission, I think is consistent from a policy perspective with what the legislature has done previously.
I would agree with that, but when we're talking about our circuit judges, they're paid by OSCA. They don't come out of the county budget.
Right.
Where if you're running for these positions, you know what the pay is. Just like when we run for Senate, we realize it's going to be a $35,000 a year job. That's no shocker, no surprise. But it kind of, you're going to, if you want to go across the street to a city and make $130,000 a year and you have 15 officers under your belt, or you trade that off for realizing you're serving at a bigger capacity and that ability for that office is kind of that offset for that pay. You realize it's a service and almost a sacrifice to serve in that realm and that role. I understand that opposition or the mindset to think, but I'm just talking the practicality. You bring up the prosecuting attorney aspect. Our counties are still kind of reeling from having to come up with that. And now we're going to add the sheriffs on top of it, and now we're going to create a further divide of like the us versus them of county commissioners and auditors and all these others that are still at like Cass County, $67,000 a year for all other elected officials, but here, Mr. Sheriff, a county commissioner, they still have. There are 3 people that deal with 100,000 people they have to deal with. So we're going to pit this huge indifference of a pay scale, and the county has to come up with that. If OSCA, that's the thing. I would not even be standing up had we put a provision where OSCA is going to cover that difference. The state's going to cover the difference in which we're forcing the hand of the salary. That's why we've established these salary commissions. We have COLA increases to ensure we have that ability to continue to raise that salary, but to where we can actually afford it. And these counties just can't do that. We've had a lot of discussion with property tax stuff, and a lot of the rural guys said, well, we can't afford that because we're bare bones as it is. And unfortunately, I feel that this is going to be, I know great intention, but a lot of times the great intentions have really adverse effects on these guys. So I just wanted to, I don't want to filibuster your bill, and I'm not after that, but I just wanted to express that because I was chomping at the bit to vote for this, and I saw that was kind of in there, and it really just kind of deflated my balloon. Like, oh man, I'm put in a really tough, awkward situation here because I represent 5 counties. And it's going to affect all of them, some drastically more than others. So I appreciate the inquiry. I had to get up, at least for the people I represent, and express that, I wish this would have been done a different way. Maybe we can revisit to where there's more of an offset to alleviate those concerns. I hope to be able to work out with you maybe to where OSCA covers more of that cost as opposed to general revenue of counties. So I hope to have that, at least to be able to work with you on that come next session. So.
Absolutely. Thank you.
But thank you for the inquiry.
Thank you, Senator.
Appreciate it.
Further discussion on the adoption motion, Senator from Andrews.
The senator from Platte.
Senator from Platte, do you yield?
I do.
He does. Proceed.
Okay, Senator, I'd like to follow up on your discussion that you had with the senator from Cass, dealing with this compensation for the sheriffs. As you know, I guess I want you to explain to me, how do we get around the Hancock mandate of unfunded mandates? So if we put something in, Hancock says that we push it down on the counties, that we basically have to come up with the funds to be able to do a mandated cost to the counties.
Well,
so do you, I assume that's been addressed already in here, Senator. What's the mechanism to get around the Hancock provision on that?
Well, I don't know that there would be a Hancock problem. I mean, this is not the first time the legislature has done this. In fact, the way that we pay, and this is out of county budget, this is not OSCA money for judiciary, for associate circuit judges. We set, by the way, we set salaries.
We set a schedule.
We set schedule
that the commission can follow, or the salary commission can follow or not follow.
Right. And so what I would say is that, I mean, this is the way that we've been doing things now for close to, I think, a decade for county prosecutors. There's never been a Hancock claim that's been made that this...
Not been made. Yeah. So that Hancock provision of mandating down and having to come up with the money wasn't addressed. The discussion never came about that you know of.
I'm not aware of that discussion. Yeah. If there's been a discussion,
because there's a provision in the Hancock Amendment that basically says if we have an unfunded mandate, then we shouldn't do unfunded mandates. Okay, but that discussion hadn't been addressed. I thought you may have had that the proponents of this may have had a mechanism to address that concern, and not that you know of.
No.
Okay, well, I think it's a valid concern. Okay, yeah, Senator, thank you very much. Mr. President.
Senator from Andrew.
May I inquire of the Senator from Cass?
Senator from Cass County does not appear to be in the chamber. But is now. Senator from Cass, you yield to an inquiry from your colleague of Andrew. He does.
My
Proceed.
apologies.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for taking my inquiry, and good afternoon to you. I was listening to your discussion with the Senator from Platte. I appreciate you bringing up that point. I don't know, my question to the Senator from Platte was, about the Hancock provisions, and where we're not supposed to have unfunded mandates, down to this. Now, mind you, everything constitutional until it's challenged. And so maybe that's the tactic that people want to take here. But it does seem like, as you kind of said, it's kind of mandating down to the local governments to do this funding, whereas we do set a salary schedule in statute, but it's really just a schedule. It's kind of a guide. Yep. And it's just up to the salary commissions, as you and I have in the past have participated in salary commissions, and understand that. Basically, it's a guide, it's direction, kind of based on assessed valuation. To help guide the office holders, but it is not, because it is a guide and the salary commission has the ability to adjust up and down. It's not a mandate. My understanding is that that maybe wasn't part of the discussion on this sheriff's compensation.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me, and I've been contacted by some county commissioners too, and I have 15 counties. And I will tell you, I do think our sheriffs are underfunded in many of those counties. I wish that they would step up. I wish the salary commissions would step up. They do get a bit of an escalator already, and that's again, if they follow the salary schedule in statutes. The sheriffs do get paid more than other office holders, and I would say properly so.
Yeah. We just gave Cass County Sheriff on our last salary commission, and we did this the last fiscal year. So we just went through it, and we gave our sheriff a substantial raise as opposed to what it was, and he's making a considerable amount more than any other county office holder was. Yeah. And we felt good about doing that, but we wanted to do it to where we weren't pitting ourselves in a tough situation to where we're not able to give other county employees, a cost of living increase. And we were able to do that because we were judicious in that. And unfortunately with this is just forcing the hand to where, hey, all those other employees that haven't had a pay increase in 10 years or 5 years at a county level, now their increase, their COLA increase is gone because it's been sucked up by one office holder that we've mandated that we have to fund. So that's my purpose wasn't to tank this in any way, shape, or form. I want the body to know that, this could have real effects on, at the end county employee, the guy running the road grader that's been a faithful employee that hasn't had a pay increase in a long time. This is going to hit his bottom dollar because it's going to go to the sheriff. Even the deputies, it could suck up the deputies' cost of living increase that they were supposed to get. They've been running the beat for,
And we do have there's some funds out there to help the deputies too. We've created funds to help with their assistance. But yeah, for the same reasons, I think my commissioners expressed to me that, is that where do the resources come for this? And basically local control. They were stressing, the ability to leave it in the salary commission's hands to address this. Now I will tell you, sometimes I feel like the salary commissions don't necessarily do what's in the best interest of the counties, and the office holders. I've always lamented the fact that many times, counties will give their employees let's say a cost of living increase, and then the salary commission and the elected folks don't give themselves a similar type of increase.
It does look bad when you're on a salary commission, and actually I was on it and I abstained from voting on it because it's like I didn't want to seem like it, but others were willing to be like, hey, you know what, we need it.
Well, I think it's only fair. The elected officials ought to treat themselves with the same dignity and respect that they give to their employees. But that's neither here. It's in their hands. We've put it in their hands. We've let them do it. But I appreciate you bringing up the concern. And we'll see where we go from here. So,
thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the adoption motion in the conference committee report. Seeing none, Senator from Platte, you are recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I close.
The senator from Platte County renews his motion that the conference committee report for Senate substitute, Senate committee substitute, House committee substitute for Senate bills 53 and 60 be adopted. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the adoption of the conference committee report.
Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Searpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Luchtmeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams.
Senator from Greene votes aye. Senator from Dunklin Votes aye. Senator from the 1st? Votes aye. Senator from the 20th? Votes no. Senator from the 15th? Votes aye. Senator from the 9th? Votes no. Senator from Johnson? Votes aye. Junior Senator from Jefferson County? Votes aye. Senator from Cole? Votes aye. Senator from Johnson? Your aye shall be changed to a no. By your vote of 26 aye and 7 no, you have adopted the conference committee report. Senator from Platte.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, I now move that House committee substitute to Senate committee substitute for Senate substitute for Senate committee substitute for Senate Bills 53 and 60 be third read and finally passed.
You've heard the motion from the Senator of Platte County. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Hearing none, Senator from Platte, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I close.
Senator from Platte renews his motion that the conference committee report for Senate substitute, Senate committee substitute, House committee substitute for Senate Bills 53 and 60 be read for a third time and finally passed. Madam Secretary, please read the bill and call the roll. I would remind the body there is an emergency clause on this bill.
Conference committee substitute for House committee substitute for Senate substitute for Senate committee substitute for Senate Bills numbers 53 and 60, an act relating to public safety with penalty provisions, a delayed effective date for certain sections, and an emergency clause for certain sections. Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Sarapoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Luchtmeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams.
Senator from Green, votes aye. By your vote of 31 aye and 2 no, the bill has received a constitutional majority and is declared passed. Senator from Platte, you're recognized for the adoption of the emergency clause.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the emergency clause be adopted.
The senator from Platte County has moved for the adoption of the emergency clause. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Bean. Beck. Bernsketter. Bratton. Brown. Burleson. Searpoy. Crawford. Eigel. Esslinger. Gannon. Higeman. Hoskins. Huff. Koenig. Lukemeyer. May. Moon. Mosley. O'Laughlin. Onder. Razor. Rader. Riddle. Rizzo. Roberts. Rowden. Schatz. Shoup. Washington. White. Whelan. Williams.
Senator from the 2nd votes aye. By your vote of 31 aye and 2 no, the emergency clause has been adopted. Hearing no objection, let the journal show the tithing and perfection motions were made and carried. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you inquire from the Secretary if the message from the House, and so ask that they be read?
There are messages from the House. Madam Secretary, please read those messages.
Mr. President, I am instructed by the House of Representatives to inform the Senate that the House refuses to recede from its position on House Amendment 1, House Amendment 1 to House Amendment 2, House Amendment 2 as amended, House Amendment 3, House Amendment 4 to Senate Bill 9, and grants the Senate a conference thereon. Also, the conferees to exceed the differences in Section 173.280. Also, Mr. President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives has appointed the following committee to act with a like committee from the Senate on House Substitute, House Committee Substitute, Senate Committee Substitute, Senate Bill 520 as amended. Representatives Ruth, Hardwick, Holbert, Collins, Bosley. Also, Mr. President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives has appointed the following committee to act with a like committee from the Senate on Senate Bill 86. Representatives Baker, Cristofanelli, Lewis 6, Prouty, Brown 70. Also, Mr. President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives has appointed the following committee to act with a like committee from the Senate on House Committee Substitute, Senate Substitute, Senate Bill 333 as amended. Representatives Baker, Taylor 139, Chipman, Meredith, Stevens 46. Also, Mr. President, the Speaker of House of Representatives has appointed the following committee to act with a like committee from the Senate on Senate Substitute, Senate Committee Substitute, House Committee Substitute, House Bill 734 as amended. Representatives O'Donnell, Eagleston, Francis, McCreary, Clemens. Also, Mr. President, I'm instructed by the House of Representatives to inform the, Also, Mr. President, I'm instructed by the House of Representatives to inform the Senate that the House has taken up and passed Senate Substitute Senate Bill 22 with House Amendment 1, House Amendment 2, House Amendment 3, House Amendment 5, House Amendment 6, in which the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested, respectfully submitted. Dana Rodham Miller, Chief Clerk. Also, Mr. President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives has appointed the following committee to act with a like committee from the Senate on Senate Bill 9. Representatives Fitzwater, Gregory 51, Davidson, Rogers, Dahl. Respectfully submitted. Dana Rodham Miller, Chief Clerk.
Senator from Franklin.
President, I would ask that there are conferees at dais that they be read.
There are conferees at the dais. Madam Secretary, please read the conferees.
Conference committee appointments on Senate Bill number 86. Senators Hageman, Koenig, Rowden, Arthur, Rizzo. Conference committee appointments on Senate Bill number 9. Senators Riddle, White, Onder, Beck, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, the Senate will go to the order of business of announcements.
Hearing no objection, the order of business will be announcements. Senator from Ozark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder for my colleagues, serving on Conference Committee Senate Bill 72, we'll be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment in Senate Conference Room 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further announcements? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. No further business coming before the body. I move that the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m. this day.
You've heard the motion from the Senator of Boone County. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Senate shall stand in recess until 2 p.m. this day.
Yep. Hang on, guys. I've got Jimmy D on the phone with me right now, and I'm asking if he wants to go live with me for a little bit so we can give you guys a little bit of a color for what's going on right now. Maybe we get you guys fired up as much as we are. Jimmy, you ready to go? Okay. Okay, guys. I got Jimmy D on with me right now, and we're going to chat a little bit about, we could talk about what happened yesterday. Let me start by saying Old Ager said understood. However, the message from the House, they refused to go along with something. Thanks. Okay, we'll look into that. Yes, I was muted, and that was because we had the live feed coming in from the Senate, which is stopped for right now. Okay, so Jimmy D and I, along with Casey Rich and my neighbor James, we're one small contingent of folks up there yesterday in Jeff City stumping for SAPA. And so as far as what happened yesterday, do you have any comments or anything on what we went through yesterday, Jimmy?
Well, yesterday we're not in the situation we're in today. That's obvious. Yesterday was the first time things are coming up, and we're fully expecting to hear SAPA. Mind you, there's other business to be done other than SAPA. I understand that. And we were actually in the Senate watching these guys. And I was there for a specific purpose. All this other stuff is, I'm sure, important to someone, but to me, it's just mind-numbingly boring. All the senators are in session, so that means they're not in their office, which means that, for all intents and purposes, the people who went up to Jeff City yesterday really had nothing to do because they couldn't really talk to their senator. So it was an interesting day, somewhat boring, but yada yada yada. Now I'm seeing this total looks like shun of getting SAPA on the floor, and I'm a little, just for you, Patrick, ticked off. I'm gonna call somebody and start screaming.
Yep, I've been going through the list of senators here, calling each one as though they're my own. I think they're used to me now, though. I think they know that, but and basically asking them to put pressure on Senator Rowden. And Senator Rowden is the reason why this isn't hitting the floor. But I speculated earlier on this podcast, is he being controlled by someone, or is this his own ideology? Or is he personally benefiting from not putting it on the floor? It's anyone's guess at this point, and I don't have any inside information on this guy. I do on others, but we'll deal with that later. But Rowden is the one who is keeping this off the floor directly. I mean, he literally is the one who can release it. And we can't get through to him, Jimmy. His voicemail box is full. It's been full since yesterday afternoon, and it's not been cleared out. Trips to his office we did yesterday 2 times. I explained to the viewers earlier that we did do that. And by the way, Casey Rich says, "Hey, Jimmy."
Hey, Casey, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, we met Casey Rich yesterday. We had that was really neat to meet you, buddy. That was really neat. Let's see. Those refusals just went to the House contingent conference committee, not going along. Senate contingent. Gabriel, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Is this specifically about SAPA? Okay. Well, in fact, the fact is, if they're on recess right now for lunch, gang, this is a good time to be calling senators anyway. I mean, they're not going to take your phone calls, but at least they're in the office. So once again, you can keep trying to get a hold of Senator Rowden. I have his page up right now. His number is 573-751-3931. It's the same one I gave you guys live from the Capitol yesterday. He is still the issue. However, if you can't get a hold of him, you need to call your senator to put pressure on him. That is, in fact, tell them that is their only purpose. Everything else now falls by the wayside. The only purpose they have as your senator right now is to literally put pressure on Rowden. Rowden needs pressure, big time, and from every angle. If you can't get a hold of your senator, call your representative. Tell them to drop what they're doing. So they can put pressure on Rowden.
Those are all excellent ideas, and I am, I'm so ticked off. We're talking last night, the Senate at 10:30 at night, talking about feral hogs, and they're putting a feral hog issue over my Second Amendment rights. I don't have any words. I'm just so...
Well, more specifically, Senator Rowden has decided that feral hogs are more important than your Second Amendment right. And unfortunately, he has the power to keep that bill from seeing the floor. And by the way, that's another thing we'll have to look into later, gang, is making sure something like this can never, ever happen again. We've got to have some kind of a release valve. If we have a corrupt senator that is simply not releasing the most popular bill the state of Missouri has ever seen before, by 3 items: phone calls, emails, and of course by co-sponsorship in the House. This is a House bill, the People's Bill, and Senator Rowden is keeping the People's Bill from even seeing any floor time. And unfortunately, it's getting very late in the hour now. And so you guys know where the problem is here. But why is he a problem? That I don't know yet.
Well, I can tell you this. Hopefully we are able to destroy his career, because I'm going to be really, really ticked off if this guy doesn't get, if this guy continues to stonewall this Second Amendment Preservation Act. I will never, ever stop talking about what a chump this idiot is.
Yep. And unfortunately, the 2 people of interest right now, Rowden and Schatz, are both on their last term. They won't be reelected into the Senate, but they may seek higher office when they're done in the Missouri Senate or another office somewhere. So we got to make sure that that doesn't happen. But that shouldn't be our focus right now. We need to focus on SAPA and making sure that gets out. You know, we'll worry about, you know, what we need to do about the problem later. Let's just, you know, the what's going on behind the scenes. And honestly, I'm not fully aware. Schatz is easy to figure out. Rowden is not yet anyway. I'm sure I can probably figure it out, though, given enough time to look into it. So, gang, hopefully, while you guys are listening to this broadcast, you are calling senators and asking them to put pressure on Senator Rowden, or even calling up Schatz's office. I've called his office 2 times this morning for him to put pressure on Senator Rowden. And I'm not calling him Senator Rowden, except for I did say that in 2 offices, but they appreciated the humor of it. But I do need to stop doing that, making up new names for senators.
You're going to get yourself in trouble. Well, you know what we can call Senator Schatz, don't you?
Yes, I've already figured that one out as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just wanted to, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jimmy D-ism.
Yep. So, all right. But I'm sure, see, we got 18 people watching right now. Let's keep it going, gang. Let's keep those phone calls going. This is what I'm doing today. And in fact, Jimmy D and I are on a radio show tomorrow. We didn't tell everyone about that. You want to talk about that a little bit, Jimmy?
Well, we certainly can. Of course, let's see. What is that? I'm just flipping mad over this whole thing. It's hard for me to concentrate on anything else. But yeah, absolutely. We have a local radio DJ here, very, very well known, very, very popular guy by the name of Bo Matthews. And he's a big time Second Amendment guy. And he has asked Patrick and I both on the show to talk about SAPA because he's been sort of following it on his show, but not quite as involved as we are. Unfortunately now, Patrick, it looks like we're going to have to tell him there's a stinky fish floating around in a barrel.
Yep, there is. And I actually have talked about that earlier today. Yep, Senator Rowden, Senator Poop. Yeah, it's that's pretty much voodoo. That's pretty much it, Senator Poop. But like I said, that's not going to serve us right now. That's just fun for us, but it certainly doesn't help our cause. And then if we get caught up in it psychologically, and you call up Senator Schatz's office and you refer to him as Senator Poop or another word, you know, instead of poop, you know, you don't want to do that.
That's even funnier than the real word.
Yep.
Senator Poop.
Yep.
Senator Poop and his rodents.
Senator
Adventures in the sewer. You know?
Exactly. That's exactly what this is. We're having an adventure in the Missouri Capitol sewer right now. These are swamp creatures we're dealing with here. But at the same time, you know, it doesn't serve us well to you know, talk about ending their careers or making sure they can never run again. It doesn't serve us at this point. So we need to concentrate on getting SAPA on the floor right now. And I mean right now, today. It needs to happen today. You know the old saying, tomorrow may be too late. And actually, honest to God, with SAPA, that may be true. Tomorrow may be too late because we have to go back to the House. And we're expecting all kinds of weird amendments from the Democrats to try and amend SAPA. We're expecting a filibuster. We need time for all this. So we need it on the floor right now. Right now. And so keep making those phone calls, gang. And I will too. And Jimmy's going to do it too. When we go back live with the Senate, I'm going to go back to making phone calls.
And Jimmy's phone calls are colorful.
Jimmy's phone calls are probably the most colorful phone calls ever. Yeah, Rodent is a problem because he is Satan's red-headed stepchild.
Captain Poop and Senator Rodent.
Yeah.
Adventures in the sewer in Jeff City.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever there's a clog to fight, the 2 turds will be there.
Yeah. Oh boy, two turds sparring. You know, I don't know, that vivid mental imagery that you give me all the time, Jimmy.
Well, I don't know. It's, it'd be entertaining for watch on a cartoon or something.
Yep. And for those of you guys who are watching right now, you just go through your list of senators. You guys saw me doing this earlier when we were listening to the live feed. I was literally just going through the senators one by one and calling their offices and tell them to drop everything, and put pressure on Rowden for SAPA. SAPA must hit the floor today. Must hit the floor. This is not oh guys, we still have tomorrow, we have Friday. It doesn't work that way. We really do need to see it on the floor today. And go ahead.
Patrick, you might want to tell them when we were down at the lounge yesterday, when we were involved in that informal discussion, exactly what we were told, that the Democrats will throw up a filibuster to this thing. There's a couple of senators, Jill Shoup and Carla May, and they will, without a doubt, use a filibuster and some other stall tactics on SAPA as well, if we could get it on the floor, that is.
Yep.
But so there's a huge amount of time that's going to be wasted in that nonsense. So Patrick is absolutely right. We need to get this thing rocking and rolling and on the floor right now.
Yep. And by the way, Jimmy's right. I mean, we did hear that from a couple of sources while we were up there. And guys, I mean, honest to God, I mean, for those of you who are in Missouri and are listening to this broadcast right now, this is extremely important to understand. Senator Rowden literally put just some of the stupidest bills out for debate and perfection. I don't know what the process is they were going through last night, but we're talking about over 2 hours about feral hogs happened last night. Well,
yes,
sorry.
Absolutely drivel. Yes, numbing drivel.
And we're talking about, they were arguing over the name or the nomenclature of what a feral hog is. Once you release it, it has a different name, like a pig or swine or something like that. And they were arguing over that when we're trying to keep our Second Amendment rights here in the state of Missouri. That's how insidious Senator Rowden is. He is putting that kind of tripe out before your Second Amendment rights are being looked at, here for the Senate of Missouri. One man has the power to do that. And so we need to literally make the phones light up in Jefferson City right now like never before. Keep calling and keep calling and keep calling and keep calling. Just, if you guys can do it today, I'm not doing anything else today. I had other plans today. I needed to bone up on a few things for our interview on the radio tomorrow. But, I mean, this is more important right now. This is absolutely more important. So let's keep calling and just keep calling. That's it. And by the way, call multiple senators if you want to. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm not supposed to do that, but if you call a Republican senator, they don't ask for your address on a voicemail. If you call a Democrat senator, they ask for your address, which is kind of interesting. I realize they're only supposed to serve the people in their district. I'm not an idiot. But at the same time, guys, I don't know what else to do at this point. And once again, if you can't get through to your senator, although it's not proper, call your representative. Ask them to drop everything they're doing and go to Rowden's office and put pressure on him, and literally so they can go into his office and say, hey, listen, my constituents are very angry that they can't leave voicemails with you anymore. You're not letting SAPA go on the floor for any type of process at all right now. You're running out the clock. They're very, very angry, and they're yelling at me to come and talk to you. And clear up your voicemail so people can at least air their concerns and then, spew their venom at you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. Call up your representatives and ask for their assistance in this dire matter.
Yeah. So this is not a joke, gang. We're trying to get this through. Last year we were shut down by COVID. This year we're shut down by Senator Caleb Rowden. He's the one who's running out the clock right now, gang. No one else is doing this, but who controls him? Or why is he doing it? I don't know. But he's the man who can literally have this on the floor right now. right now. He could actually, all he'd have to do, literally, is go talk to whoever's running the Senate right now and say, okay, it's time for SAPA. Boom. It happens just like that. That's the power this man has to get SAPA out right now. And I'm not joking. Literally, he can interrupt stuff that's currently going on and say, all right, it's time for SAPA.
Yeah, we've heard enough feral hog stories for it to last us a lifetime, so maybe we can get around to SAPA now. Yeah, rodent is the right word, all right.
Yep. So, keep making your phone calls, gang. Please, keep making your phone calls. We may turn this into a telethon right now, and we'll just keep the live stream going with the Senate feed, and come in from time to time and talk to you guys when they do a break. But today is the day. Today is the day we need this done. And I can contact my senator and my representative, and I'll probably do that when they come up again, see if they have time to talk. And I'll tell you what, I'll even give opportunities to these guys to come on, just like Jimmy D is right now, live on speakerphone, to come in and talk to the troops. We'll see what we can do with that. But I suspect both of them are very busy trying to get this. My two are the ones that are the sponsors of the bill. My senator is Eric Burleson. My representative is Jared Taylor. So, but I'll see what I can do. Go ahead.
If you can do that, Patrick, and you're the techno wizard guy, I certainly am not. But if you can do that, if you could get one senator to come out of session and talk live with you, and word got back to little rat boy that, man, they are shoving at the gates trying to get at you, dude. It might be effective, you know what I mean? The peasants have arisen. They've got their pitchforks and their tar and their feathers, and they're pushing at the gate.
Yep.
Because we're listening to you idiots real time, and we need something to happen.
Yep, I agree. So, yeah, and it's all on us, gang. I mean, literally, it's all on us to make sure that our senators understand we don't care about anything else going on in Jefferson City right now. At all. It all needs to stop so SAPA can go on the floor. That's up to us to tell senators that. Let's see. Final Countdown said Americans are becoming too lazy to fight. They want someone else to do the fighting for them.
We're fighting now.
Yeah, we're fighting now, Final Countdown. That's American Man, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
So
we've been in this fight for a long time. We went and listened to their mind-numbingly boring hula yesterday, and that's fine. It's part of the process. I guess you got to take some boring with the exciting. Mm-hmm. But now it's getting exciting again because we've got an obstructionist with a cork in his behind, not letting what we want out. So we're going to demand that we want it out.
Yep. So it is what it is. You know, basically it's up to us to literally keep putting pressure on these senators, gang. And by the way, it's not just us at Truth, Money, and Freedom. Aaron Doerr's folks are going to work. Ron Calzone's folks are going to work. And then we're going to work too. So all of us together need to just light up these phones and keep calling. So making one phone call, that's great. But guys, we need more than that from each and every one of us now. More than one phone call per person. And I'm sorry to be asking for that, but we're running out the clock here. And then they'll always know, every senator, every representative will always know that that's all the state of Missouri cared about was SAPA. And then Senator Rowden wouldn't let it on the floor. And I mean, I could come up and I can speculate. I can come up with all kinds of crazy, conspiracy theories of why this is happening with Senator Rowden right now. I have a couple, actually, but they don't serve the purpose, and I don't know if they're true. So I don't want to pass it on and say, oh, this is my idea. I have inside information on it. I don't. Schatz is easy to figure out. Rowden is not. So, at any rate, that's on us, gang. I mean, we just keep fighting. We keep calling, and we keep calling, and we keep calling, and we keep calling. And those, believe it or not, those LAs will give those messages. I mean, they do take general messages and make sure that it goes to whoever they're in LA for. So, Jimmy?
Yes?
What do
I
you...
am here, my friend.
Okay, gotcha. When we were at Rowden's office, do you want to just explain to everyone what the demeanor was of his LA, his office assistant, when we were talking to him? You know, we went to Rowden's office twice.
Yes, but you'll have to remember, Patrick, that was prior to me getting there because I had this stupid dead battery issue that I had to get.
Oh, that's right. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right, so yeah, you didn't join us then. Well, Casey Rich was there with me, and Casey Rich is with us right now.
Yeah.
But basically, his office assistant played dumb. I don't know what the senator thinks about SAPA. You know, he didn't tell me anything. That's all. But it was. By the way, there was a lot of SAPA folks that went into Rowden's office yesterday, and at one point there was a large contingent of people right outside Rowden's office, and a lot of them had those SAPA name tags on. So, you know, basically, there's pressure from the people on Rowden. Apparently, he doesn't care.
You must be getting paid a hell of a lot of money or some political big favor or something.
Yep.
God only knows.
I don't know. So.
Well, listen, my friend. I can either sit here and as enjoyable as talking with you and all our listeners actually is, I'd really rather cuss at somebody right now. So
okay.
I think I'm going to hop off it here.
It's time to make some phone calls then, Jimmy.
Absolutely. Yeah. I can be nice on here all day long, or I can be a mean old man somewhere else.
Yep.
I'm feeling kind of meanish.
Gotcha. I'll tell you what, it's that time again. So I'll let you go, buddy. And thank you for coming on live with us.
Not a problem. Anytime.
And I'll see if I can get Eric or Jared to come on live and talk to the folks on Truth, Money, and Freedom too.
Cool.
So, okay. All right. You take care, buddy. Thanks for coming on live again.
All right. See you guys all later. Everybody, make those phone calls. Man, we just got to keep the pressure on these idiots. I mean, oh, man, it's just so frustrating to work this hard and then have some bonehead just light a match to it, you know?
Yep.
Well, okay, I got to go scream at somebody.
Okay. All right. We'll talk to you soon, buddy. Take care. Okay, guys. That was Jimmy D. Jimmy D, who was roaming the halls at Jeff City with us yesterday. Yeah. Guys, let's keep making those phone calls. Sorry, telethon day. In fact, I don't want to end the live stream. I want to keep it going, but we have no stream from the Senate right now. But right now is a good time to be calling because they're on their lunch breaks. And I suspect that there's a lot of pressure on Rowden right now. Rodent. Hang on, let me text my senator real quick. Hang on. Hey, Eric, how are things going up there with SAPA? ? We're putting as much pressure as we can on all senators, and we're starting to move into representatives to drop what they're doing and go talk to Senator Rowden. Period. Is there anything else we can do? ? Can you come on live with me on the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast? ? Any time would be good. It would be speakerphone. Period. Okay, guys. Just sent Eric. That's Eric Burleson, by the way. And see if we can get him to come on and if he can give us an update. I think Rowden's aide actually was told very specifically not to get into any conversations with SAPA. That's what I think happened there. That my gut's telling me that's what happened. And let's see, final countdown. Everyone, please tell your families and friends about the live and share it. The more we have, the better. That's correct. Yep, you guys can keep on going with this. Really hope this goes through. Thanks so much for the coverage. Hey, no problem, Merchill, I'm sorry. Is that... Oh, Mary O'Hill. I don't know that I've seen you on the channel before. Welcome. Glad to have you here. So, but you guys see the fight we're in right now. What we're actually trying to get done. And once again, on your screen right now, you see Senator Caleb Rowden. And he's the guy we got to put pressure on. The single guy that needs the pressure. He can release SAPA onto the floor. Yep. You just keep the phone calls going, gang. That's all we have left at this point. There really is nothing left to do. You know, I would have gone up to Jefferson City today, but I don't know where this is at. I mean, physically going there and making a presence actually has more impact than a phone call. First time on the channel, got a rec for the channel from a friend. Okay, gotcha. A recommendation. Awesome. Good deal. Rowden's bio states that he enjoyed a career full-time ministry. What a crock. This wanker doesn't know who Christ is and how much trouble he is bringing upon his internal soul. I agree. And we could talk about corruption and how it gets into Christians' lives. And yes, he's got a big, strong Christian music career. He writes Christian music. He plays instruments and goes on tour playing Christian music. But that clearly isn't influencing him right now. So I see that, Tribulation Prepper. I saw that in his bio. Made 3 so far to my Senator Hedgeman. Told him I expect him to tell Rowden we want SAPA now. Have over 900 people in your district that want to know why it hasn't happened on the floor yet. That's right. That's right, Voodoo. We put pressure on our senators to put pressure on Rowden. This is my advice, gang. Call up your senators and tell them nothing else matters anymore. Nothing. Nothing except for SAPA. So if the senators literally could just totally stop, the Senate, any more proceedings from going forward, and all just literally sit outside Rowden's office, and Rowden can be the only guy on the floor doing nothing until they release SAPA, that'd work too. Have a sit-in with senators. They got to do something. And it's up to our senators to put pressure on him. And I really hated recommending that you guys get your representatives involved, because that's not how the process works, but I don't know what else to do. So I know that Eric Burleson, in fact, Gabriel had chimed in earlier, that Burleson might have been Eigel and Moon or Bratton or something like that, are like forming a coalition to put pressure on Rowden. So, Gabriel, thank you for that. I didn't know about that. I hadn't talked to Eric yet today, but I was texting with him last night. So, yep, we'll keep the phone calls going. I'll keep the live stream going. We'll go ahead and, wow, what a front for Rowden. Christian choir boy by day. I know. Isn't that KC Rich? Isn't that amazing? It claims to be this Christian, and I'm sure he convinced his voters that he was Second Amendment all the way. Clearly he's not. Or once again, or he may be being paid off to not do this. For all we know, there's a $1 million paycheck for him. Like I said, I don't want to engage in this type of speculation because I don't know what's going on. Rowden is not a Christian. Well, he's certainly not Second Amendment friendly. That much I can tell you. He is not going to bat for the Second Amendment. Okay, I haven't had a response from my senator yet, but that actually doesn't surprise me. I suspect, maybe I should make that offer to Jared. Eric has got his hands full right now. He is desperately trying to get SAPA on the floor right now. And let's keep making these phone calls. And guys, once again, this is an absolute crying shame. What a disturbing indictment that we have to keep making these phone calls to get Senator Rowden to acknowledge the most popular bill the state of Missouri has ever seen before. You know, this is really, I don't know what to say. It's a crying shame that it's gotten to this level at this point. And they do it, and I'm sure that this is being done because they do know it is the most popular bill the state of Missouri has ever seen before. And hey, we need to get all of our feces legislation through before we'll let your SAPA hit the floor. We need to get the stuff that the Missouri people didn't want. The stuff that they literally campaigned against. The stuff they made phone calls against, like the gas tax, like PDMP. They all said no to this, yet they had to shove it through, right? It was a high priority for Rowden to get all that unpopular legislation through, and we still don't have SAPA on the floor. I mean, the fact that there was a compromise in the first place is disturbing, but the compromise wasn't enough. SAPA still isn't seeing the floor. Shame on you, Senator Rowden. I'm coming after you, Senator Rowden. I'm gonna find out what makes you tick and find out why you're doing this, how you're getting paid off, what your ideology is, who's controlling you, whatever. I will find out, and then I'll make a video, gang. The state of Missouri is not for sale, period. Yep, that's correct. Jesus is not for sale, and God is pro-guns, and I know he told me. I know God personally. All right, final countdown. Thank you for that. It's nice to have God on our side with this. Can't kill pork without guns. That's correct. And he's making a reference to the feral hog debate that happened last night. They went on for over 2 hours. It was ridiculous. So, gang, you know, I am not trying to get you all fired up for something you don't want. But trust me, I'm going to say it one more time. Maybe at some point I'll take a snippet of this. Change is coming. And we can accept the federal government change, which is actual firearm confiscation. That is their end game. You guys have to trust me on this, because they're following literally the Third Reich in Hitler's playbook for gun confiscation. That is their goal. We're talking about the federal government of the United States. So I can explain step by step how they actually accomplish it, because I know what Hitler did. And then Joe Biden and the current federal government is doing it the way Hitler did. Or the other change could be Missouri moves on SAPA legislation, and we literally don't acknowledge, as a state, federal gun laws anymore. We have our own laws in the state of Missouri, and we don't enforce federal gun law in the state of Missouri. The Fed has to come in here themselves and enforce their laws. But they can't use our resources. They can't use our cops or sheriffs, any resources we have, like equipment, Humvees or whatever. Let's see. Oh, final countdown. Same thought of like minds. Yep. So change is coming, and we have to decide which change we want. And apparently, Senator Rowden wants the gun confiscation change, because he holds in his hands the keys to literally start Missouri down the road of the non-oppressive federal government registration laws that they're coming down with, restriction laws and AR-15s, AR-10s, different types of ammunition, federal taxes on this. Not to mention the red flag bills coming down, like PDMP. Unfortunately, they got passed here in Missouri. Not sure how that happened, gang, but I read what Jared Taylor wrote on it, and we'll do a video about it later and how it happened. But this is it, gang. This is it. I mean, like I said, Rowden right now is literally the gatekeeper. He's holding the keys to whether or not SAPA gets on the floor. This one man. So since his voicemail box is full, and it has been since yesterday afternoon, we need to call our senators to put pressure on Rowden and make sure that they drop everything else they're doing. There is, if you're eating lunch, no, you don't get a lunch today, Senator. Your job is to go after Rowden. It's time to go Rowden hunting. And if he's hiding somewhere in the Capitol, they'll sniff him out. They'll get a cat so we can find him. Yeah, let's see. Caleb Rowden, Biden's servant. Apparently, it's really looking that way, KC Rich. It's really looking that way. So let's keep up the pressure. You guys keep making these phone calls. This is critical, absolutely critical that we keep making these phone calls. And we don't stop. We keep it going. We just keep it going. And believe it or not, the LAs, or what we call the office assistants, LA, I'm not sure what that means. But they will get back to their senators and let them know. And they're in constant contact with their senators, even when they're on the floor. So, you know, this is still going on. And those of you who have, you know, of course, Burleson, Bratton, Eigel as your senator, you guys don't need to call those guys. These guys are on it. I shouldn't say you shouldn't be calling these guys. Make a phone call for sure. Let them know that you're behind them 100%, and you know you hope that they're spending all their time going after the rodent here. It's rodent hunting time, gang. You know, we got a rat running around in the Capitol Dome here. We need to figure out what we need to do about that rat. I would be happy to pay someone more real and personal taxes to pay for my sheriff's office. Yeah, I understand that. Actually, we'll get into that. I'm probably going to be starting a new channel. Not probably, I probably will. To cover this kind of stuff, because Truth, Money, and Freedom is a different kind of channel. It was really designed for more things. There's more people behind it, and I've kind of hijacked it a little bit for this Missouri stuff going on, but it's important stuff. Okay, you just called Berksgetter. All right, thank you very much, Jamie. Did you talk to Berksgetter directly, or did you talk to an LA? Anyone who's calling in, please type in how your phone calls are going, who you're talking to. Yeah, email my senators whose voicemail box is full. That's right, Gabriel. I'll tell you what, adopt another senator for the day and put pressure on them to put pressure on Rowden. I'm not sure email is going to work at this late hour. I may be wrong, but I think phone calls are, especially if they pick up the phone, the LAs pick up the phone. Yep, we're hunting rodents. Yep, let's get this done. Get one of those senators to go into Rowden's office and set up a mousetrap. Yep. Yep, we got issues here, gang. And I don't know, once again, I don't have any inside stuff right now. I've got nothing. I got nothing. I have not heard back from my senator as of yet, but actually that doesn't surprise me. And but at the same time, I'll bet you during the break time is better time, or is more productive time for Eric Burleson than while he's in the Senate chambers. He is running around. He is working real hard, and we saw that yesterday. By the way, Casey Rich saw that yesterday. Aaron Dorr was meeting with Jared Taylor, Eric Burleson. And then Aaron Dorr was meeting with a lot of folks, actually. So these guys are making tracks. They're trying to make it happen. Final Countdown is putting in cats and a piece of poop. So sending a pretty strong message via hieroglyphic. So we appreciate that, Final Countdown. So it's kind of, yeah, when Final Countdown puts all these emojis on, it's kind of like the French underground or whatever. You know, the chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. You know, he's sending messages like that out to folks, I imagine. Okay, as you guys continue making your calls, please put in here in the live chat what's going on here with the calls you're making. If he ain't on the floor, he's in meetings. Burleson, that is. Yeah, Casey Rich, I know that's going on with him. I literally, 12:49 a.m. this morning was the last text I got from Eric. So, you know, so he was actually texting with me while he was on the floor. And, the House is doing their thing too. So, yep, let's keep making those phone calls. And adopt, by the way, today, I don't know if you guys knew this, today is Adopt a Senator Day. So don't even just call your senator, call another senator that you can personally adopt for the day. That is your senator for the day as well. So we are America. We're a rich nation. We can afford to have 2 senators apiece. So please do, in Missouri, call up more than just your senator. It's officially adopt 2 senators. Actually, we're asking you to adopt 2 senators today. Make those phone calls, gang. And when we go live again, I will continue making my phone calls as well. You guys saw me do that while we were live on the floor. But I'll keep talking to you to keep the live stream going. Let's keep it alive, gang. Oh, and if you haven't given us a like, please give us a like. Give us a like. Let us know you like us. Ooh, I even have 1 thumbs down. Wow. Guys, I have a serial thumbs downer person who comes into the chat. They never say anything in the comment section. But if you guys actually go through my videos, you'll find there's like 1 thumbs down on virtually every single video. So that could be Senator Rowden for all I know. It could have been Schatz. It actually could have been Crab Cakes. Huff. It could have been Huff. I don't know. But I'm getting this single thumbs down. And we'd never gotten to the bottom of it. I've asked, actually it's been a long time since I've asked on any of the podcasts, for those who've given me a thumbs down, why? Please tell me why in the comment section. Let me know why you don't like this video. Rowden gave me a thumbs down. It could be. It could have been Rowden. It is possible. It's good when you get it on the floor. Yep. We're still waiting for the Senate to go live again, gang. And when they go live again, I'll go back to making my phone calls. I am not excluding myself from this phone call jamboree. I am definitely involved. I've made, a lot of phone calls here this year. Damn shame that Missouri is no different than Washington, D.C. Yeah, but in Washington, D.C., the weird part is we have so many of them. I mean, how many people have you seen actually put in pro gun bills in Washington, D.C.? In Missouri, we have them every year. We have all kinds of senators. It's guys like Rowden and Schatz, and actually committee chairmen too, like Crab Cakes. Crab Cakes actually held that bill for a week. We could have literally been out and running a week earlier than we could have been, literally, and we're just talking about a couple of weeks ago. You guys remember this. It's the SPLC monitoring disliking you. I don't know who the SPLC is, but big thumbs up and thanks for your work. Thank you very much, Old Ager. I appreciate it. I really appreciate you guys, actually. This has been a passion of mine, and I found a lot of people that were also passionate about it, to keep our Second Amendment rights, not just for us, but our kids and our grandkids. And we can't do it on the federal level anymore. Remember, change is coming. Whether we like it or not, change is coming. It is the federal government's intention to actually strip away the right to the Second Amendment. Trust me, this is happening in real time right now. And they've got 2 years to get it done. And so I suspect an enormous amount of gun-grabbing bills to pass the federal government here in the next 2 years. Enormous. Our economy is falling apart. Absolutely falling apart. So as they usher in communism into the United States, they don't want people having guns. There's a lot of people that wouldn't be very happy with Biden and Harris's plan for America. But let's not concentrate on the Fed right now. Let's concentrate on Missouri, where we are desperately trying to get this bill on the floor. And by the way, we still have a real good chance. If this bill gets on the floor today, we still have a really, really good chance to get this done. But like I said, today is kind of it. Tomorrow may be too late to actually get it done, especially as Jimmy D told you guys, and Jimmy D's with us right now. They're planning filibusters on the other side and amendments and debate and all this. They just run out the clock. Go to 5 p.m. on Friday, and boom, it never got done. Because of filibusters and debate on amendments. So when we call our senators, make sure we tell them absolutely no debate, no filibusters, and absolutely no amendments. None of this stuff will be allowed. And you could tell the Democrats, thank Rowden. Rowden made it virtually impossible for us to actually do anything with this bill. So the pressure's got to be put on Rowden. We got to put pressure on the rodent. Guys, we need a rat trap. We got a turd in the punch bowl, gang. No different than California. Well, in California, you have so many corrupt politicians. In our case, we just have a couple in the Senate here. I mean, we don't expect Democrats to vote for this bill. I mean, there's no illusions in the state of Missouri. Democrats want to take guns, and we do have Democrats in the House and in the Senate, but they're a very, very small minority. So it's not a big deal for us to deal with Democrats. It's these Republicans that are being paid off or serving some other special interest. Once again, we could speculate all day long on what Rowden's deal is, and I don't know what his deal is. I don't want to speculate. I don't know. I know Schatz, but I don't know Rowden. We need to put pressure, gang. Keep making those phone calls. Keep making those phone calls. And I want to thank all of you for all the phone calls that you've been making, all the emails, the trips to Jefferson City. Yeah, rodent and poopy head. That's right. I try really hard not to swear on Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast. So sorry, guys, about my juvenile language when I start saying, instead of saying the S word, I'll say stool sample or feces or flopsome, jetsam. I just pick an adjective, Let's see. I know it's a shame, and I get so angry. Yeah, and we do get angry, but turn that anger into something else. Turn it into a positive force to make phone calls, everyone. And Rizzo is probably more gun-friendly than Rowden. I agree with you, Casey Rich. I think he probably is. And Rizzo is a reasonable Democrat. We've talked to his aide yesterday, by the way. Maybe they're holding it so the opposition doesn't have time to coalesce, or it could be sheriff's or chief's opposition. Gabriel, anything's possible at this point. They may be holding it off for a reason, but the problem is Rowden isn't communicating with anyone. So if he's got a plan, he's not communicating it to Eric Burleson, the sponsor of the bill. So he needs to, and hang on, we got Jimmy D calling in again. Jimmy D, can you hear me okay? Jimmy, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, gotcha. You're live with me, of course, on YouTube. We got Jimmy D back, gang.
Well, I've been busy on the phones, as you might imagine.
Yep, gotcha.
I can tell you that my particular senator is probably the little gal there didn't want to listen to my rant, so basically she hung up on me. Paul Wieland is supposed to be a supporter of SAPA. I've got multiple phone calls into him right now asking him to call me back. I don't want to talk to an LA. even though, don't get me wrong, they do important work, and especially the ones we've dealt with in Burleson's office, they're great guys. But of course, and then I called my representative and got his LA, who is John Levanchi, and asked John if he couldn't have Shane run down there and say, listen, my office is starting to get calls about you guys not getting this done now. So I'm starting to work the representative side and get all of that those people down there to start screaming at them. So that's what I've been up to since I've been gone.
Gotcha. Well, I sent a text to Eric, and I have not heard back from him yet, but I actually, honest to God, I think Eric's time is way too valuable during a break to actually deal with me. And I think he would much rather go on live with me while the Senate is in session and be pulled out of the Senate and actually do a couple of minutes on, on speakerphone with me live.
Right. Patrick, let me ask you this question. Is there any way, and you're much more technical than I am, is there any way that, of course, when you try to get to Rowden's voicemail, I tried that too, of course, it's full still. Is there any way that the word can be gotten to Rowden's that he is literally getting crucified right about now, and he really ought to pay attention to what's going on, because there are some citizens who are literally hunting for him. You know what I mean?
Yep. Okay, gotcha. I'll tell you what, gang. Everyone listening to us right now.
Call, Patrick. I'll be back.
Okay, gotcha. All right, no problem. Okay. I think Jimmy D was getting an important call. It probably was from someone at the Senate. Guys, I have an idea based on what Jimmy said. Actually, it was Jimmy's idea. When you guys call up your senators, let them know there's a live stream on YouTube right now concentrating on Senator Caleb Rowden. And they could join the live stream and come in and listen and hear what the people and what you guys type in here. So Rowden is familiar with the fact that people in Missouri are getting upset with him. So not only can he get that from senators and get it from his own voicemail and his own email, he can get it live on YouTube as well. So let's start an effort to call our senators, let them know that there is a live stream dedicated to Senator Caleb Rowden currently going on the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast. Tell them to get on YouTube, get on the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast. And so at any rate, if you guys wouldn't mind, start doing that. And hopefully we can get a senator or someone come in here. Maybe we can get Rowden himself in, like we did with crab cakes. M. Gabriel says, or Burleson is not discussing what he may know about what's going on. That's possible. Gabriel, that is possible. The comment on the floor last night and this morning both seem to indicate that SAPA may not hit the floor before the end of the session. And that's why we're making all these phone calls, Gabriel. That's why we're doing it. Because the people have spoken very loudly in the House. And that is evidence of this is the co-sponsorship. The co-sponsorship is something that the state of Missouri has never seen before, that many co-sponsors on a bill before. That is the people's house. So people did call up their representatives and want this bill. Now it's in the Senate. So basically, and there's no co-sponsorship that can happen in the Senate on a House bill. So we can't do it that way. We do it by phone calls, emails, visits, and any way we can do it. But if you guys want to call up your senators, your representatives, let them know, hey, listen, there's a live stream on YouTube right now dedicated to Senator Caleb Rowden. And please do let Senator Rowden know that we're talking about him live on YouTube. And if he's a narcissist, which I suspect he is, he'll probably want to come in and see what people are saying about him, or at least get one of his office workers in. So let's go ahead and start moving in that direction as Jimmy had recommended. Let's do it. And in fact, I should probably figure out a way to get this live stream in our Facebook posts. So give me a second, guys. You can see me work here while I'm doing it. Talking about him live. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and copy. And let's go to Facebook and let's plant it in all the Second Amendment sites we have that Chimichanga is sub to. Missouri Second Amendment Group. Hey guys, good podcast going on here. Be sure to partake. And let's see, that's Missouri Second Amendment Group and then Second Amendment Missouri. Let's let them know about our podcast, our live podcast. But let's not stop there, gang. Let's go to the Missouri Legislative Review and let them know. And then we go to Open Carry, Missouri. We got a lot of friends there. Paste. There we go. And let's see. Gun Owners of Missouri. Paste. And that's about it, gang. Well, with any luck, we'll get some more people joining the live podcast now. And let's see. And let's keep the focus on Senator Rowden. Let's let our senators and our representatives know that Senator Caleb Rowden, we just don't know how to pronounce his name at this point. It looks like Rowden. So maybe we should stop calling him Senator Rowden at this point. But let's let the Senate know that there is a live stream in his honor right now, and we're asking questions. And we want those questions answered, and since his voicemail box is full, guys, it's the same setup we had with crab cakes. I'm sorry, Senator Huff. It's the same issue we had with Huff. Let's go ahead and see what we can do with Rowden. Let's see if we can get these guys to come on, and we can also let Schatz know. Hey, Schatz, your boy Rowden, we're talking about him. I mean, if you're interested in what the people of Missouri think about what's going on here, and we've got questions. Honest to God, we've got questions. We want them answered. Why is SAPA not hitting the floor? So, Rowden, it's time to man up here and let us know. Number one, were you paid off? Number two, is it an ideological thing where you're anti-Second Amendment? Number three, is Schatz putting pressure on you not to let this on the floor? It's something. I mean, we don't know. I mean, come in and tell us. Let's see if we can get some answers, gang. Let's make those phone calls. We need to let, the senators know now that Rowden is on the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast live on YouTube. And I will keep this thing going, gang. Let's keep it going. And then when the Senate comes back on live again, we'll go ahead and go back to the Senate feed. And we'll just keep it going today. You guys can listen to the Senate. I realize, by the way, SAPA is on an informal calendar. It can come up at any time. Anytime. So that's a strong possibility. Let's see. I am now texting my rep, Jared Taylor. And by the way, what's one of the great things about Missouri is I have a great working relationship with representatives and senators in the state of Missouri. And I have a lot of their personal cell phone numbers. That is true government. That's true accountability. If in your state you can't get your the cell phone number for your senator or your representative, I don't think you have true representation there. My guys actually care about what my opinion is. Senator Burleson cares about my opinion. Jared Taylor cares about my opinion. They'll give me time to air my grievances with the Missouri government. So if you guys don't have that, you need to make sure that you vote your folks out in whatever state you're in. Another question, is he George Soros funded? That's a good question. And by the way, that's a legitimate concern. That's not even in gist. We do, what was that, Moms Against Violence or something like that? The red shirts that were running around last year? They were funded by George Soros. The anti-gun movement. If anyone remembers the name of that movement, please type it in, because actually my brain's not working today. But that was funded by George Soros. You are correct. And George Soros has done a lot of funding for Antifa and Black Lives Matter as well. So they're not necessarily anti-gun movements, but they're certainly anti-government movements. So, yeah, George Soros. Is he funding Caleb Rowden? I mean, I don't know. Let's let Rowden know that we're on live, and that we'd like him or one of his LAs to come in and start talking with us. We need answers. We, the people of Missouri, demand answers. We're not requesting anything of you, Senator Rowden. We're demanding. We need answers as to why you're not putting SAPA on the floor. You better communicate with somebody pretty quick here. You know, we're doing the best we can to provide all avenues of communication to Senator Caleb Rowden. All avenues to answer to the people of Missouri why he's doing what he's doing. So let's keep the lines of communication alive and open for Senator Caleb Rowden. And he may be in meetings right now too, but it may be in his best interest to get out of those meetings and start answering to the people of Missouri here who want this bill, who have done everything humanly possible to let every single representative and senator know they want this bill. And yet we're still fighting for it at this late hour. And sir, you're letting feral hog bills get time on the Senate floor. Shame on you. SAPA comes before feral hogs, sir. Second Amendment is more important than the nomenclature of what a wild boar is once it gets out of its cage. Shame on you, Senator. Shame on you. You know, I don't know. I mean, maybe he's got a plan to release it today or tonight or something. We don't know. Hopefully you guys are keeping the phone calls going. Let's keep the phone calls going. And sorry about the Jerry Lewis telethon thing going on right now, but we need to make sure the phone calls continue. So anything we can do to make sure that they're on. And by the way, I know senators are getting frustrated with the phone calls. If there's any senators watching or representatives watching right now, I am sorry. I'm not the only one that's encouraging people to make phone calls, but I am one of them. And I am very sorry, but we don't know what else to do to get Rowden to move. His voicemail box is full. He's not responding to emails. He's not taking visitors in his office that want to talk about SAPA. His LA is not talking about SAPA. It says he literally doesn't know what Rowden's position is or what he's doing. There's no communication. There's no communication here. So senators and representatives, if you happen to be watching this right now, or if you come in and watch, please understand, we're trying to get to Senator Caleb Rowden, and we have no other avenues that we know of. We're trying to get through to this man to find out why SAPA is not on the floor of the Senate. It needs to be on the floor of the Senate right now, not tomorrow, not Friday. Okay, hang on, guys. Jimmy D's calling back. Jimmy D.
Hey, I'm sorry I had to leave so abruptly.
Oh, that's okay.
I don't know if I'm live or not. I'm going to assume that I am. That was my representative's office calling back. That's Shane Rowden.
Okay.
And his LA, who is John Levanchi, explained the situation to him, and he assured me that he would notify Representative Rowden about what was going on, to see if he couldn't lend a hand somehow in getting this expedited.
Did you let them know about the live stream?
I got to say one thing right here, Patrick, that my representative, Shane Rowden, and his LA, John Levanchi, these guys have been SAPA supporters from day one. They are salt of the earth people. Now I've got, a rep going over there, hopefully trying to get things straightened out. So there you go. John, if you're listening, I gave him the, where to go to watch this live in real time.
Okay.
So if you're listening, John, thank you for all of your efforts. You're always there for us. Whenever I call your office, you are a stand-up stellar guy, without a doubt.
Yep, I was just explaining to the audience here while you were on the phone that I actually have the personal cell phone numbers of my representative and senator, and I can call them or text them at any time with any problems I have or any issues I have with what's going on in legislation up there, proposed bills, anything of that nature, amendments, and they will take my texts, they will take my calls. They may not get back to me that instant, but they always do, and that is true representation. I have almost real-time access to my representation in the state of Missouri. And if you guys who are listening right now, who are in different states, if you don't have that level of communication with your representation, there's something seriously wrong. You need to get rid of that guy and put someone in who will communicate. This guy, Rowden, has a lot to answer for right now. We're giving him an avenue right now, a communications avenue on a live stream on YouTube to actually explain to the people why he's holding on to the SAPA bill. And he is holding on to it tightly. And by the way, I'm not getting any information right now. Nothing. So I doubt that Eric Burleson even knows what Rowden's intentions are right now. So once again, guys, as you call up your senators and representatives, let them know about the live stream on the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast, so that it's happening right now in real time, and we will continue this telethon. And Voodoo said, thank you, Jimmy D, by the way, for your report.
I saw that up on the screen, Patrick, and tell Voodoo, you're more than welcome, but I hate to admit this, but I am doing this purely, well, not purely, but for primarily selfish reasons. I want to keep my Second Amendment rights. As a matter of fact, I'm going to keep my Second Amendment rights. I don't care what kind of crap they hand down. I will see to it that I keep my Second Amendment rights.
Well,
God gave me that permission slip. I don't need them to do it.
Well, what we're fighting for right now is so that men don't try to enforce laws that are created against the Second Amendment. That's essentially what it comes down to. Anti-commandeering doctrine. I mean, we could go into that, but this crowd here already knows all about that. But is so that we have a basic understanding in the state of Missouri that when they try to grab guns in D.C., it doesn't apply to us. And that the federal government will have to come in with their own people to try and take away our guns. And that is not a wise move on their part. However, if we don't have the Second Amendment Preservation Act, then all of our men and women in law enforcement in the state of Missouri are unfortunately obligated to enforce federal law. And so that's a whole lot more people to worry about.
And creates an extremely dangerous situation for our law enforcement. See, what people don't understand is if an order comes down from the feds and we don't have a law like SAPA in place to curtail that, then basically our law enforcement is forced into a situation whereby they might have to enforce, say, a red flag law. Okay? Well, that's a dangerous situation because you know there are going to be people out there who are not going to agree with something like a red flag law, and bad things could happen.
Yep. Well, the goal remains the same, gang. Anything we can do to put pressure on Senator Rowden right now would be helpful. And that includes everything up to calling up your representative. And I am sorry, any representatives that are, getting calls now, but we're desperate. We don't know what else to do. Rowden is stopping the most popular bill the state of Missouri has ever seen from even seeing floor time in the Senate. Right before the clock ticks away to nothing, literally for the end of the legislative season.
Hey, TC?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd necessarily apologize to those representatives, okay? They're in elected office. This is their electors, the people who actually voted for them, calling them and asking them for help. That is the role of government. Government is supposed to help, not do what Senator Rowden, excuse me, is doing. So I don't feel sorry for the representatives. Help us, man. We need your help.
No, they're supposed to serve us. What comes to mind is, hey, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Yeah.
Okay, so actually we don't need their help. We need them to serve us. They are literally there to serve us. They're our servants. We've elected them to.
I understand. You took it a little out of context. You know what I was trying to say.
I know. I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist. Anytime I can bring up, we're from the government and we're here to help, I bring it up.
Absolutely.
Yep. So let's keep making those phone calls, everybody. Let's keep making them. Go through the list of senators. Call each and every one of them. And I know that is an unpopular thing. I've been asked to not do that and to not encourage others to do that. But, gang, I'm having to go above and beyond here. We need to call every senator, every single one of them, even the Democrats.
And the representatives.
And the representatives.
Let them serve us.
Yep.
Let them serve us.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe, just as much time should be spent on the representatives now because we can't seem to get it done. Maybe if there's pressure coming from the entire Senate and, like a quarter of the House of Representatives, they need a sit out right in front of Rowden's office. Just completely congest the hallway so no traffic can move anymore and trap him in his office and just shut down the Senate until he decides to release SAPA. I don't know what else to do.
Well, honestly, I'm kind of glad I'm not in Jefferson City. I'd probably be sitting in jail now.
Yeah.
I'd have to say something, Patrick. You know that.
Yep.
Get out on the Senate floor with no permission, no nothing, saying, "Let's hear SAPA" from the balconies.
Yep. I know. Just shout from the balcony, "SAPA, SAPA, SAPA."
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Holy crap, man! If we were there, you know what? Honest to God, I hate to say this, gang, but if Jimmy and I were there right now, we'd probably be doing just that. Literally until security came and took us away.
Which would be about 2 nanoseconds.
Oh,
you're probably right.
Hang on a second. I will says, spoke with an assistant at Senator Bill White's office. I will. Will you tell us how that conversation went? Was it positive? Did you let them know about the live stream at all so they could tell Senator Rowden about the live stream?
I'm sorry, Patrick. Who are you talking to?
I will is typing in. He said that he spoke with an assistant at Senator Bill White's office. Remember, Bill White is the co-chair of the committee? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, Jimmy and I know a lot more of these senators and what they do than we should. We've spent a lot of time talking to these guys.
Well, yeah, it's just, and guys, don't. Well, here, I got two kind of words here. Don't feel bad that Patrick and I know all these guys. That's just sheerly from repetition. But I would like to encourage you all to get to know all of these guys as well as we do, at least their functions and yada, yada, yada. We need more citizenry involved in government. Otherwise, government runs amok.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. And the very fact, in fact, once this is all over, I'm going to actually probably end up spending some time with my senator and my rep. I want to talk to them anyway about some other things. I have a really good idea that needs to be done. Jared Taylor, unfortunately, is on his very last 2 years right now, his very last term. And I need to talk to him because, I have some things I want to discuss with him. And by the way, I would like to take this opportunity right now to tell everybody how wonderful Burleson, Senator Eric Burleson, and Jared Taylor, Representative Taylor, have been to me and have entertained me on all my shenanigans and have actually lent an ear to anything I've had to say. And that's true representation.
I will ditto that comment. I will. I'm right there with you, and you know this, TC.
Yep. So if you guys don't have a relationship like that with your state senator and your state rep, develop one. And if they don't let you to develop one because they're too narcissistic, or they're a sociopath, or they literally just don't care about you because they're more caring about people who have paid for their campaign, then you know what to do. You know what to do about that.
And might I suggest you get to know your local sheriff just as well.
We just lost you, Jimmy.
I said, might I suggest you get to know your local sheriff just as well? I have a really good rapport with my local sheriff, who happens to be Dave Marshak here in Jefferson County.
Mm-hmm.
And, man, I can call Dave, and it may not be a couple days later, but he will call me back. So that's where you need to be.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, my relationship with my sheriff is a bit strained. So, I may be running for his position here pretty soon. That'll be Sheriff TC.
Awesome. I love it. I love it. Sheriff TC, cleaning up the Wild West.
Yep, cleaning it up. Yep, unfortunately, I have a sheriff that was totally 100% against SAPA and was very vocal about doing so with some very stupid reasons, honestly, that had nothing to do with SAPA legislation. They had to do with jurisdiction and jurisprudence. These are things that are handled in other ways, but he blames SAPA for these problems. And but once again, he is tied into the Missouri Sheriff's Association. So the corruption is there. Voodoo Queen said, "Where do I send bail money?" She's egging us on to go there to the gallery and start going, SAPA, SAPA.
We need one of those great big banners, TC, that we can stretch across that upper railing that says SAPA. Man, I am almost tempted to jump in the old beater again and whip my butt back up there.
Yeah.
Just to do something like that.
Yep. Well, you know what, though? It would be a pretty short visit, as you know, because we'd be whisked away by the...
Well, the thing of it is, we're not interrupting the Senate. All we're doing is hanging a banner from the top railing there that says SAPA on it. We're not interrupting. We're not yelling out. We're not, speaking out of turn. We're not doing any bad things. We're just merely hanging a sign.
Yep. We need it to be a nice long sign so we can stretch it in between those beautiful marble pillars that block your view.
Oh, God, I know.
Yep. Okay. M. Gabriel says senators should each represent one and only one country. County. Yeah, actually, that's it's not my idea. Free American Press and I had an interesting conversation. I'll get into a podcast about that later. Gabriel, when it happens, you'll see what we're talking about. But basically, that's what I was talking about, having a conversation with Jared about. New legislation needs to be entered in for next year for the Senate to start representing counties instead of representing population. We already have population represented by the House of Representatives. And in the U.S. Senate, each state has 2 senators. And it has nothing to do with population. It has to do with borders. So we need to have that same level of representation in the state of Missouri. And that would prevent concentration of power in the cities, on the Senate side. They'll still have their power in the House.
That's an exceptionally great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck getting it passed, though, getting it through.
Well, yeah, but it still doesn't deal with corrupt senators. So, we still need to deal with that. But it is what it is. I mean, we're doing what we can do. And if anyone is on from Jefferson City, any LAs, any representatives, any senators chime in, we would absolutely love to talk to you. We're trying to get a hold of Senator Caleb Rowden, we're not sure of his last name, that is. We are sure that he is stalling on SAPA. That's one thing we are sure of, and we want to know why. And we're giving him an opportunity to come on live on YouTube through the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast and explain to the people of Missouri why he's holding on to this bill. The people of Missouri want it. The people of his district want it. The only people that don't seem to want it are the Missouri Sheriff's Association, half of the sheriffs of Missouri, and apparently some senators. But the people want it. And this is, once again, representative government. So the people are not being represented anymore. It appears that the Missouri Sheriff's Association and federal money is more important to some of our representation, including our sheriffs, than the constituents they serve. This is a problem that will have to be solved.
Just for your information, TC, when I was speaking with John Levanchi at Representative Shane Rowden, now, please do not confuse Representative Shane Rowden with Senator Caleb Rowden. Please don't make that confusion. The last names are similar. But I had asked John if he would spread the word that there is currently a live stream going on about SAPA, and he said that he would do all that he can. So once again, John, I love you, man. You're a great guy.
Yep, he sounds like a good guy. And it sounds like you can actually talk to him. And hopefully he is taking, in fact, what I'm asking everyone to do, when you make the phone calls, tell them to drop everything else. There is nothing they should be doing right now other than literally getting a hold of Rowden. That is their only goal. They serve you. If the people want, the senators to drop everything else and go after Rowden, if your representatives are told that's what they should do, if they are truly servants of the people. That's what we elect them to be, is our servants, not our masters. They don't tell us what we want. They're supposed to actually represent us in what we want. And we want SAPA. The people of Missouri have spoken loud and clear. Year after year after year, we're stymied. And we're put off, we're put in a dark corner, we're stalled, the government closes down, we get vetoed, and yet this is what the people want. And it's 100% constitutional. 100%. So apparently, Senator Caleb Rowden doesn't want a constitutional bill passed. By the way, PDMP, unfortunately, did go through. That went through in the House. Once again, that'll take some explaining. I'm going to have to do an interview directly with Jared on that one. Jared has the inside scoop of how they got that through the House. Jared is not happy about this, by the way. And unfortunately, it is going to the governor's desk for signature, PDMP. Also, the gas tax from Senator Schatz. His gas tax went through. And so, unfortunately,
I can't think of anybody who needs any more taxes. Can you all?
Yeah, did you guys need more sales tax on your gasoline here in Missouri? Did you guys call up and ask for that gas tax? I suspect that people called up and said no to the gas tax. And somehow it got through. And once again, Jared Taylor knows exactly how it got through, and I'll have to talk to him about that. Really, I need to do about a 1-hour interview with Jared Taylor. And I'll probably end up setting up a different channel to continue on with this, because I've used and abused the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast quite a bit for stuff going on in the state of Missouri. And I thank you. Go ahead.
TC, everybody should be aware of that we are, you and I specifically, scheduled to do a fairly large radio show here out of St. Louis area tomorrow. We will be continuing to spread this very news through that radio show as well. We are in this fight to win this fight, and whatever it takes, as you all can see, we're pretty committed.
Yes, we are.
So hopefully we can get some more word out there to more and more people about who the good guys are, who really care about your constitutional rights, and the ones that are just up there to make a buck or, make their utopian fantasy world or whatever the heck they're involved in. So we're going to try to separate, to the best of our ability, the good guys from the bad guys.
Yep. So that is something that we will do here because we need to clean up our state here. You know, the old saying is clean up your own backyard. You know, you guys don't hear me, you know, talking about the federal government. And there's many reasons for that, but also, too, I do care about my state. But I also realize, and I'm a realist, I can't make change in D.C. These guys are too bought and paid for. But I can help to clean up my state. It's easier to get a state cleaned up than it is a federal government cleaned up. So we need to start cleaning up our state here in Missouri. We've never claimed that we're perfect. We have a lot of good things going on here, but apparently we also have some corruption in the halls of power. The two most powerful people in the Senate are Senator Dave Schatz and Senator Caleb Rowden. And unfortunately, those two are the ones who have been stalling SAPA. And we need to find out why. We need to find out why they're stalling and how they're doing it and what their motivations are. And for those of you listening in, please continue making your phone calls to your senators, your representatives, to continue putting pressure on Senator Caleb Rowden. That's the purpose of this live podcast. And as soon as the Senate goes live again, and we got a live feed, we'll go back to the live feed. And then that's when I will continue making my phone calls.
TC?
Yeah.
Perhaps you should extend an invitation to Senator Schatz and Senator Rowden to come on here and explain themselves.
Well,
is there some top secret thing going on that is preventing them from, passing the people's will, or are they just, looking after their own interests? We should have an open invitation to them to come on here. I doubt whether we'll see it, but I would love that conversation.
Yep, me too. And I'm looking forward to providing an avenue of communication for that conversation. So with the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast. So when you guys make your phone calls, be sure to let them know we are live on Truth, Money, and Freedom right now on YouTube. And we are definitely wanting to talk to these guys. And we want them to give them an opportunity to explain to all the people of Missouri why they're not giving the people of Missouri the Second Amendment Preservation Act, which is completely constitutional. So, yeah, we look forward to hearing from these guys. And we'll be very, very respectful if they come on. Very respectful.
Even Jimmy D will be respectful.
Even Jimmy D. Yep, and Casey Rich, I'm sure he'll be respectful. I'm sure he won't have a problem with that. Okay.
So,
Gotcha.
PP, are they? What time are they out till now?
I don't know. I honest to God don't know.
Okay.
So I'm at a loss for that one. I don't know. We've been going for 3 hours and 22 minutes, by the way. This is the SAPA Marathon, the SAPA Telethon, the SAPA Internetathon, whatever.
Once again, TC, I gotta say, man, you're an amazing dude. You really are. I'm proud to call you my friend. I've never seen anybody sacrifice so much to get something done, of their personal time. You're just an awesome dude, man.
Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And you too.
Wherever you want to put it.
You too. And hopefully we can make a difference. And I'd hate to think that all that, that time was wasted.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. So, once again, hopefully you guys are still making your phone calls, just call after call after call, going through the list of representatives and senators, asking them to put pressure on Senator Rowden to actually start moving on SAPA legislation today, not tomorrow, not Friday, but today, because he's definitely stalling this. Now, whether or not it's for a good reason or a bad reason, we don't know. We don't know. There's lack of communication here. But I do know that today is really the last practical day for getting it on the floor. After today, it becomes less and less likely that we can actually get this done, is what I mean by that. So it does have to happen today. And so, all right. Do you have any other thoughts about our visit to Jefferson City yesterday?
Are you speaking to me?
Yes.
Well, no. Other than, and I realize that the circumstances, which no one really can predict, okay, lend themselves to the fact. I was kind of disappointed yesterday. Now, mind you, I did get there late, so I didn't have the opportunity due to a vehicular breakdown to make the rounds with TC and the rest of the people in the very early hours. But I was disappointed from the standpoint that, unfortunately, I got there too late, and they were already in session. So that leaves you basically in a situation where you're unable to talk to anyone, and all you can do is sit and watch. So that's from my perspective, but there were extenuating circumstances involved in that perspective.
Yep, understood. And yep, we missed you there. That the first couple hours we were there. Casey, Rich, and I, went through the halls there and started working though. So yeah, that was a neat meet and greet. We got to meet Casey, Rich, and Casey. I'm sure you're still with us here. But that was really, really neat meeting up with you. That was really cool. And
yes, it's nice always to meet face to face and put a name or a face, I should say, with the name and all the comments that we've read of each other's over this time. And it was indeed a genuine pleasure meeting Casey Rich.
Yep. And then also too, I met up with a couple of guys from the Second Amendment groups on Facebook. So separate from Truth, Money, and Freedom, but they're in Second Amendment groups I'm in Facebook, or Timmy Chonga's in. So that was pretty cool too. In fact, I'll give you the guy's name. Okay, Jared says no new news, by the way. I just got a text back from Jared, my representative.
Voodoo writes in there, the motion was made until 2 p.m. Are you trying to tell us that they are coming back at 2 p.m.? Because if they are, they're late.
Keith Trimmel, that's the guy that I met up with, or came out yesterday from Facebook, the Second Amendment groups on Facebook. So it was nice to meet Keith as well. Okay, and until 2 p.m., meeting at 2 p.m. Well, you know what? We saw they started 20 minutes late, or actually 30 minutes late yesterday. They were supposed to start at 10, and they didn't start till 10:30. I'm going to refresh the audio here. Yep, there's still nothing there. I will make sure. Okay, there's still no audio coming out of the Senate, gang.
TC, I'd like to, let's see if John Levanchi from Representative Shane Rowden's office. Hey, if you're listening, man, just put a little blurb down in the comment.
Yep.
In the comments here.
Yep. Yeah, the first representative or senator that chimes in gets a free washer and dryer. Because we got some dirty laundry to take care of up in Jeff City.
You're a piece of work, brother.
Yeah. No, that could be misconstrued as as corruption here. They only came on because of the free washer and dryer. Yeah, and they are usually late. That's true. And by the way, if you've ever seen that process, if you've ever been up to the Capitol, Gabriel, there's a constant chime going off over and over and over again. Senators assemble. It's like they're the Avengers or something. Senators assemble. Roll call will begin in 5 minutes. And it's just, and by the way, it's in speakers no matter where you are in the Capitol. The only place I didn't hear it was a smoking room. Or did we hear it in the smoking room?
think it's piped in there.
Yeah, I think it is in the smoking room. And we got this massive Capitol in Missouri. You guys have seen pictures, and it's just there's like 1,000 offices in that building, like 1,000. Everyone's got an office, and some of the senators, some of them have pretty large offices. Representatives generally have the same size office as a senator, but it's split between two people. But the smoking room is like, oh, hang on, they're back on. Hang on. Did my audio turn off? They're back on. Gabriel, are they coming out of the Senate chamber? Where's the audio coming from, Gabriel, if you're hearing me? Wonder if it's the Senate lounge. No. Senate Committee Room 1? No.
He said that's a mistake, Patrick. They're not back.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right. Thank you for keeping watch, though. Much appreciated. Okay, for those of you joining us or just came in, or yeah, it's beer 30 over there. That's right. For those of you just joining us, the focus of our attention is Senator Caleb Rowden, and he is the representative of Boone and Cooper Counties, District 19. He is the majority floor leader. He holds the keys. He is the gatekeeper to getting SAPA legislation out on the floor in the Senate during this late hour. We have literally like 2.5 days left, but today is the day it needs to come out, guys. Honest to God, if it comes out tomorrow, I don't think they'll be able to finish it up. They'll have run out the clock. So, because remember now, this needs to go through a filibuster, amendments, debate, and all that in the Senate before they can vote it in and then send it back down to the House to get voted in. So, Senator Caleb Rowden is stalling, is running out the clock, and we don't know why. We're asking the questions. We would like him to get into the live stream here, or one of his LAs. Oh, Gabriel just started getting audio from yesterday's Senate Judiciary hearing on ghost guns.
Oh, another one of those stellar Constitution upholding piles of whatever coming out of the federal government, you mean, right?
Well, yeah, but there's two things to know about the Senate. Number two, they're really good at wasting time on really stupid stuff. But number one, more importantly, I think is just their ability to literally bore you. I meant really, really bore you. And actually talking about wild boars. Hopefully I'm still alive. Because I did have an OBS Studio hiccup here. It wasn't YouTube, it was OBS Studio. If you guys are still in there, give me a 5x5. Let me know that you're still hearing us okay, and that the stream is still working. We had an OBS Studio hiccup. As we continue our live, internetathon about Senator Caleb Rowden. Hopefully we have a senator or an LA come into the live stream here to let us know what's going on, because we want to know. Maybe in the Senate they're broadcasting Truth, Money, and Freedom live and just kind of listening to us, and they're sitting back listening in.
Yeah, I'm sure that's happening.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. Okay, gang. Hopefully we're still making phone calls. I wish we had a donate button so we could actually start sending money to Senator Caleb Rowden, so we could buy SAPA from him, so he can put it on the floor. I'm not sure that's his motivation, but if it were, You know, all he has to do is let us know that he wants money, and we'll find the money. We'll do it. Just let us know, Senator. Okay, 5x5 from Old Ager. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, sorry about that hiccup. I know there was a hiccup because I got a message from OBS, which is the software that I broadcast out of for YouTube, and it told me that it had disconnected, and then it reconnected about 5 seconds later. Okay, so remember now, as we call our senators and representatives, we don't have to be nasty or mean or anything else like that. We just keep calling them and, asking them to put pressure on Senator Caleb Rowden, and that nothing is more important than SAPA. Nothing. So it doesn't matter what they're working on. Drop it, please. Please, we elected you to serve us, and what we want is we want SAPA legislation on the Senate floor right now. And by right now, I mean literally right now. Let's keep those phone calls going, gang.
TC, when they left, when they went out of session, what was the last thing that they were covering?
Honest to God, I don't know because I was making my phone calls.
Okay.
Honest to God, I mean, I listened to like every 10th word. So, and when they come back in session, gang, if they're not doing SAPA, I will get right back on the phone and continue making phone calls. I'll carry it live. I'll carry the live stream, but I won't be listening a whole lot. Unless it's SAPA. And for those of you who are just joining us, please give us a like or a thumbs up. I don't ask you guys to do this very often, but please share this. If you guys have groups in Instagram or Facebook or anything like that, please let your friends know about this so we can spread the word and keep the internet-a-thon going until we have SAPA on the floor of the House, and then we'll carry that live as well. So those of you just joining us, give us a thumbs up. Please share a link to this video with anyone that you know that cares about their Second Amendment rights.
And anyone who might be listening in at the Capitol or viewing us, please drop us a comment. Let us know, if you can, what's going on up there.
Yep. Yeah.
In real time.
The final countdown says they said they'd be back at 2 p.m. I believe they probably said that, American man. The deal is they're always late. They're always late. So we saw that happen yesterday, as a matter of fact. 10 o'clock, they're sounding the alarms all over the Capitol for the Senate to assemble. And they kept doing it till 10:30 because they hadn't gotten everyone in there yet. Senators, assemble. Roll call in 5 minutes.
It's that drab kind of automated voice.
Yep.
Kind of.
And I think KC Rich is not listening in right now. I'm sure he'll be back, though. And by the way, again, a wonderful shout out to KC Rich, who actually made it to the Capitol yesterday. We got to meet him. Jimmy D and I got to meet him. We had a great time. It wasn't as productive as we'd hoped it would be because, like I said, everyone went into session. So we just went around and talked to LA's office assistants after that happened, and not a whole lot of that either. But we're doing everything we can. Everything we can. So give us a like, a thumbs up, and please share this video on any social media that you have. For anyone who likes the Second Amendment, please let them know about this. If you're in Missouri, we should be paying attention to this anyway. This is the most important legislation they had to deal with this year. With the one exception was the COVID bill. I think that was pretty important too, but I didn't I didn't do a whole lot of talking about that on Truth, Money, and Freedom. I didn't want to overwhelm the folks here with all kinds of Missouri bills and stuff like that. But this stuff is important. The Second Amendment Preservation Act, by the way, is very, very popular legislation, as you guys know. Montana already has it. Arizona has it. Arkansas is trying to get it. We're trying to get it. And then there's 14 other states trying to get it.
Yeah, the bad thing about this is Missouri started this whole affair, if you will. Thank you, Ron Calzone.
Mm-hmm.
And other states have been able to get it, but we can't. So I don't know. What's that say about our representatives? And, well, it passed the House hands down easy. But what's that say about our Senate?
Yeah.
There you go, folks.
Yep. Senator Rowden, hopefully you're with us, or someone from your office is with us. Please let us know why SAPA is being held back, why we're stalling on SAPA. No one seems to know. Let's get this figured out. Let's find out. Let's get... That's and once again, gang, I appreciate the fact you want to send emails and everything, but honest to God, I don't think at this late hour, and other people that are smarter than me may disagree, but I don't think emails are going to help at this point. I think it's a barrage of phone calls, real-time phone calls, filling up voicemails, talking to office assistants, and if you get lucky, talking to your representative or your senator, and stressing that you don't want them to work on anything else now. It's time for them to literally just put pressure on Rowden. Literally put pressure on him. That's it. And by the way, I should be saying on Schatz too, because Schatz probably has the ability to force Rowden to bring that bill out. So I'm going to put up Schatz's right now. By the way, Rowden, before I move, Rowden's phone number is 573-751-3931. And I'm going to go ahead and put that in here. As good as it.
Put up Senator Schatz's phone number as well.
I will. Okay, gang. There's Rowden's telephone number, because I am now switching the view to Senator Schatz. Okay. Now, I do believe he has the ability to force Rowden to do something. I think he does. And once again, smarter people than me may disagree with that. But if pressure came from Schatz to tell Rowden, hey, go ahead and do this, I think that is something that could happen. Okay, safety, sheriff's raises, etc. Missed the bill number. I'm not sure what that's about, Voodoo. Okay, Senate chamber, come on. Senators, assemble. I'm going to have the audio going for each and every room that they're in. Okay, I have the audio going for each and every one of them. I'm going to have the audio.
I will says that the lady that he spoke with was acting sympathetic, I guess you could say. I did say there was a YouTube live stream, but she wasn't acting like she was going to jump into action or help in any way. Well, whose office was that in, I will? Whose office were you talking to?
Yeah. And there's Schatz's phone number.
Beauty.
Yeah, I will. Gas price gouging in Richmond. Yep, we know about the gas price gouging going on right now. There's nothing we can do about that. But yeah, we are aware that that's probably going to start sweeping towards the Midwest here if they don't have that, that situation under control soon. I think Bill Gates went and hacked the pipeline or the gas line, whatever, to take, all the heat off of him for, everything he's been doing. I'm joking, of course. Bill Gates couldn't hack his way out of a paper bag.
TC, it's time you and I got us a tanker truck and headed east.
Yep. Yeah, we could make some money.
And we could then we could try to buy Senator Rowden's, get it on the floor.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I have Schatz displayed here, and the relationship is Schatz is the president of the Senate, or also known as President Pro Tem. And he has the ability, I believe, to literally walk over to Rowden's office and say, drop what you're doing, and it's time to put SAPA on the floor. I do believe he has the power to force Rowden to do that or to ask him to do that. I'm not sure what the relationship is. But I do know that Schatz is the president of the Senate, period. So he runs the Senate. So that must mean that he runs the majority leader. Actually the majority leader and the minority leader.
I'm going to disconnect with you, and I'm going to just try to call Schatz's office, so I'll see what happens.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, we'll talk to you in a bit, Jimmy.
All right.
All right, bye. Okay, that was the inestimable Jimmy D. And we are still trying to get SAPA on the floor in Missouri. We just want it on the floor. Get it on the floor. It's got plenty of support. So, and by the way, I do know we are expecting, once again, gang, SAPA to have some resistance on the floor when it does get on the floor in the form of stupid amendments that nobody wants and nobody asked for. Also for debating the actual bill, and also filibustering. In other words, Democrats just getting up and talking and talking and talking and talking to prevent it from going to a vote on the floor. You guys know what a filibuster is. So that's what we're doing. We're still just trying to get it on the floor. Last thing on before break. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I have all my audio going, I think. Yep, my audio is on. So whenever that goes live again, I should be able to hear it. Sorry for me smoking incessantly in front of you guys. I've got nerve problems going on right now with all this SAPA stuff, and every time I give up. No, in fact, I'm not going to do that joke on YouTube. Never mind. You guys have noticed I haven't made any videos about the beer flu. That is a one-way ticket to getting a strike or just getting your channel shut down. So that has to be reserved for later and on Odyssey and BitChute. I can't do videos about that stuff here on YouTube anymore. Otherwise, you just lose your channel. All right, does anyone have any news? Last thing on before break. So basically, Voodoo, where are you getting your information? Are you talking to someone in the Senate right now that's saying that they're about ready to come back or something? They're supposed to be back apparently 45 minutes ago. They're still not on. At least they're not. Hang on. They could be meeting right now, but they could have the audio turned off. So that could be what's going on here. So let's keep the pressure up, gang. Let's keep the phone calls going in. Once again, I'm just filling in the dark time in between going live in the Senate. When the Senate goes live again, I will mute my microphone and I will go back to making phone calls. And by the way, I'm going to switch over to the House of Representatives. I'm going to start calling representatives and asking them to go to Schatz's office. No. Actually, there's 5 more senators I want to call. And then I'll move on to House of Representatives. We'll keep it going, gang. This is the Internet-a-thon. Internet-a-thon. A new word here invented on Truth, Money, and Freedom on the 12th of May, 2021. Internet-a-thon. We are trying to get SAPA on the floor. Bill Gates couldn't climb out of a petri dish. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Isn't it strange how these just absolutely ideologically evil people tend to become so rich? It is strange. We should do a podcast on that sometime and talk about the mechanisms involved in that. How is it these sociopaths and psychopaths become so incredibly wealthy? And we're talking about, we're not talking millionaires here. We're talking centibillionaires. How is it people that mentally ill can make that much money? Okay, Jimmy D's calling back, gang. Hang on. Jimmy D, welcome back.
Okay, here's the scoop. Real time, just 2 nanoseconds ago. Rowden's phone is still full. His voicemail system is still full.
Okay.
Chat is going immediately to voicemail.
Okay, Schatz is going to voicemail.
That is correct.
Okay, so basically, people are calling Schatz now. And so, yeah, they're not picking up the phone in there. That's not good. That's not good. I'm not giving up hope, though. We'll keep working this, gang. We'll keep working this. We'll keep making these phone calls. And by the way, Schatz, yeah, he has the power to do this. But holy crap, call your own senator. Your own senator can walk right over to Rowden's office and start leaning on him and say, hey, listen, I am sick and tired of my constituents making me your keeper. Please put SAPA on the floor. Now, right now. Because that's all I'm getting in my phone calls. That's all I'm getting. That's what we want. We want senators frustrated and angry, not with their constituents, but with the fact that the leadership, the Republican leadership, is failing us right now in Missouri. Failing us. For what reason? We don't know. We don't even want to speculate about that at this point. We just want them to put SAPA on the floor. Get it on the floor. Go ahead.
TC, I see where I Will has made a comment that people have made threats toward Rowden and his family. I'd like to know where he obtained that information.
Okay. Not cool and not productive. We need to be putting a lot of this energy into praying about this getting through. Hang on. I will. Thank you for that information. However, I want you to know that that is not coming from us. I don't know where that's coming from. I joke a little bit, and I give them new last names and everything, or give them nicknames, but I have never asked anyone on Truth, Money, and Freedom to ever threaten any senator or any representative. That's not in my nature. Threaten them over their job, yes. We're going to vote them out of office. We'll find a way to get them out of office, but threats on his family, no, not cool.
Yeah, and it's not coming out of this channel.
No.
Never really have I heard anybody, even in the comment section or anything, make a physical threat on somebody. That's not what we're about.
No.
We're about, them just doing the job that they were put in office to do. And if they're not doing that, yes, we'll talk about doing everything we can to remove them, but nobody would ever physically threaten anybody. That's craziness there.
Yep. And by the way, I believe in the power of prayer. And I did ask for people to help us by praying. Those that are not making phone calls, or even if you are making phone calls, this is actually quite important because of the stuff that's happening in D.C. That's how important this stuff is. Oh, Amir has chimed in. That's a status he put on regards to threads. Not cool at all. Threats. Okay, where is this information coming from, guys? If I have really missed it. Is this like a Facebook thing or something to do with Twitter maybe? Or I'm at a loss.
Yeah, I don't remember reading anything that would be construed as any kind of a threat other than, getting them removed from office.
Yep.
And then Gabriel saying no physical threats. I don't know if he's telling people not to make physical threats or if he's saying that there weren't any. I don't know.
Yeah, no physical threats have come from Truth, Money, and Freedom at all. Yeah, we've been a little bit juvenile in our approach when we joke around and we give them new names and we talk about the possibility of them being corrupt, but there has never been a physical threat. I challenge anyone to find where I've made a physical threat to anyone because it's not in my nature. It's not in my nature to even really joke about that. But yeah, threats about campaigning against them, I make those threats all the time, and I stick to them as well. That's a Twitter status Caleb put on. Okay, so it came from Twitter. Thank you, Amir.
So obviously, then Rodent knows that he is being attacked, and so he may be using that leftist tactic whereby you overstate, or make up.
Well, that's how
to put on there to make us look bad.
Yeah, apparently the Second Amendment folks are violent people that are threatening Rowden bodily harm and threatening his family. That's the narrative here.
True.
Yeah, well, no, that's the narrative is what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could actually, gosh darn it, Amir, I'm on Facebook, so let me see. Or not Twitter, I mean. Let's see if I can find him on Twitter.
Yeah, TC, if you can find him on Twitter, I would put up an adamant rebuttal to that statement. If he's claiming that, anybody here is making bodily physical threats, he's lying, because that doesn't happen here. You still there, TC?
Yeah, I'm looking up. I think this is him. Oh, hang on. This is his personal account. Darn it.
Amir says just click on that link, TC. So I guess it's his personal account where he made this statement?
Yeah, actually, Amir, let me see what I can do to make you a mod or something so you can put links in.
That link is not showing up, Amir, because TC needs to make you a mod or something, so you're able to do that.
Caleb Rowden. Dang it. I'm trying to find him. Oh, he's a senator. Missouri vote.
TC, can you just make Amir a mod so he can get that?
Yeah, I got to figure out how to do that real quick. Give me a second here.
Okay. I mean, you made me a mod. That was a big mistake on your part.
Okay, Amir, congratulations. You are a mod on Truth, Money, and Freedom. If you could post the link to his Twitter account again.
telling you that you're on it, TC.
Yep.
So you're going to have to scroll back and find that statement.
No, he has to repost it again. It looks to you on your side, Amir, like you posted a link, but it did not come through because you're not a mod. So if you could post the link one more time so we can actually see it. And now that you're a mod, you should be... There we go. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thanks, Amir. Thanks.
Copy. Okay, we're getting there, gang. We're getting there so we can all see it in real time. Okay, Caleb Rowden. I'm disappointed in the tone and demeanor of my interactions, including threats against me and my family related to bills of interest at the end of this Missouri legislative session. Civility and respect must exist alongside the passion for principled political cause. We can and must do better. Let's see. Midwest Mom says, Caleb, we don't agree on much of anything, but threats are absolutely unacceptable. Let me offer you this. The GOP is imploding, and there's a dangerous element in the party that you are now experiencing firsthand. Time for us to stand up and do what's right. This is distressing on multiple levels. Oh, from Kirsten Bowen. This is distressing on multiple levels, and I'm sorry to hear about the disrespect and threats. Reading this thread, I also see that why, as a constituent, unable to reach you by phone or in the office phone today. Laura B says, I've been trying to call the office all morning as well. This is not new behavior. It's just directed at you, says Sue. Senator Denny Hoskins says, I agree with you, Caleb. It's one thing to disagree. It's another thing to threaten your family. Let's maintain some civility. I would like proof of those threats.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. I'd like to see him. Come on, bring it out here. Show it to us all. Just the mere fact that we called you a rodent, I wouldn't call that a threat, dude.
Well, I guess, hang on. Laura B. is basically saying this is coming from Aaron Doerr's folks at the Missouri Firearms Coalition. She says the Door Bros are extremist charlatans. They will turn their riled up base on literally anyone. So maybe they're by the way, she's not saying it's coming from there, but she's suggesting it. She says, can I make a suggestion, Senator? Don't work with any of these clowns. Their hate is loud, but it's easy to shut them down. Do what's best for the people of Missouri, not the bullies encouraging their supporters to harass you. Well,
there's a leftist tactic for you.
Yep, because once again, gang, and by the way, I want you all to know something, and it's very important. I do not condone any threats of any kind to anyone. That is not Embley Post. That is not Truth, Money, and Freedom. I'm a libertarian, and a lot of people who follow Truth, Money, and Freedom are volunteerists or anarchists. Bodily harm or threatening bodily harm to anyone else is anathema to what I am about. I'm also a Christian. But putting pressure on him to do the right thing, the people of Missouri have spoken. They want this bill. He is holding it back, and now he's complaining about the threats that people are making, supposedly, because he is holding it back. And now, as you see on his Twitter account, he has made this about, basically, he's being threatened now. Now the narrative has changed. It has nothing to do with SAPA. It's the fact that he and his family are being threatened. This is a leftist tactic. Go ahead.
Do you have a Twitter account?
I do.
Okay. Perhaps you and Amir should ask him to show proof of these threats.
Okay.
And just say, we're not buying it. As a whole, the Second Amendment community certainly is not a violent community. Mm-hmm. So show me proof. Show me this as proof. Show me the proof of this.
Okay, gotcha. I got to put the phone down for a second, but I'm going to type that out right now. So you guys can watch this in real time.
That information, by the way.
Yes, thank you, Amir.
Wonderful job. And Amir, if you could type in here, did you bother to answer him in any way, shape, or form? I mean, did you put up a rebuttal to that statement? Something to the effect that, generally as a whole, Second Amendment people are some of the most non-violent people on the planet, Says, Gabriel, okay, never mind. I would ask him, but I do not have your account. His account is open to the public. Okay, I see.
Okay, I just wrote Senator Rowden.
Oh, real quick, Patrick, someone's calling me. Hang on.
Okay, all right, we'll talk to you in a bit. Okay, Jimmy had a phone call come in. So I just wrote, gang, you can actually read this here in real time. Senator Rowden, I'm sorry to hear that you're being threatened. It is not acceptable for threats to come from Second Amendment supporters. However, what is the status of SAPA? I have been calling your office for 1 week, emailing as well, no response. I can't make a longer message, guys. It's Twitter. So I am officially putting in a reply from the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast. And I should put one more in there with a link to our live video. Did I do that link from studio before? Gosh darn it. Internetathon. I should put one more in. Internetathon, gang. Yeah, I need to be Twitter. There we go. All right, now it's got a link directly to our video here. Okay, and let me read your stuff here. Yes, that's the one. And thank you again, Amir, for this. Are the threats our mom's false flag threats? Gabriel, good question. I'd ask him, but I do not have a Twitter account. His account is open to public, so that's how I found out about it. When I contacted him via email, I asked him in the most polite way a few days ago to do anything in his power to help SAPA pass. Rowden looks like he is a sissy. Old Ager says. Oh, hang on, Jimmy D's calling back, gang. Welcome back, Jimmy D.
Yes, I just wanted to report to you all out there that phone call was from a gentleman by the name of John Levanchi. He is the LA to my representative, Shane Rowden. Apparently what just happened is John explained the situation to Shane, and one of his constituents was asking for his help, and apparently Shane nodded his head in compliance and took off toward the Senate. So he's going over there to find out what's going on. Now, I want to say a special thank you. I mean, come on, guys. What kind of representative, when you call up there and you ask them for help or service, they do exactly what you want that fast? These guys are amazing. Amazing.
Yep, I agree. And that is wonderful. And, like I said, for those of you who say, oh, Missouri is just all corrupt. No, it's not. We do have really, really good people here, but unfortunately, we have what appears to be corruption with Schatz and Rowden. And that's what it looks like anyway. Once again, I am looking at Caleb. By the way, for everyone to see here live, right here, right now, Caleb Rowden's, Twitter. And does he use this social media platform to explain to the people of Missouri why he is not letting SAPA on the floor? No. What he does is he goes on here and complains about threats against him and his family. And of course, setting up an
verified at all,
which haven't been verified, which basically he's suggesting, he's changing the narrative. It's not about SAPA anymore. It's about Second Amendment people are violent. They're making threats against me and my family. Well, Senator, first off, I'm sorry that's happening to you. If please show the proof of this. But even if it is true, what's going on with SAPA? The most popular bill the state of Missouri has ever seen before. More co-sponsors than any other bill, more phone calls than any other bill, more emails than any other bill, and dare I say, more visits to the Capitol than any other bill.
Is anybody typing what you just said, that question in there, and trying to counter him, trying to change the narrative? And that's exactly what he's doing. That's a leftist tactic. Are you sure this guy's not a Democrat?
Yeah, I don't. It's a leftist tactic. There's no doubt about it. That's to turn himself into a victim. So that is a leftist tactic. I'll say that. But is he saying anything about SAPA legislation? The answer is no. In fact, some people are not sympathetic to the attacks on him. So basically, and I'm sympathetic. If those threats are real, and I didn't mean to say attacks, I meant to say threats. If those threats are real, then shame on those people. That's not how we do business. That's not how you get things done. In fact, that's how you slow things down and prevent them from happening at all. So what I'd like to say here is, first of all, hopefully, everyone in Truth, Money, and Freedom, we treat these guys with respect no matter what. Yeah, we joke around a little bit, we give them nicknames and stuff, but we do not threaten. If we threaten at all, we threaten to make sure that they can never get elected again, as we expose them for corruption. Like, you guys understand what I mean. But the fact of the matter is, this is really, really sad. I'm telling you, we're looking at a thread here, and we're not seeing anything about SAPA, only about how he's being threatened. He and his family are being threatened.
Has anybody on Twitter questioned his narrative there?
No.
Has anybody challenged him?
No.
Okay.
Except for me. No, I didn't question. I didn't ask for evidence. People are basically saying, I agree. The tone must be civil. Physical threats are outrageous. That's the kind of responses we're getting here. I have put in, Senator Rowden, I'm sorry to hear you're being threatened. It is not acceptable for threats to come from any Second Amendment supporters. However, what is the status of SAPA? I've been calling your office for a week, emailing as well. No response.
And may I suggest you punch in there or add to it, are you simply trying to change the narrative here, Senator Rowden?
Okay. All right, gang. I had to put the phone down so you guys won't be able to hear Jimmy D very well at all. I have no way to have the microphone or the phone up to the microphone when I'm typing. Okay, so... Okay, how about this? Oh, hang on. Okay, we'll try this. Senator Rowden, can you please give us a status on SAPA? You seem to be using your social media account to claim victim status. Let's try to be productive and let everyone know what your intentions with SAPA are. How's that sound?
It sounds great. I would have kind of called him out. I have a sneaking suspicion that this is just a narrative change, like you said before, TC, where he's trying to make himself out the victim. So now I got to go run to my safe space, and I don't have to answer any questions because I'm scared.
Yeah.
So that's just my thought on it. I've seen it pulled too many times on the left side here. So maybe this guy ought to seriously consider changing his Republican status to a Democrat.
Yeah. Okay, gang. You guys have, and by the way, if you guys need it, let me know. Caleb Rowden's Twitter account. If you guys want to type in, if you have a Twitter account and want to type in and actually talk to the senator, apparently this is the only way we're going to be able to get through to him. And he has been active as of 10:27 a.m. today to let us know that someone's threatening him and his people are threatening him and his family. So he chimed in to let us know that, but he didn't chime in to let us know what he's doing with SAPA. Once again, the most popular legislation to ever hit the Missouri legislature. He's not using his social media to let us know what he's doing with that. So he just is complaining about the threats. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. Let me read a few of your comments. Senator's trying to shut us down, trying to get us all arrested because we are fighting for our freedom. This is from Final Countdown. It's all a Donald Trump tactic, just the way they did at the Capitol. Will says 5 by 5. Final Countdown, yes, it slows way down. The whole idea why he did it. So, yep. Okay, if you guys need access, if you need I'm just going to do it. Here, I'll get the Twitter for Caleb Rowden, once again in our chat. Those of you who have Twitter can talk to him about these threats and ask him what's going on with SAPA. Just like calling up senators and representatives, now we can get a hold of Caleb Rowden directly in his timeline in Twitter. Let's use every avenue we have, folks. Yep, and once again, totally unacceptable. Threats against him and his family, totally unacceptable. Not Embley Post, not the way Second Amendment folks operate by far and large. Once again, I will say that someone is suggesting this is coming from Aaron Doerr's organization. I saw Aaron Doerr yesterday, by the way. But once again, there's no evidence of this because he's not posting this evidence. This is coming from Laura B. And so basically a Democrat tactic, basically saying, that it invalidates all of Aaron Doerr's work. Now, if Aaron Doerr's folks are sending threats to Caleb Rowden, then shame on them. Don't do it.
Yes, but I want to see somebody copy and paste these threats to this Twitter feed. I want to see evidence of this because I'm just not buying it.
Yep. So, yeah. I don't know what else to say. I mean, he's not posting any evidence of that. He's just making the claim that he is getting threats and his family's getting threats as well. And I wonder if that's what's holding up the Senate. Is now they're having meetings about him being threatened. Well, just put the bill out, Senator. This whole thing ends if you put the bill out. Do the right thing. This is what the people of Missouri asked you to do in the first place. Let's get this bill out. And by the way, I'm not condoning any bad behavior here. I'm not.
No, let make it emphatically clear that anyone that we associate with or is included in this channel chat, threats of any kind will not be tolerated. We don't want to see that kind of nonsense going on. The very worst that's come out of this today has been we've made up a nickname for him.
Yeah. Well, we've also, I have said this before, I go after corruption, but I certainly don't threaten bodily harm. So like I said, I'm thinking about the possibility of running against my sheriff when he runs for re-election. And I would be an actual Second Amendment sheriff. And so that's the problem here is that we have a lot of Republicans that claim to be Second Amendment, but when the rubber hits the road, they're not there for us. They disappear. And if Senator Caleb Rowden is hiding behind the idea of Hey, Nevada Cario is chiming in. Back from work. Okay, we're making phone calls.
Still.
Yep. And outside of Kansas City or St. Louis. I'm not sure what you mean by that. People of Missouri? So yeah, we're still live. This is an internet-a-thon. So actually, Nevada Cario, Pika, buddy, I invented a word here. Internet-a-thon. We're doing like a Jerry Lewis telethon, except there's no real humor here, and it's not like a variety show. And but we're basically trying to put pressure on Senator Caleb Rowden to release SAPA to the Senate floor in the state of Missouri.
By the way, TC, have they bothered to come back yet?
No, I've got all the feeds going from every single Senate audio room. Senate Committee Room 1, 2, Senate Lounge, Joint Committee Room, and Senate Chamber. All of these are actually live right now. I'm sorry, more specifically, they're all playing right now. And we're not hearing anything.
Correct. They were supposed to come back at 2, and it's now 3:20.
Yep.
Well, oh, there's efficiency in government for you.
Yep. Jim Forbes, blah, blah, blah. Always going to be a big day for nutless politicians to do nothing. Yeah, this is now on my Facebook. Okay, gotcha. All right, well, it is what it is, gang. We're trying to get this done today. Once again, thank you for Amir bringing us this timely information. Caleb Rowden is claiming he's being threatened and his family's being threatened related to bills of interest at the end of this Missouri legislative session. Civility and respect must exist alongside passion for a principled political cause. We can and must do better. So basically, he's not saying anything about SAPA, about releasing SAPA, but he is complaining about threats.
Of which he's shown us no proof of.
In which he's shown us no proof of. So, I don't know what to do, basically at this point. Let's keep calling. Let's see. Final Countdown says they'll be calling the Federal Bureau of Intimidation on constitutional Americans who are law-abiding people who just want our God-given rights. I will says the chat is lagging by several minutes. Okay, gotcha. Sorry about that, I will. I don't know what to say about that. That is totally on YouTube. So if we need to, we can stop this and start a new live stream. Are you talking about the actual physical written chat? I'm just getting it to him when I think about him, as I'm reporting on Caleb here. Let me do a refresh here. Notifications. Let's see. Aurora Borealis liked my tweet. Let's see. Senator Rowden, I'm sorry to hear that you're being threatened. It's not acceptable for threats to come from Second Amendment supporters. However, what is the status of SAPA? I've been calling your office for 1 week, emailing as well. No response.
Could you be changing the narrative, Senator Rowden?
Yep.
Be playing the victim, Senator Rowden.
Yep.
You need to go to your safe space now, Senator Rowden.
Yep. Want to read all replies. There we go. Yep. Well, we've linked up the live video. So if Senator Rowden or any of his office workers are with us, please do chime in. Let us know what the status of SAPA is. We're very sorry that people are threatening the senator and his family. That is not us. But we are adamant, sir. We need to know the status of SAPA. And also, too, it's also very important for you to understand that people are very frustrated. They're very angry about SAPA not hitting the Senate floor. And Caleb Rowden, maybe you can tell us who's responsible for preventing it from hitting the Senate floor, because everyone says it's you, sir. So would it be any surprise that people are frustrated and angry after 8 years of trying to get this legislation passed in the state of Missouri, being vetoed, being shut down by senators, corrupt senators, being shut down by a corrupt House leader, and now just stalling out until the end of the session, which we've dealt with before. Caleb, can you tell us why Second Amendment supporters would be frustrated with you withholding this from the floor? Can you tell us why people may be so angry that they're actually threatening you and your family rather than telling us that you're being threatened? Can you tell us, sir, what is the status of SAPA? Please say something. Say it on Twitter. Say it on our platform, the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast. Answer some phone calls. Answer some emails. Please talk to the people going to your office right now instead of brushing them off and saying nothing. People are getting frustrated with you, sir. And you're the one who holds the keys. You're the gatekeeper. Answer some questions, please. And then maybe the threats will stop. Have you thought of that? Has that even entered your mind? That literally we have 2 days left to get this legislation out and voted on, and you're not even saying a word about whether or not you'll even release it on the floor.
I was going to say, watch your blood pressure there, TC.
Yeah, I'm frustrated too. But notice, Senator, I'm not threatening you. You know, I don't know if it's Aaron Doors folks or if it's just standard frustrated Missourians that see their rights getting pissed away, and that you literally are helping their rights go away. That's what it looks like. I mean, can we have a conversation, Senator? I'm left to speculate because you won't answer my phone calls. You won't answer my emails. So something's got to change here. Something's got to give. Something has to happen now at this point, Caleb Rowden. And if you want to just go hide in your closet because there's threats coming to you and your family, then give the power to someone else in the Senate to deal with this. I mean, we can't have you being a victim. For the love of God, you're a Missouri senator. Stop playing the victim, please, and actually go to work for the people of Missouri.
Calm down now, Patrick. Your blood pressure getting up there, buddy.
Yeah, it is. All right, let's talk about something else before I have a heart attack. Yeah. Okay, well, we still have no live feed from the Senate, and I'm wondering if this whole thing with Caleb Rowden, is part of this. I wonder if it's just another senator or a representative threatening him. It could be.
Oh, TC?
Yeah?
I do have to point out here, though, that while you suspected that Jimmy D would be the first one to put a naughty word out on your channel, it was actually you.
What did I say?
You said piss.
I did. I'm sorry. Everyone listening to Truth, Money, and Freedom, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to swear. That's not what we're about here. We're family friendly. I have this beautiful mental image of families sitting together in Missouri or in elsewhere, sitting down and watching the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast, and not having to worry about there being suggestive, material or swear words or anything of that nature.
And so far, you've been doing a heck of a good job, but
yeah, no, and I'm just trying to be funny at this point.
Yeah.
And cheers to you, Nevada Cario. Yeah, it's not time to be nice. Well, we can certainly be civil. We can shout at one another. Like, for instance, Bill Eagle last night in the Senate, late last night, stood up and shouted at Senator Crabcakes. I'm sorry, Senator Huff. Because he literally said, hey, listen, we understand that you bow down to your federal overlords, but most senators recognize Missouri as being sovereign, except for you. You're the only one who doesn't recognize that Missouri's sovereign, apparently, because you're bowing down to the federal government for federal grant money.
He actually said that?
Well, pretty much. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what he said.
What was the topic of conversation?
It had something to do with car inspection fees that 3 counties in Missouri still have.
Wow.
And so, of course...
kudos to that senator that called him out.
Yep, I've adopted him as my second favorite senator now. It's Bill Eigel. Bill Eigel. I'll actually get his image up. So you guys, if you wanted to, during your phone calls to senators, you can send him a thank you. Let's see. Oh, there he is. Okay, that's him. Yeah, he was chewing out crab cakes last night. I was even texting Eric during that exchange, you know, saying, holy crap, who is that? I don't even know who that is. He goes, oh, that's Bill Eigel. He did a good job, though.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Let's see. Scott Mason says, even if this were to pass, what would stop the feds saying comply or nor federal money? Well, actually, there was an argument about that on the floor last night. There are some Missouri senators that are saying, screw the money. Screw it. We'll do it without it. We'll find a way. So, Scott Mason, there are some people already thinking about that right now in the Senate. If the feds decide to withhold federal money because we don't want to comply with their Gestapo-like legislation in D.C. So that's been dealt with, I guess, in a weird way. And by the way, those of you with us, thank you very much for joining us. Give us a like if you don't mind. Give us a thumbs up, in other words. And then also, go ahead.
Spread the word.
Yeah, spread the word. Share, please. Share with your social media accounts. Let's get people making calls to Missouri senators, Missouri representatives, to get the Second Amendment Preservation Act out of the hands of Senator Rowden, you know, who is too busy complaining right now about threats to him and his family rather than actually releasing legislation. And apparently slowing down the legislative process in Missouri right now. I'm speculating on that. I don't know that that's the case. But, you know, maybe he's all shook up and his family's all shook up right now because someone made some sort of weird threat. Maybe. I don't know. But can the Senate continue without him, and can he release his powers to someone else so someone else can get SAPA on the floor, because he clearly is too scared right now. Far too scared to go to the floor of the Senate and release the bill.
Have they come back yet?
No, they have not. They have not.
Oh.
And we're waiting for them to come back live. Once again, gang, please like and share. Like and share, please. And subscribe if you're not a subscriber. Truth, Money, and Freedom. We'd love to have you. And this is an internet-a-thon that's been going on for 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 2 seconds. And the purpose of our internet-a-thon is to put pressure on Missouri senators, not literally, this is a proxy, for them to literally go to Caleb Rowden's office, because his voicemail box is full, and put pressure on him to release SAPA onto the Senate floor. That's all we want. And then he could just go away. Just release it to the floor, sir. That's all we're asking. And for some reason, he's not doing it, and he's not explaining why he's not doing it. All he's doing is complaining about everyone threatening him over not releasing the bill. So that's all we're getting out of Senator Caleb Rowden. If there are anyone from his office or any senators, any representatives currently on the live stream, please chime in. Let us know what you know. We'd appreciate it. We want SAPA legislation on the Senate floor, and we want it today. And these guys are supposed to be our servants. And, apparently Senator Caleb Rowden doesn't consider himself a servant to the fine people of Boone and Cooper County, or even the people of Missouri, because he's controlling a bill that was the most popular bill the state of Missouri's ever seen before. He's not giving a reason why he's withholding the bill. He's not talking to anyone about this, apparently. And he's using his social media account to complain about threats rather than explain why he's withholding the bill. Nor is he letting the bill go onto the floor for some reason. So we have a lack of communication here. Pressure is needed from all angles. So let's go ahead and call up every senator. Let's call up every representative and have them drop anything they're doing and tell them the will of the people is SAPA. So your job now is to go and put pressure on this man, who apparently is sitting in his office scared because people have been threatening him and his family. Maybe they've moved his family to a safe location and they're in the witness relocation program or something. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, he is winding down the clock. We are running out of time to pass SAPA. And he is using a threat against him and his family as an excuse for not releasing SAPA, apparently, because that's all he's talking about on his social media accounts. So let's get the show on the road here, Caleb. Any FBI agents, please say hello and let us know you're here. We sure would like to know your opinion on this issue. That not just FBI, but NSA, CIA, or even, I would say, people in the BATF. If you guys are here, chime in and let us know what you think of the Second Amendment Preservation Act. Jimmy, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm hogging up the conversation. Go for it, buddy.
Oh no, man, you are on a roll. I've learned a long time ago, TC, that when you get to rolling, I just let you roll, baby, because it's not too often you get your dander up, and I actually kind of like it. I'm finding you more and more attractive, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll tell you what.
And Michael Bolden has put out a tweet and basically saying 8 years of activism. The Missouri Second Amendment Preservation Act, to get the Missouri Second Amendment Preservation Act passed. HB 85 has till Friday to get final votes. So far, someone in the Republican leadership hasn't brought up the bill for a vote. Live video podcasting covering it now. Thank you very much for whoever put that out. Very much appreciated.
Oh, yes. Yes, spread the word, spread the word. Let them know we have some questions for the senator. I think they're legitimate. Yep. I don't think they're too threatening. Do you, TC? I mean, all we want to know is the reasoning behind the fact that you are sitting on the most popular bill to ever, honestly, I think it's the most popular bill ever to go through the House of Representatives and the Senate in a very, very long time. And we're talking years here, people.
Okay.
Would you not agree, TC?
Yep. Thank you for that. Actually, let's see. I Will says, I'm sorry, the stream is lagging. I spoke with Mike Searpot's office. The lady there said there were threats being made towards Rowden. I was accusing anyone here, most likely trolls. I Will, can you be more specific on that? I was accusing anyone here?
I think he meant wasn't.
Okay.
TC.
Okay.
But we'll have to ask I Will to give us verification on that.
Yep. Yeah, if you can give us clarification on that, that'd be great. Yep, we're desperately trying to get pressure put on Rowden to put SAPA on the floor. There is absolutely no excuses anymore. And the fact that he's using his social media to complain about death threats now. That's the excuse now, by the way, gang. It's that simple. That's become the excuse. Well, he can't because his family and his family are now afraid because these crackpot people that want their Second Amendment rights are threatening him and his family now. Well, if you put the the bill on the floor, I mean, these people will stop calling you. Trust me. This is how it works in real life, Senator. I'm sorry, you look like you're 12 years old, and I'm starting to understand now why you look like you're 12 years old. Because your mentality is 12 years old. We have to.
Watch your blood pressure. Watch your blood pressure.
We have to get this bill out on the floor now. No excuses are allowed anymore, Senator Rowden. Get it out. Get it out on the floor. And all of this goes away. You are the problem right now. And I'm sorry you're being threatened. And once again, I've gotten to the point now where since you've been holding on to this bill and not letting it on the floor, I'm tending to believe that you're lying about being threatened. I would like to see evidence of this. Please put it on your Twitter account, because clearly you're not using your Twitter account to explain your actions on why you're not putting out SAPA. You know, no social media is good enough for you to put out your thoughts on why you're withholding SAPA from the people of Missouri. So you're not putting it on YouTube, you're not putting it on Twitter, you're not putting it on Instagram, any of the social media you have access to, but you're using them to complain that you're being threatened. You and your family are being threatened. This is just too much, gang. This is just frickin' too much. Final Countdown says, TC, I bet it was someone in the Senate. It could have been. Bill Eigel was on fire last night. He may have threatened him. And I'm sorry it has been 8 years. That's correct. It's been 8 years since we're trying to get this legislation passed. Missouri, we do have we've had corrupt governors, we've had corrupt senators, corrupt House members. And unfortunately, they usually end up in positions of leadership. We don't know why Caleb Rowden is not releasing this bill, but his latest excuse is because he and his family are being threatened. So, and by the way, it seems to be holding up the entire Senate. Nothing is happening anymore in the Senate. They should have reopened the Senate 1 hour and 40 minutes ago. Maybe they're open now, but the microphones are turned off. We don't know. We're just trying to get something done here, gang. And it's Senator Rowden. That's the guy that's slowing this process down. And for those of you who are just joining us now, Senator Rowden is saying that basically he and his family have been threatened. The 10th Amendment Center has retweeted Michael Bolden's tweet. So that's really nice. Actually, I'll be following the 10th Amendment Center. I go to their website all the time. So at any rate, the 10th Amendment Center is even curious. Senator Rowden, if you're watching this now, the 10th Amendment Center is also very curious why you haven't released this legislation to the Senate floor. So if you could let it, you're not letting your fellow senators know, you're not letting representatives know, you're not letting Schatz know, you're not letting Eric Burleson know, or Jared Taylor know. So you're not letting anyone know through your social media accounts. So maybe you can open a dialogue with the 10th Amendment Center. Or maybe you're too scared right now. You're just too scared because of the threat against you and your family to talk to anybody right now. That could be it. Let's grow a pair, Senator. Let's get this done. And let's find out who threatened you, and let's deal with that. But for right now, we just need to get this legislation on the floor, sir. No excuses are acceptable anymore, Senator, unless you are literally pro-Biden, pro-gun grabbing, pro-gun registration, and pro-red flag. So maybe that's what you are. But if you are, just tell us so we can leave you alone. Let us know that you're, communist, socialist at heart, if that's the deal. Just call somebody and let them know. Just talk to somebody. Do something. Holy crap, guys.
TC, watch now. Watch now.
Yeah.
Man, we're going to have to call an ambulance and send him over there, man.
Yeah. Well, the senator could be sitting, in a pool of his own urine, because of this death threat, developing a rash. For all we know. Just, guys, all we can do is speculate at this point.
Now, for the listening audience, you should know that this is not TC's normal consciousness here. He doesn't. He's kind of ticked off, shall we say?
Yeah, I'm not happy right now. Oh wow, Casey Rich said I just did something I never thought I'd do. I actually opened a Twitter account just to reply to Rowden. Wow, that's love. That's love, brother.
We love you, KC. We love you, baby.
Yep. Casey Rich is showing what humans do. They reach out, and when in their time of suffering, and that's what Casey Rich is going to do. I know it. He's going to leave a wonderful message of support and comfort for Caleb Rowden and his family, and then tell them to get the hell off their butts and put SAPA on the floor. Because that's Casey Rich, man. That's what he's made of. He's made of compassion.
And I might add, he's turned out to be one hell of a good ally.
Yep, he is. And it was wonderful meeting you, Casey Rich, yesterday. Meet and greet, guys. We did a meet and greet at the Capitol. Pika says, first time seeing you rant. Well, you're lucky, because my rants can be epic sometimes, and sometimes they can be laced with colorful metaphors. However, today, we're on Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast. We are a family-friendly podcast. like I said, I have a vision in my head of the, nuclear family, mom, dad, and daughter and son, all sitting together on the couch watching Truth, Money, and Freedom. And so I don't want to put anything out there that would be less than Embley Post.
And see, the whole time, it was always suspected that it would be Jimmy D who would let one fly. And here we go. We've got the host of our beloved YouTube channel getting himself worked up, shall we say.
Well, yep, I am, because the clock is ticking, man. It's ticking. And actually, it's ticking quite loudly.
Really,
the Senate is now
5 in the afternoon, and we've got 2 days left.
Yep. Plus, the Senate is an hour and 45 minutes late in meeting. So what the heck is going on up there?
Yeah, each and every one of you out there should be either now or in the future speaking to your senators' offices in regards to how come they can never get into session on time. And we get these hour and 45-minute delays. How much work is actually getting done? We got delays. Okay, so, essentially the clock is just being burned while the citizenry waits.
That's right. While we wait for the bill that we've been fighting for 8 years, 8 years in Missouri, 8 years we've been fighting for this bill. Delay after delay, corruption, vetoes, corruption at the highest halls of power in the state of Missouri, with Senate leadership, with House leadership, corruption shutting down, Missouri Sheriff's Association, federal dollars funneled through the Missouri Sheriff's Association, going to sheriffs, senators, Republicans, to prevent this bill from going through. And by the way, the 10th Amendment Center said that. I didn't. And I'm not saying it's bribe money, it's just regular money, federal money. Hey, vote against SAPA, otherwise your federal money may not come through next year, Sheriff.
Yes, for all of you out there, if what TC is telling you right now is absolutely truth. You can go back through the archives of the 10th Amendment Center and view all of this stuff for yourself. They did not have good things to say about the Missouri Sheriff's Association.
Yep, and one thing I'd like to point out, Jimmy, which actually I really need to point this out, for the 10th Amendment Center to retweet this live stream is just amazing. That's wonderful, because they're trying to do something to make a difference too. The 10th Amendment Center always has. The 10th Amendment Center has been a very good friend to the SAPA legislation, the movement of SAPA around the country. The 10th Amendment Center has been a very good friend to us. And for them to actually tweet out this live video based on someone else's tweet is awesome.
Well, actually, it's monumental, if you ask me, TC. I mean, this is no Mickey Mouse organization we're dealing with here. This is the 10th Amendment Center. There's a lot of brain power going on there at that organization. And if they feel this worthy of recognition, I'm impressed and forever in their gratitude.
Yep. Okay. So at any rate, yeah, that's let's see. Holy crap. Actually, we're streaming live on Odyssey as well, because we're streaming live on YouTube. That's wonderful. I'd like to say hello to anyone who is watching on Odyssey. That is wonderful to have you here. I didn't realize it worked that way. So if you're on Odyssey and if you wanted to leave a comment, unfortunately, I don't know how to do that and actually be able to get to that. Hang on, let's see if I can see if there's anything going on in Odyssey. Internetathon, gang. Internetathon going on right now.
Just concerned Missouri citizens lobbying their government for why the most popular bill seen in a very, very long time is not even being brought to the floor.
Nope.
Could it be that it's got something to do with the Second Amendment, TC? Do you think that's a possibility?
It could be. It could be. The 10th Amendment Center seems to think so. And once again, we're calling for Caleb Rowden. Senator Rowden, we are waiting to hear from you, sir, from you or someone in your office to please come on live and let us know why you're withholding SAPA legislation from the floor. The people of Missouri have spoken, and they've spoken quite loudly for a long, long time. Now you are the one holding it up, singularly you. Now, why you are doing it is beyond us right now. We'll probably figure that out in time. But just know that you are singularly responsible, and we all know it. And since your voicemail box is full and you're not responding to your emails, we are contacting every senator and every representative for them to contact you, to physically walk to your office and ask you to explain yourself, to get that legislation on the floor. And the Senate hasn't even gone into session again. And could it be because you don't have time to get to the floor of the Senate? Because you and your family are being rushed to a place of safety right now? Because of a threat that you haven't even proven? At least not proven publicly. I'm sure that if there was a real threat, that security at the Capitol has been informed, and they're investigating it. So guys, what are your thoughts? What do you guys think?
Well, I'm extremely disappointed in Senator Rowden. Like you said, TC, he's not answering emails. He's not answering phone calls. He's not answering on his Twitter account. He's had an open invitation to come on here and answer. You could not give anyone any more chances or any other avenues, for crying out loud, to just answer a simple question. Why are you sitting on SAPA?
Yep, I cannot get, by the way, I'm on Odyssey right now, and I literally cannot see the live stream there. I got an email from Odyssey saying that they're restreaming it on Odyssey, but I can't seem to find it.
Listen, and I have another suggestion. This is an awesome little get-together here. I really believe that. It's a bunch of patriots trying to get something done through their government. If Odyssey picked it up, TC, could we get it on Gab? Could we get it on BitChute? Does anybody have the technology, or will anybody volunteer to, open up their, BitChute account or Gab or whatever platform they use to watch videos? Is there a possibility of getting this simulcast, if you will, on those other spots as well?
I don't know. And I'm opening that up to anyone here. Anyone here who has a YouTube channel, if you want to restream this stream live, you have my permission to do so. So you go ahead and do it. Restream the stream to your channel if you'd like to.
Or on any other platform, if you have the technological skills to do it.
Yeah, if you got a D Live. I've never done anything with my D Live. I couldn't figure it out. But with Odyssey here, I cannot see. It says your channel, Truth, Money, and Freedom Podcast, is now live on Odyssey. Here, I'll click on the link here and see if it gives me something.
Could it be that you need an Odyssey account, Patrick?
I have an Odyssey account.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So it's directly linked to the YouTube account. Yeah, well, I can't find it.
Somebody in the listening audience, if you could hop on over there and see if that it is in fact up on Odyssey, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm looking, and I just don't see a live stream coming out of my channel. Not at all.
However, we do have the 10th Amendment Center helping us along.
Yes, we do.
Guys. Love those guys.
Yep.
Well, in case you guys didn't know, I don't know how much you all have delved into SAPA. Two big factors that help SAPA is the Anti-Commandeering Act and the 10th Amendment. We're certainly grateful to the 10th Amendment Center for jumping on board and helping us with this cause. We were grateful when they wrote the article in regards to the Missouri Sheriff's Association. And like I said, that is no Mickey Mouse outfit, ladies and gentlemen. there are some very powerful legal minds over there, and they do know what they are talking about.
They do indeed. They do indeed. So, and basically I'm asking one more time, you guys who have social media accounts, please share this with your social media accounts, this live stream right now, especially if you're in Missouri. Once again, this is an internet-a-thon. We're trying to get Senator Caleb Rowden to release SAPA onto the floor of the Senate. And let me check my phone here and see if I got any messages from anyone in Jeff City.
Casey Rich says he can't find the Odyssey feed.
Yep, I can't find it either, Casey Rich.
Yeah. I think that's what he's referring to. He just says he can't find it either.
Yeah. Final Countdown says doesn't see it either.
Right.
Okay. Yep, and Nevada Cario, if you want to restream this live, I know you're on YouTube. Anyone who's got, a YouTube account where they can stream live, I don't know any other platforms where you can stream live, but please share the link to any of your social media accounts so we can get more people calling up for Senator Caleb Rowden. And, more specifically, calling for senators and representatives to go after Rowden.
I got to say, TC, in my mind, this has gone beyond the state of Missouri now.
Yeah.
Essentially, the way I see this is that it is a calling out of corruption in government all across the United States, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
And in real time.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So, yeah, that's... it's pretty amazing, actually, what we're able to do here, with technology today and everything. But the fact of the matter is, this has to hit the floor today, gang. I'm going to stay on until the Senate live feed comes back on, and then I'm going to start making my phone calls again. I'm going right to the phone. So when the feed comes on, go ahead.
I'm going to bow off of here for a second.
Okay.
I just had a thought go through the Jimmy D pea-sized mind. I'm going to give a phone call to our radio connection.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
And just let him know what's going on.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay. All right, we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, what Jimmy D was saying there is that he's going to go to Bo Matthews and let him know about this live stream and see if there's anything he can do to help us. He's a talk show host out of St. Louis. We're going on his program tomorrow. Jimmy D and I will be on the radio. I believe it's going to be rebroadcast on Sunday night. So at any rate, I'll let you guys know about it as soon as I have the details on it. But I don't think we're going to be live tomorrow. It'll be recorded. But on a big radio talk show, Jimmy D and I are going on to talk about SAPA and what we've gone through in the last 2 years trying to get this legislation passed and all the problems we've had along the way. Basically, what we're doing is we're calling out, some, possibly some corruption. It's stall tactics, federal money coming into Missouri to influence whether or not that legislation gets passed. Let's see. Pika says, I don't understand how states have passed Second Amendment laws for states, but Missouri is stalled. Well, basically what we're doing is we're using the 10th Amendment to invoke what's called anti-commandeering doctrine to pull the Second Amendment back to the state of Missouri, saying that the federal government doesn't call the shots for the Second Amendment for the state of Missouri anymore. If you remember now, Nevada Cario, basically the federal government's power is actually quite limited, and the states loan their power to the federal government to watch over these things. And when the federal government starts molesting our rights, our as citizens, as residents, then we have the power through the 10th Amendment to pull those rights back so they can't molest them anymore. And that's the power of the 10th Amendment, states' rights. And anti-commandeering doctrine has been upheld by multiple courts, including the Supreme Court, over 150 years. So where the federal government cannot come in and use state resources to enforce something that the state doesn't recognize as a law. So that's what Second Amendment Preservation Act is actually built on this. That's the concrete foundation of how it works. We as Missourians say no more to the federal government. You can't mess with our rights anymore. You know, Second Amendment rights are off the table as far as we're concerned. And if you want to enforce your laws, your federal laws in the state of Missouri, you're welcome to do so, but you won't have access to our cops, to our deputies, to our state police, to our cars, to intel from these agencies. You won't have access to any of that. You have to come in and do it alone. And what that does is that discourages them from coming in at all. Because they don't have access to our resources and our law enforcement. Okay, Jimmy D's calling back, gang. Hey, Jimmy D, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me back again.
You bet.
I have made the phone call.
Okay.
I got voicemail. I explained to him that there was a Ubatubathon, that's what going on currently, with you as the host. And I told them that you've been on air now for damn near 5 hours, and we're just requesting that Senator Caleb Rowden answer the question from the people, why has SAPA not gotten on the floor?
Yep. That's what we want to know. That's what we want to know.
So there you go, my friend, and with any luck, we'll hear back.
Yep. Okay, Nevada Cario says he'll do it, so I think he's talking about restreaming. Final Countdown says, okay, hang on, guys. Nevada Cario, I didn't understand how this... Okay, got that one here. Nice. No amount of external money is going to get these politicians elected, re-elected, if the people don't vote for them or vote them out. That is correct, Dinah Fash. So, welcome to the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast, by the way. It's wonderful to have you here, Dinah. And we're extending this to everyone. Please rebroadcast, send links to all of your social media accounts of this live cast. We're going to keep it going, and we're hoping the Senate is going to meet again. In fact, it's come time now for me to see if I can get a hold of my Senator Burleson and find out if the Senate is even coming back.
Yeah, they're 2 hours overdue, are
Yep,
they not?
they are. They're way overdue.
TC, why don't you take a moment or two, and I don't know, you may be plugging this into your phone right as we speak.
I am.
And I'm assuming that our connection will dissolve then. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, call Senator Burleson's office and see if you can get a response or an email or a text or whatever you need. This is very interesting that they are 2 hours overdue.
Yep.
During your extremely, immensely, I'm loving this 5 hour Ubatubathon.
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 Internetathon. In the Ubatubathon.
Ubatubathon.
You know, it just rolls right off the tongue. Ubatubathon.
That's right. It sounds like something out of Dr. Seuss.
You invented a word today, Jimmy D. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm going to be talking to your wife later and let her know how proud I am of you.
Well, she'll just say he's just a child. He's like I said, Ubatubathon sounds like something from Dr. Seuss.
Uh-huh. Yep. So.
Anyway, yeah, let's call Senator Burleson's office or send a text over there real quick and see, man, what is going on there?
I'll tell you what, as I'm keeping the live stream going, because we don't have any live feeds right now, did you want to call up Burleson's office real quick on our behalf?
I can do that. I'll have to break this connection, but I certainly can do that if you'd like me to.
Yep, gotcha. Oh, hang on. Is someone trying to get a hold of me right now? Hello, Patrick Hall speaking. Hello?
That's me, Patrick.
Okay, gotcha. I think Eric was calling me. No, it wasn't. No, my mistake.
Well, if you'd like me to call Eric's office, I certainly will.
Yeah, can I have you do that? That way I can keep the live stream going?
Absolutely. You just keep rocking on, brother. I'll be back.
Okay, thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Bye. Okay, we're trying to get Senator Burleson to let us know what's going on in the Senate right now, gang. We have no idea what's going on. Let's see, Casey Rich says they must have one hell of a meeting going on. Yeah, something's going on because they were supposed to come back at 2 o'clock. Let's see, Dinah says the Senate must be, the Senate is busy being tenderized right now. Yeah, I don't know. But I suspect that the threats against Caleb Rowden is probably a big thing right now up there in the Senate, because that's not usual here in Missouri for people to make threats to senators. But like I said, this could all be cleared up really quickly, really easily. If Rowden just released the damn bill and put it on the floor, it all goes away. There will be no more phone calls towards Rowden. He would have done his civic duty as the majority floor leader to release the bill onto the floor. And clearly he doesn't want to, and now he's crying apparently in a pool of his own urine, saying, me and my family are being threatened. Well, release the bill. And by the way, please provide us proof you're being threatened, because this could be another stall tactic, because that's what you've been doing, Rowden. You've been stalling this whole time. So this could be yet another tactic. This is your response to why you're not releasing the bill, because you and your family are being ushered into some safe house somewhere in Illinois, because you're afraid, because you've not released the bill. And people are upset. 8 years, Senator. 8 years. And you're that one thread at the end of 8 years of the most popular legislation we've seen in Missouri, and you're surprised by being threatened? Really? Truly? Missourians are pretty damn patient. We waited 8 years for this legislation, and you're the man holding it up. And now apparently we can't do anything in the Senate anymore because you've been threatened and your family have been threatened after 8 years of trying to get legislation done, and you're the holdup. Yeah, guys, sorry about that. I don't see anything on Odyssey either. I got an email saying that they recognized a live stream coming out of the YouTube channel, and they were rebroadcasting it on my Odyssey account, but I can't find it. I'm right on my Odyssey account up here on my second monitor, and it's simply not there. But the fact that the 10th Amendment Center retweeted this live stream is really, really cool. That I actually got mentioned by them is an honor, is what it is. And by the way, I'd like to say, who was it who did that? Michael Bolden. I don't know who Michael Bolden is, but thank you very much for talking about 8 years. The 8 years, because that gives me, something to lament about here live on the air. It is true. It's been 8 years. 2013 was the very first time we tried to get SAPA done. And in 2014, it actually got to the governor's desk and he vetoed it. That was Nixon, Jay Nixon. And so we had a senator that was bought off at the time, and they were missing the override of the veto by one vote in the Senate. One bought off senator. And we can go and examine all that later. This is water under the bridge. It's years ago. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's what I'm talking about. And that's Senator Caleb Rowden, holding up this bill, SAPA legislation. Guys, we could go through and count how many co-sponsors we have on this House bill. This is the House bill we're talking about. HB 85, the Second Amendment Preservation Act. Vetted and perfected in the House. The Sheriff's Association came down on us. Of course, the federal government came down on us because that's who the Missouri Sheriff's Association represents, really. Sheriffs came down on us, and we got through that. We got through it without taking out any teeth from this bill, only to be stopped by the likes of this guy right here, Senator Caleb Rowden, who is not providing an explanation as to why he's not leaving it on the floor, putting it on the floor for the Senate to actually start working on. Okay. Let's see. Missouri's blue cities, along with establishment money, could be using this legislation as the movement to push control over Missouri. That's possible. Federal money, establishment money, federal money, sometimes the same thing, sometimes not. But definitely last year, Bloomberg money was coming into Missouri to stop the Second Amendment Preservation Act. So we're the center of attention here, folks. I meant Missouri, everyone's waiting for Missouri to get this bill done. You know, we have the loosest gun laws, but we can't seem to do anything anymore. Because of the Missouri Sheriff's Association, because of Rowden, because of Schatz. Last year, Elijah Haar running the House. So we have our problems here, gang. Make no mistake. But let's see. I'm going to give you guys, we're 5 hours and 3 minutes. 5 hours and 9 minutes. 5 hours and 9 minutes live. How do you like that, gang? Resin Nunn, welcome back, brother. Happy to have you back. So we're at 5 hours broadcasting now. We're hoping that someone from Rowden's office can come into the live stream and explain to us, you know, what's going on here. Let's see if we got some more tweet notifications. Let's see. You mentioned then like retweeted. Okay. Okay, so basically, we're having retweets, I guess, of a tweet that I sent the senator, and the 10th Amendment Center's on board. That's wonderful. You know, maybe with any luck we can... Oh, here's Jimmy D, gang. Hey there, Jimmy D. What's the good word, brother?
All right, I talked to Matthew.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, Matthew is probably the most knowledgeable LA in Eric's office.
Yep.
He's always treated us wonderfully and is a big asset.
Yep.
In any event, he said that the 2-hour delay when they said they were coming back to when they actually do come back is not that unusual. He says one time they said they were coming back at noon and they didn't get back into session until 4:30 in the morning. That's because the senators get together in different groups or what have you, and deals are made, things are talked about, yada, yada, yada. So he says that's not that unusual. I did inform him that you are on a Ubitubathon, which he kind of thought was kind of funny, a Ubitubathon.
Well, the word itself is freaking awesome, man.
And have been for 5 hours. I also let him know that the 10th Amendment Center has picked up on this. And I also informed him that whatever radio contact we had has been informed of the situation, and we would hope that they would jump on board. So I told him, man, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing doesn't, at some point in time, go nationwide. And he says, understood. And but he says, don't worry about that 2-hour delay. He says that's often the case because there's things being done, things being discussed, yada, 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 yada. So that's the name of that tune.
Okay, so here's what I want to know. Did he say anything about when they might be going back? Did he give a time frame?
No, he has no idea.
Okay.
You know, just being in L.A. in Eric's office doesn't, you know, he's not privy to, he's not, you know, he can't march down there and say, you guys get your butts back in session. He can't do that. You know what I mean?
Well, it's Matthew. Of course he can.
Yeah. He just said that things get worked out oftentimes, you know, and I'm sure there's lots of discussions going on there, and I would be willing to bet that SAPA is among the top contenders there.
Okay, gotcha. I'm tending to agree with you on that. And by the way, if anyone in Burleson's office has tuned in to this live stream, we welcome you. And please do chime in and let yourselves be known. We have bragged on Senator Burleson in this channel quite a bit here. He is my senator. Go ahead.
And his staff.
And his staff. We've certainly made excellent mention of his staff as well. And Matthew is he's almost become like a really close friend to Jimmy and I. We've talked to him so much here in the last couple of years.
Yeah, we walk in the office, and then the first thing you see is Matthew's smiling face.
Yep.
He's never given us the stink eye.
Nope. Nope. So, but at any rate, if you guys are here, please feel free to chime in. Okay, hang on. TC, okay, I just posted a very short video on the live podcast and posted on my BitChute channel. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that, American man. Let's see. So, yeah, let's keep posting this, sharing it. If you haven't liked the video yet, please do like it. Notice, guys, I'm not asking you for money. I'm asking you to make phone calls, though. So I'm asking for a little bit of your time is what I'm asking for. And that's only if you really believe in the Second Amendment. If you don't believe in the Second Amendment, you don't believe that people have the right to bear arms, I'm not asking you to do anything. You can just watch the show if you like. Those of you who believe in the Second Amendment and the God-given right to self-defense, whether it be a knife, a sword, a rock, and by the way, for those who are naysayers on guns and how dangerous they are, just remember, in the Bible, the very first murder happened with a rock. A rock. Anything can be a weapon, gang. Anything. I didn't mean
yes,
to...
and I'd like to add in there, TC, if you don't mind. Many of you may or may not know that there's a small little country next to Taiwan called Myanmar. Just very recently, last week, they were taken over by a military coup.
Yeah.
And the opposition to that military coup the military has systematically started killing, I think it's like the numbers are like 600 to 800 people now.
Yep.
And if you don't think the Second Amendment is important, and if you don't realize why the Founding Fathers actually included it, why don't you get on the interwebs and ask someone in Myanmar if they would love to have a Second Amendment right now, and would they like an AR-15 and a couple of thousand rounds?
Yep. Yep. So, you know, anything can be used as a weapon. I want to say, too, because I get this from time to time I know people who are anti-gun, and they're good people. They really, truly are, but they are anti-gun, and they don't believe people should have the right to bear arms. Now, is this...
just misguided, that's all.
Yeah, yeah. And so I get this question, what about the kids? Before my grandmother passed, she knew about my Second Amendment stuff and that I was involved in. This would go back about 4 or maybe 5 years ago. And she says, well, how would you feel then if a gunman went into your granddaughter's classroom and shot up all the kids? And I said, Grandma, first off, let's be clear here. Who do we blame? Do we blame the gun or do we blame the gunman? The guy who actually did the crime. Who's responsible for the crime? Is it the gun or the gunman? So I said, let's be very clear about that. And that sounds rudimentary. It's so simple and basic, that it sounds like it's just a way to stop the argument. But actually, it should. Because that rock, literally, is the rock responsible for killing Abel? In Cain and Abel? You guys know what I'm talking about, Genesis. Was the rock responsible? Did Adam say rocks are no longer allowed in the world because it was used as a weapon to kill his son? One son killed the other. No. It was the heart of Cain was the problem. And so the same thing lies true with the gunman. It was the gunman's fault. Clearly he was messed up, and did that crime. But here's the deal. So what do we do about it? Well, apparently, according to people in D.C., what we do is we punish law-abiding citizens for what that person who is a criminal did. We punish the law-abiding citizens. We take away their right to self-defense. How do we know this? Because England's been through this process, gang. And they're in the process of banning knives in England. Because now that they've taken away guns and they've cycled through all the guns, and criminals don't use guns anymore, they use knives, they use acid, and they use cars. That's how they kill people now. And that's a much more personal way to kill people, by the way. So turning people into psychopaths as opposed to just being a sociopath. So what they do is they limit the length of the knife. And now in England, it's illegal to carry a knife in public that's more than a 1-inch blade. In fact, I think it's 3/4 inch. So they've gotten to the point where they've banned knives, they've banned acid, and they're going to have to start banning cars because people will use cars to mow down people in England. People with evil hearts will use something else to kill people. Guns are just the excuse for right now in America, but they'll start banning. They ban knives to a certain extent in certain states here. American Man is on here right now. He knows what I'm talking about. So at any rate, by the way, I'm sorry, it's a little bit of a side issue. I didn't mean to take the conversation off, but I just wanted you guys to know that in other states and other countries where they have banned guns, where you can't get guns or it's very difficult to get guns, they make it so expensive and they make the hoops so large. Oh, hang on, guys, we're live again. Hang on, guys, I'm working on it. I'll get you your live feed here in just a second, and then I'll mute my mic.
There are messages from the House.
Okay, gang, I'm going to mute my mic, and we're going back.
Mr. President, I'm instructed by the House of Representatives to inform the Senate that the House has taken up and adopted Senate substitute as amended for Senate Committee substitute for House Committee substitute for House Bill 697, and has taken up and passed Senate substitute for Senate Committee substitute for House Committee substitute for House Bill 697 as amended. Also, Mr. President, I'm instructed by the House of Representatives to inform the Senate that the House has taken up and passed House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 365, entitled An Act Relating to Taxation with an Emergency Clause for Certain Sections, with House Amendment 1, House Amendment 2, House Amendment 3, House Amendment 4, House Amendment 5, House Amendment 7, House Amendment 1 to House Amendment 8, House Amendment 8 as amended, House Amendment 9, House Amendment 10, House Amendment 11, House Amendment 12, emergency clause defeated. Also, Mr. President, I am instructed by the House of Representatives to inform the Senate that the House has taken up and passed Senate substitute, Senate Committee substitute, Senate Bill 57 with House Amendment 1, in which the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested, respectfully submitted. Dana Rodham Miller, Chief Clerk.
Senator from Callaway, are you seeking recognition?
Yes, Mr. President. May I inquire of you?
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did you know that we had a number of great Missourians visiting the Capitol today? They keep our #1 industry going. They are truly and deeply invested in our state's agriculture. I believe there are a number of them from all over the state, including my district. I would love for the body, even though I can't introduce people, to please welcome these great Missourians.
Senator, the order of introductions is against the Senate rules at this point in time. However, your guests, if they were to stand up, at least the people in the Senate gallery would know where your guests are in the upper gallery. There seems to be quite a few guests, Senator. You must be pretty popular. The Kingdom of Callaway County represents a great area of northern Missouri, so we would welcome these guests to the Missouri Senate today. Senator, may the chair inquire of you?
Did you say me, Mr. President?
May the chair inquire of you?
Yes.
Does the Senate and Senate staff know that there's a celebration going on in your office today?
I don't think everyone knows. I've tried to go around as quickly as I could, but
I know we don't discuss ladies' ages, but in celebration of your 39th birthday, I believe all members and staff are invited to come down by your office to enjoy a refreshment or a piece of cake. Is that correct?
The cake is wonderful. It was a nice surprise for my staff and friends in there. And I, Mr. President, got a birthday song from you. I am quite impressed. You can sing.
I carry a bucket, a tune in a bucket. And Senator, since I know you so well, I'll just leave with this comment. I can assure the body, being that we're friends outside of the chamber, that you did not, in fact, bake those cakes.
I did not, in fact, what?
Bake the cakes.
Oh, no, absolutely I did not bake the cakes. That's why they're so good.
Everybody feels safer about the birthday party and the senator from the Kingdom of Callaway County.
So please,
thank you, Senator.
My colleagues, go get a piece of cake.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you recognize the senator from Jefferson County, the junior senator from Jefferson County, for a privilege motion on the Conference Committee report for House Committee substitute for Senate Bill 303.
Junior senator from Jefferson.
Yes, what? Okay. What am I doing? No, I don't think so. I mean, Thank you. I have a privileged motion.
Senator, state your motion.
I move that the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 303 be taken up for adoption.
You've heard the motion from the senator of Jefferson County. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senator, your Conference Committee report is now before the body.
I now move that the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 303 be adopted.
Thank you, Senator. Would you care to explain your Conference Committee report?
Okay. What do I read here? We agreed that Senate Bill 303 be signed in Conference Committee. The House receded from its position on House Committee substitute for Senate Bill number 303 as amended, and that the Senate recede from its position on Senate Bill number 303. No one told me. I close.
Senator, I appreciate your willingness to close, but we are going to ask any senators if they have any questions on the adoption motion of the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill number 303. Does any senator desire to be heard on the motion offered by the senator from Jefferson County? Senator from the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I inquire of the junior senator from Jefferson, please?
Senator from Jefferson, do you yield?
Yes.
She does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. First, I have to say congratulations. You got everybody to sign on to the Conference Committee report, so that doesn't always happen, as we know.
Yes.
So it must mean that some things that were on there that were controversial may have been pulled off. Anything specific that you recall?
Well, let me think here. What did we pull off?
And you know what? I may be able to walk through. I have, if it's helpful, I have a list of the amendments that were on that bill. So I know that when you originally offered the bill, it had unanimous support in your Small Business Committee. And then you ended up going to conference, I imagine, because either, let me just look at the front of the bill.
Well, Senator, we took off employee liability.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We took off employee liability.
Okay. Great. I know that was one of the areas of concern that I had. And actually, so I think that the senator from the 5th served on that conference committee. Am I correct in that?
Yes,
All
I
right.
believe.
You know what? I'm going to ask him if he'll walk me through that particular provision and the rest of the provisions. Thank you for the inquiry, and congratulations again on getting everybody to sign on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Senator from the 24th.
May I inquire of the senator from the 5th, please?
Senator from the 5th, you yield to an inquiry.
I do.
He does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. I see that you were one of the signers of the House Committee, the Conference Committee report on the House Committee substitute and for Senate Bill 303. So I am asking if you might be willing to explain what was removed from the bill. I know that it was well supported in the Senate early on.
I would be glad to. And I'm looking, if someone has it in front of them, an original copy of it, I'd like to just kind of really briefly take everyone through the specific language. I'm looking. I don't think I have it out here. Yeah, 303.
Are you looking for the actual?
The original, not the report with the stuff already taken out, but I was looking for the original version of it.
The House bills, the House amendments?
Yes.
I can pass those up to you.
Oh, that would be great.
All right. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Got a lot of help. That to the senator from the 5th. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Senator from the 24th and the 5th, are you
We're still in the midst of an inquiry. Yes, thank you.
Please proceed.
We were just having a moment of pause to reflect on what we're doing here today.
Yes,
Senator?
and this is right. This was one of them. There was another one that was taken off. So we can talk about this. This is the second part of it, dealing with limiting liabilities. Like, let's say you're you're working at a place, you're a student there, and something negligent happens. So, like, let's say you're an intern and they're not, their machinery is not operated properly, and you end up getting hurt from that. So there's a line that says, an employer who accepts a secondary school student in a work-based learning program shall not be subject to civil liability for any claim arising from the student's negligent act or omission. So basically, you want to make sure that, if you're taking students in and things like that, that they're properly trained and you're looking out for them. I mean, you don't want to just have kind of like a blanket immunity. So that was one of the provisions that came out.
And then I am looking at an earlier version of the bill.
Thank you.
I think, yes. And I think the conference committee version was 287.120. A willful act with the intent to cause bodily injury or harm. I think that section may have been taken out of the final bill.
Exactly, right.
Okay.
So originally, and this is what they struck, so it was an affirmative negligent act that purposefully and dangerously caused or increased the risk of injury, and they were trying to make it through a willful act with the intent to cause bodily injury or death. Well, in a lot of these cases, and when things happen like this, there's rarely, if ever, a chance where someone is intentionally trying to cause harm or cause death. What happens is someone's acting negligently and dangerously in a way that causes these types of injuries. So by changing that, I mean, it looks like it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 words,
right.
But it really changes the standard in a negative way. I mean, just the sound of that, a willful act with the intent to cause bodily injury or death for liability. I mean, that's something that is very rare and would be a very difficult burden to meet. So that's why it was important that we kept it as it is, which again, an affirmative negligent act. So it's not just something passive. You have to actually do something in the affirmative that is negligent, that's purposely and dangerously causing or increasing the risk of injury. So we're able to keep that standard how it is.
Great. And I think those may have been the only 2 changes to the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. So yeah, that, like you said, that was 287.120, and the other 2 regarding the school program immunity, that was 162.0112 and 170.0 3038.
All right. Well, I really appreciate you walking me through that. I think the removal of those two provisions makes sense, and it seems to me that you agreed with everything else that stayed in the bill.
Right. I think those were the things that gave me
Gave you the
lot
most
of
heartburn.
Yeah, a lot of heartburn. That's why I'm really appreciative of the senator from Jefferson on her willingness to work with me. The day before it came up and was offered, I told you that I was able to speak with her and tell her I had these concerns and express to her why they were a problem for me. So, I again want to thank her and tell her how much I appreciate her for her willingness to work with me to address those concerns that I had.
Great. Well, I'm glad you had the chance to do that. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the adoption motion of the conference committee report. Hearing none, Senator from Jefferson, you're recognized to close.
I close.
The senator from Jefferson County renews her motion that the conference committee report for the House committee substitute to Senate Bill number 303 be adopted. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Serapoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Luetkemeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams.
Senator from Dallas votes aye. Senator from the 8th votes aye. Senator from Cass County, we need your vote. Votes aye. Senator from Cole votes aye. By your vote of 31 aye and 1 no, you have adopted the conference committee report. Senator from Jefferson County. Senator from Jefferson, you are recognized for the third read motion on your bill.
Would you repeat that, please? I'm recognized to what?
For the third read motion on your bill. We've adopted the conference committee report, and now you would want to make a third read motion.
What? Make a motion to third read and finally pass.
Senate Bill 303.
Senate Bill 303.
The junior senator from Jefferson has moved that the conference committee report for House committee substitute to Senate Bill 303 be read for a third time and finally passed. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Seeing none, Senator, you are recognized to close.
I close.
The senator from Jefferson County renews her motion that the conference committee report for House Committee Substitute to Senate Bill 303 be read for a third time and finally passed. Madam Secretary, please read the bill and call the roll.
Conference Committee Substitute for House Committee Substitute for Senate Bill number 303, an act relating to workers' compensation. Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Serpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Luetkemeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams,
Senator from Cole, would you repeat your vote? Votes aye. By a vote of 32 aye and 1 no, the bill has received a constitutional majority and is declared passed. Hearing no objection, let the journal show the titling and perfection motions were made and carried. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you recognize the senator from Ozark County for a privilege motion on a conference committee report for House Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 72?
Senator from Ozark, you're recognized for a privilege motion.
I have a privilege motion.
State your motion.
I move that the conference committee report on House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 72 be taken up for adoption.
You've heard the motion from the senator of Ozark County. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senator, your conference committee report is now before the body.
I now move that the conference committee report on House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 72 be adopted.
Thank you, Senator. Would you care to explain your report?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. This is the conference report for Senate Bill 72, and it was declaring the first full week of September as Foxtrotter Week in Missouri, which began as a consent bill and passed the Senate 34-0. It gained language regarding the Gateway Arch as the official state monument in the House Tourism Committee. I have an accompanying spreadsheet that gives more detail on the different pieces of the conference report and underlying legislation. The bill turned into an omnibus state designation bill on the House floor, where it gained 26 amendments. Through the conference, we pared the bill back down to a somewhat of a minibus to remove almost everything that didn't receive either a hearing in the House or Senate or had any controversy. What's left in the conference report are 11 different pieces, including my underlying bill and House Committee substitute language, all of which either passed the Senate or the House or were voted do pass in committee. I'm not an expert on all the pieces of this conference report, but I believe they are straightforward, and I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, Mr. President, I renew my motion.
The senator from Ozark has moved for the adoption of the conference committee report for House Committee substitute to Senate Bill number 72. Does any senator desire to be heard? The senator from Clay County.
May I inquire the senator from Ozark, please?
Senator from Ozark, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
She does. Proceed.
Hi, Senator.
Hello.
As we near the end of session, I just want to spend a little time going through everything, dotting all of our I's, crossing all of our T's. And it feels like years ago that we discussed Foxtrotter Week. So would you remind me when that is and how it will be properly celebrated?
Thank you so much for the inquiry. And yes, I always love to talk about Foxtrotters. Foxtrotter is our state horse. It's going to be celebrated the first week of September, which is the time that we all come together in Douglas County, Ava, Missouri, and we have an opportunity to celebrate the Foxtrotter. It's a national show that brings thousands of people into the county, and it gives us an opportunity to share about this wonderful horse. We can work with our Department of Tourism and be able to provide more information about the event and the wonderful breed.
So are there multiple events throughout the week, or is it?
Yes, there are various, of course, different kinds of shows or different kinds of, categories in which a horse is shown, different gaits, different breed, different basic different kind of mini breeds within the breed. Events, there are, actually they do trail rides throughout the county. They also have picnics. All of our civic organizations get together and have an opportunity to talk about their goals. And it's just a huge community event, and it's one that I would just like to make more known across the state.
Well, you have made it more known to me, and that sounds terrific. I might have to come down and visit the first week of September. Yeah. So I'm happy to see this move towards the finish line. It looks like the other days are all fairly non-controversial in recognition of important Missourians or different. The Random Acts of Kindness Day, that has piqued my interest, and I'm curious why we're not celebrating acts of kindness every day.
I agree with you, Senator. I think that every day is an opportunity to celebrate acts of kindness, but I do appreciate the amendment onto this bill so that we can at least take one day and do that for all.
Well, I hope that day is sometime in the next so one of the days in the next 3 days. So we'll try and celebrate that in our own way. I'm happy to see Buck O'Neill Day included in this, as that's an important Kansas City and an important Missourian, someone for whom we all have special feelings for his legacy in Kansas City. And it looks like there are a lot of great other opportunities to draw attention to the great work of people, of Missourians, but also of things that we would have to celebrate for Missouri history. So appreciate you carrying this. Thanks for the inquiry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the adoption of the conference committee report. The senator from Johnson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Inquire the senator from Ozark.
Senator from Ozark, do you yield?
I do.
She does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. I know that you passed this out, like you said, with Foxtrotter Day, and I remember that going through. I just had a couple questions regarding some of these other days, like I did when we similar types of questions that we had when we were naming those Memorial Highways. So I say the first one, Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, Random Acts of Kindness Day, Mark Twain Day. Is there any rhyme or reason why we're doing that on November 30th? Do you know?
You know, I'm not sure about the day which was selected. I just know Mark Twain is a very famous historian, and I assume people just want to celebrate.
Okay. And then March 5th of Iron Curtain Speech Day. Is there's any reason that we selected, or March 5th was selected as for Iron Curtain Speech Day, perhaps?
I think that, of course, that is something that is very known throughout our state. It's happening in Fulton, which is nearby. But each one of these, Senator, days that were, or pieces of this legislation that remain on this bill was because obviously they had a hearing or they were actually a bill that was filed. And so the selection wasn't particularly of the type of day. I didn't want to be the person that decided your day was better than somebody else's day. I just was trying to be objective. And so
Right.
we had, if a bill was filed, if it had a hearing, then we were able to conclude it.
Right. I'm very familiar with naming days. It took me nine years to get Missouri's Wonder Dog and Missouri's official state historical dog of Old Drum. So let's see. I see. I mean, some of them have a definition like, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, Walthall Moore Day, life and work the first African American to serve in the General Assembly, Limb Loss Awareness Month. Obviously, I can tell what that is in relation to.
Again, it's just an opportunity to make awareness of those who have that type of disability and have those kinds of challenges, to take some special time to commemorate the struggles and hardships at times they go through.
Right. And then, I can see the next one, March 26th, is Gwen B. Giles, who was the first black woman to serve in the Missouri Senate. Okay, I understand that. On the next one, though, and maybe you or one of the other senators here can help enlighten me who Hazel Irby is. I know it says citizens of the state are encouraged to participate in appropriate events and activities to recognize Hazel Irby's lifelong dedication to public service and community improvement. There's no really description of who Hazel Irby is, and are you familiar with Hazel Irby?
Actually, Senator, Hazel Irby Day is something I think that is very well known in the St. Louis area, possibly. I know this was Representative Shamed Dugan's amendment. And I know that the way that they were described is she's somebody who has had a long tenure of extensive community service and public service to that area.
So this lady is still alive?
I'm not sure about that, but one thing I will designate is that it's actually just one day in 2021.
Oh, it's one day. Okay,
yes,
so
sir.
It's coming up. It would just be one day. Senator Williams just helped inform me who Hazel Irby is. All right. And the Gateway Arch.
Senator from Johnson.
Yes.
Refusal to look at the chair to acknowledge that you used the senator's name does not get you out of using a senator's name. Please refrain from
I will do my
senators.
best to try and refrain it. There's 3 days left. There may be lots of rules that I break here in the next 3 days. We'll see. The Gateway Arch in St. Louis is hereby selected for and shall be known as the official state monument. Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your indulgence of kind of just going through some of these. I always like to make sure that we're not, especially on ones that I'm not familiar with, that we're making a good decision here in the Senate. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Further discussion on the adoption of the conference committee report. Seeing none, Senator, you're recognized to close.
Mr. President, I now move that House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 72 be third read and finally passed.
Senator, let's close on the adoption of the conference committee report.
I close.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Ozark renews her motion that the conference committee report to House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 72 be adopted. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Searpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Luchtmeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, Whelan, Williams,
Senator from the 20th votes aye. Senator from Franklin? Votes aye. By your vote of 31 aye and 0 no, the conference committee report has been adopted. Senator from Ozark.
Mr. President, I now move that House Committee Substitute Senate Bill 72 be third read and finally passed.
You've heard the motion from the Senator of Ozark County. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Seeing none, Senator, you recognize to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I close.
The senator from Ozark renews her motion that the conference committee report for House Committee Substitute to Senate Bill 72 be read for a third time and finally passed. Madam Secretary, please read the bill and call the roll.
Conference Committee Substitute for House Committee Substitute for Senate Bill number 72, an act relating to state designations. Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Serpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Higeman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Luetkemeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams,
Senator from Cole votes aye. Senator from Cass County votes aye. By a vote of 31 aye to 0 no, the bill has received a constitutional majority and is declared passed. Hearing no objection, let the journal show the titling and perfection motions were made and carried. Senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, the Senate will go to the order of business of reports of standing committees.
Hearing no objection, the order of business will be reports of standing committees. Senator from Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Fiscal Oversight and Government Accountability has a report.
Please send your report forward. Madam Secretary, please read the report.
Mr. President, your Committee on Governmental Accountability and Fiscal Oversight, to which was referred Senate Substitute for Senate Committee Substitute for House Bill 948, begs leave to report that it has considered the same and recommends that the bill do pass. Also, Mr. President, your Committee on Governmental Accountability and Fiscal Oversight, to which was referred Senate Substitute, Senate Committee Substitute, House Substitute, House Bill 432, begs leave to report that it has considered the same and recommends that the bill do pass. Also, Mr. President, your Committee on Governmental Accountability and Fiscal Oversight, to which was referred Senate Substitute for House Committee Substitute for House Bill 66, begs leave to report that it has considered the same and recommends that the bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huff, Chairman.
Senator from Boone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you recognize the senator from Newton County for privilege motion on Senate Substitute for City Committee Substitute for House Committee Substitute for House Bill 432?
Senator from Newton.
Privilege.
Senator from Boone.
Withdraw that motion, Mr. President. Without objection, the Senate will go to the order of business of House bills for third reading on the informal calendar, and I'd ask that you recognize the senator from Newton County for a motion on House Bill 432.
Hearing no objection, the order of business will be House bills for third reading. The senator from Newton.
That Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Substitute for Senate Committee Substitute for House Committee Substitute for House Bill 432 be taken up for a third read and final passage.
You've heard the motion from the senator of Newton County. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senator, your bill is now before the body.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move that Senate Substitute for Senate Committee Substitute for House Committee Substitute for House Bill 432 be read a third time and finally passed.
Senator, you've brought the bill before the body. The bill was previously closed on and has gone to GAFO. So this bill will go immediately to a vote now that it is up before the body. I would remind the body there is an emergency clause on this bill. Madam Secretary, please read the bill and call the roll on House Bill 432.
Senate Substitute for Senate Committee Substitute for House Substitute for House Bill number 432. An act relating to the protection of vulnerable persons with penalty provisions and an emergency clause for a certain section. Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Searpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Lukemeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams,
Senator from Cass votes no. Senator from Lawrence. You're recorded as a no. Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 4th District votes aye. By a vote of 24 aye and 8 no, the bill has received a constitutional majority and is declared passed. Senator from Newton, you're recognized for the emergency clause.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the emergency clause.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the emergency clause.
Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Serpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Lukemeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams,
Senator from the 23rd votes no. Senator from the 2nd. Senator from the 2nd, could you repeat your vote? Thank you, Senator. Votes no. Senator from the 20th. Senator from the 20th, would you repeat your vote? Votes no. Senator from Cass, would you repeat your vote? Votes no. By a vote of 26 aye and 7 no, the emergency clause has been adopted. Hearing no objection, let the journal show the titling and perfection motions were made and carried. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Staying on that same calendar, I should recognize the senator from the 15th for a motion on Senate substitute for House Committee substitute for House Bill 66.
Senator from the 15th District.
I move that Senate substitute for House Bill 66 be taken up for third reading and final passage.
You've heard the motion from the Senator of the 15th District. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is now before the body. Senator from the 15th in the body, as you'll recall, this bill too was in fiscal. Why don't you go ahead and move for the third read motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate substitute for House Bill 66 be read third time, finally passed.
Thank you, Senator. This bill has already been closed on. Madam Secretary, please read the bill and call the roll.
Senate substitute for House Committee substitute for House Bill number 66, an act relating to taxation with penalty provisions and effective dates of certain sections. Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Searpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Higeman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Luetkemeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams,
Senator from Dunklin votes aye. Senator from Cass votes aye. Senator from the 20th votes aye. Senator from Scott, please change Senator from the Scott's vote to a no. By your vote of 30 aye and 1 no, the bill has received a constitutional majority and is declared passed. Hearing no objection, let the journal show the titling and perfection motions were made and carried. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you recognize the senior senator from Jefferson County for a privilege motion on House Committee substitute for Senate Bill 365?
Senator from Jefferson, you're recognized for a privilege motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a privilege motion.
State your motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate refuse to concur with House Committee substitute for Senate Bill 365 as amended and request the House to recede from its position or failing to do so, grant the Senate a conference thereon. Mr. President, the bill started out as a consent bill that allowed county assessors to transmit documents electronically. It turned into a 17-page bill in the House Committee and now is over 50 pages, and it has 9 additional floor amendments. While I'm sure all the improvements the House made were great ideas, I believe the Senate should take a hard look and make sure that all the amendments have been properly vetted. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You've heard the motion from the Senator of Jefferson County. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Hearing none, Senator, you recognize to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion.
Senator from Jefferson County renews his motion that the Senate refuse to concur on the recommendations from the House on Senate Bill 365 and grant a conference. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Senator from Newton.
I request that you recognize the senator from Callaway for a privilege motion on House Bill. Excuse me, Mr. President. I request if there are messages from the House, if you'd inquire, and if there are, we request they be read.
There are messages from the House. Madam Secretary, please read those messages.
Mr. President, I am instructed by the House of Representatives to inform the Senate that the House has taken up and adopted the Conference Committee report on Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Committee Substitute for House Bill 273 as amended, and has taken up and passed Conference Committee Substitute for Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Committee Substitute for House Bill 273. Respectfully submitted Dana Rodman Miller, Chief Clerk.
Senator from Newton.
President, now I would request that you recognize the senator from Callaway for a privileged motion on House Bill 273.
Senator from Callaway, you're recognized for a privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a privilege motion.
State your motion.
I move that the Conference Committee report on Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Committee Substitute for House Bill 273 be taken up for adoption.
You've heard the motion from the Senator of Callaway County. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senator, your Conference Committee report for House Bill 273 is now before the body.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move the Conference Committee report on Senate Substitute Number 2 for Senate Committee Substitute for House Bill 273 be adopted.
Thank you, Senator. Would you care to explain your Conference Committee report?
Thank you, Mr. President. The only change was to fix a word that was unintentionally left out. The change can be found on page 107, line 15 of the Conference Committee report. The section is 436.263, subsection 2, which adds the word thousand. The penalty for misdemeanor and felony were supposed to be the same as $100,000. The word thousand was left off. That was the only thing added. And if there are no questions, I am happy to close.
The Senator from Callaway has moved that the Conference Committee report for Senate Substitute Number 2 to Senate Committee Substitute for House Bill 273 be adopted. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Seeing none, Senator from the 24th.
Excuse me, Mr. President, to briefly inquire of the senator from Callaway.
Senator from Callaway, do you yield? She does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, for some reason I have everything in my packet except for the Conference Committee report with the final bill. Did everyone who was served on that Conference Committee sign on to the bill? Sign on to the report?
As far as I know, I didn't get to see, because it was a House bill, the last person that signed. I think so. We had enough signatures to pass it.
All right. And everyone in the Senate signed on?
Pardon me?
Everyone in the Senate who was on the Conference Committee signed on?
I think the only person that still had to sign on before. Yes, I'm getting the yes on that.
Oh, great. Okay,
Thank
good. And do you know who was on that Conference Committee report? You know what? Maybe I could get a copy. Thank you. I'm sorry. I have everything else in the file, but not that.
If I had it to give to you, I would.
Well, here it comes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so Senator Bratt, oops, go ahead and gavel me. Okay, that feels better.
Thank you.
I apologize, Mr. President. I apologize.
But we rely on experienced senators such as yourself to.
Right. Well, you know, we're always still learning, aren't we? The senator from Cass, the senator from Ozark, the senator from the 17th, and the senator from the 7th.
Thank you.
So it looks as if everybody signed on, and I'm sure if they have any concerns or anything to raise, that they will take the microphone. Thank you for the inquiry, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the adoption of the Conference Committee report? Senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. To inquire of the senator from Callaway.
Senator from Callaway, do you yield?
I yield.
She does. Proceed.
Okay, I am looking for my Conference Committee report on this. Of course, this is your professional registration omnibus.
Yes.
And okay, I have 303 here. I have 666.
It went out of here just fine because only the word thousand had to be added that was left off on page 107, line 15. The misdemeanor and the both of those penalties and the felony were supposed to be $100,000.
Okay.
The word thousand was left off.
Okay.
Everybody on the Conference Committee report signed it.
Okay.
That was the only change that had to be fixed.
Okay, so that was the student athlete part. Okay, so I just want to page through here because I very much trust your.
Well, I can go through and tell you who's are on here again.
Okay, and did you distribute that summary there?
No, we already did all this. The only thing that had to happen was the House had to pass the word 1,000.
Okay.
And then sign the conference report.
Okay, and I
So
kind of
I'm
remember
happy
that.
to go through it again, but it already
Yeah,
passed
no,
out.
no, I'm just flipping through very quickly. Okay, I see on page 1314, occupational therapy. Is that some sort of a interstate compact, or what is that?
Yeah. Occupational therapy reciprocity for military members.
Okay, okay.
Then modifies criminal background check procedures for certain professional licensing authorities. That's the fresh start.
What page is that on?
That is on pages 5 through 11. That's the senator
okay.
from the 15th.
Okay,
Then the next section is the senator from the 20th, occupational therapy licensure compact. Then the next section is senator from the 20th, modifies provisions relating to licensing of dietitians. The nutritionists and dietitians got together, came up with a compromise everybody could live with.
gotcha.
The next one is the senator from the 20th, modifies provisions relating to licensure of architects, engineers, and landscape architects.
Right.
Then next is our underlying bill, Representative Hannigan, on the hair washing. They don't have to have a cosmetology license.
Oh, yes,
Just to
yeah,
wash hair.
yeah, underline bill.
Next one is the senator from Ozark, which was advanced practice nurses, and that got removed because that was an issue.
Yeah, that got removed. Okay.
Next one was mine, modified.
Psychologist licenses.
Right.
Okay.
Next one was the senator from Phelps County, authorizes discipline against real estate licensees related to advertisement.
Gotcha. Okay.
Next one is the senator from Johnson County, creates provisions related to certain payments made to businesses owned by licensed real estate salespersons and brokers.
Great.
Next one is the senator from Johnson's, again, allows insurance producers to receive continuing education credit hours. Next one was the senator from Dallas County, modifies provisions for the Uniform Athlete Agents Act.
Okay.
And that was
Yeah.
the act that missed the word the 1,000 was left off.
Right, and that's what you went to conference over.
Yes.
Yeah, I just saw in here the Senate Bill 584 language about APRNs, and that
was removed.
That was removed. Okay, all right.
With the permission of the senator from Ozark.
Well, Senator, thank you for all your hard work on this bill, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the adoption motion? Seeing none, Senator from Callaway, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that I close.
The senator from Callaway County renews her motion that the conference committee report for Senate Substitute Number 2 to Senate Committee Substitute for House Bill 273 be adopted. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on the adoption of the conference committee report.
Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernstetter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Searpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Luchtermeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams,
Senator from Cass votes aye. Senator from Boone, would you repeat your vote? Aye. Votes aye. Senator from Cass, would you repeat your vote? Votes aye. By your vote of 31 aye and 1 no, you have adopted the conference committee report. Senator from Callaway.
Mr. President, I now move that the conference committee substitute for Senate substitute number 2 for Senate committee substitute for House Bill 273 be third read and finally passed.
You've heard the motion from the Senator of Callaway County. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Seeing none, Senator, you are recognized to close.
I close.
Senator from Callaway County renews her motion to the conference committee report for Senate substitute number 2 to Senate committee substitute for House Bill 273 be read for a third time and finally passed. Madam Secretary, please read the bill and call the roll.
Conference committee substitute for Senate substitute number 2 for Senate committee substitute for House Bill number 273, an act relating to professional registration. Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Searpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins, Huff, Koenig, Luchtmeyer, May, Moon, Mosley, O'Laughlin, Onder, Razor, Rader, Riddle, Rizzo, Roberts, Rowden, Schatz, Shoup, Washington, White, Whelan, Williams.
Senator from the 15th, votes aye. Senator from Clay, votes aye. By your vote of 31 aye and 1 no, the bill has received a constitutional majority and is declared passed. Hearing no objection, let the journal show the titling and perfection motions were made and carried. Senator from Newt, Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you recognize the senator from the 15th for a privileged motion on Senate substitute for Senate Bill 22 with House Amendments 1 through 3?
Senator from the 15th, you're recognized for a privileged motion.
I have a privileged motion.
State your motion.
I move that Senate substitute for Senate Bill 22 be taken up for third reading and final passage.
You've heard the motion from the senator of the 15th district. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senator, your bill is now before the body.
I now move that House Amendment 1 be adopted.
Thank you, Senator. Would you care to explain your amendment?
Sure. House Amendment 1 was an amendment by Representative Grier, and it was just a titling change.
Senator, you can explain your amendment.
Yeah, it's Amendment 1 was an amendment, by Representative Grier, and it was just a titling change.
The senator from the 15th has moved for the adoption of House Amendment number 1 to the Senate substitute for Senate Bill number 22. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Senator from Clay County.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I inquire the senator from the 15th?
Senator from the 15th, do you yield?
I do.
He does. Proceed.
I'm guessing this is one of the less controversial amendments, but I want to help you set the stage. So he changed the title from redevelopment in certain areas to?
That's what he changed it to.
Oh, okay. So he narrowed it down from TIF.
Well, yeah. So, it actually slightly more broader, but it blocked out the discussions about any other tax provision. So it did kind of limit it.
Okay, I got it. And then how many amendments can we expect to vote on?
All right. So we have Amendment 1, 2, 3, and then 5 and 6. So we can go ahead and go through those amendments now, so that way everyone will know what they'll be voting on.
Mind reminding us what the underlying
bill was dealing with floodplains. So there was no one that voted no on it. They actually left the initial floodplain bill relatively intact. There was a delayed implementation. So instead of it being implemented in August of this year, it would be January 1st, 2022, so about a 4-month delay. Which I was fine with. Then there was...
This is a bill that should be very familiar to the Senate. We've worked on it.
Yeah, we've passed it out of this chamber about, I think, 3 times with almost... There wasn't anybody voting no on it, I believe. That's the case. Then there's Amendment 2 is dealing with CIDs. It puts some restrictions. It limits CIDs to 27-year limits. It can be renewed. There has to be a report by the auditor, or a report has to be sent to the auditor. They have to have one person that's a director who has to live inside the municipality.
Was that filed as a standalone bill?
It
Did
was.
It have a hearing?
Yes.
Any testimony in opposition?
I sent out a sheet. It is Representative Hill's bill, House Bill 213. Voted out of rule or downsizing state government 11-0 and rules 11-1.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Then House Amendment 3 was Representative Eggleston's. So he basically took the definition of blight that we had we tweaked the definition of blight in the floodplain bill, and he just took all the other definitions of blight and just made them all the same. And then that's the amendment that changed the effective date. Also in that amendment, the senator from the 6th, he had an exemption for Cole County on the floodplain portion, but he meant to do it for Jefferson City, and apparently all of Jefferson City is not in Cole County. And
really?
Yeah, apparently it goes across the river.
Okay.
I guess I didn't even know that was the case either. So that was changed, and actually that is identical to House Amendment 5. Apparently they did the exact same thing that they did in 3 and 5, and that's all that 5 does.
Okay.
And then House Amendment 6 is identical to the introduced version of urban farming from Senator from the 9th.
Which came through Ways and Means.
You can talk to the Senator from the 9th about that if you want to.
I may do that.
I don't know if she's listening at all or not.
She seems very excited.
She might not even know it's in here. I don't know.
It will be good news to her.
She knows. She
knows.
Right.
Yeah.
I wanted to get some kind of reaction, but.
But we heard that bill in Ways and Means.
We did.
It was approved almost unanimously, but seems like it will be a great provision to expose especially kids who live in the city to the agriculture in our great state. So overall, it seems like these are non-controversial bills.
I think that's right, yep.
And appreciate your work on this. You have been a very busy person today.
I have. I'm feeling I have been busy the last couple days.
How many bills have you passed just today?
Well,
make the rest of us
technically
feel jealous.
we were sending stuff back over to the House,
yep.
So they haven't actually finished through the process.
Okay.
But
I'll say that same here. Same for me. All right. Well, I appreciate the inquiry. Thanks for your work on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from the 8th.
have an inquiry of the senator from the 15th.
Senator 15th, you
Yes.
yield? He does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. I was looking over your spreadsheet. I can't actually find the bill, but I know we've talked about TIF reform and things in the past.
Yes, it's Senate Bill 22, which is it's dealing with floodplains, eliminates floodplains, but Jackson County is exempt.
Okay, so that's why I was curious. Clay and Jackson are exempt then?
Just like the
Okay.
way it came out of the Senate, so that you won't be impacted by that.
Okay, I just want to make sure about that. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the adoption of House Amendment Number 1. The senator from Cole.
President, can I inquire the senator from the 15th, please?
Senator from the 15th, you yield.
I do.
So I heard you talking about
So when the bill was over
Cole
here,
and
so
Jeff City and Cole County.
Yeah, so when the bill was over here, I believe at least there was someone that came to me and said that your amendment didn't fully take care of them because it was Cole County and not Jefferson City, and Jefferson City is not wholly contained within Cole County. And so...
But is Cole County still in there?
It is not. It's Jefferson City that is in there.
Cole County is supposed to be in there.
I was told by the person, whoever it
They're
was...
wrong.
Oh, they were wrong.
Wrong. It's Cole County and Jefferson City that's in Callaway County.
All right. So it would go across the river and incorporate that also.
Yeah, but you said Cole County's not in here.
I believe Cole County is not. It's all of Jefferson
Okay,
City.
well, that's not right.
All right.
So what do we do now?
Well, I guess it's up to you, but I want to move forward with the bill.
Well, I'm not willing to go.
I'm more than happy to help you include Cole County on another bill if I'm able to, or next year fix that.
No, I don't want to do that. I want to do it now.
All right. Well, this is not amendable.
All right, well, then we're going to kill it. Cole County should have never came out of there.
All right. Well, we could take it to conference.
All right, make that motion.
All right. What? No, we don't. No, we don't.
Okay, gang. 5 by 5. Let me know if you can hear me. Yeah, I understand the audio cut
Senator from
Oh, hang on. It
15th.
just came back.
I'm
still making phone calls right now, gang. I just got off the phone with Senator Cindy O'Loughlin's office. These LAs are still in most of these offices if you guys want to keep making phone calls to senators. Okay, I'm going to take my mic off and we'll continue listening to the Senate Live, and I'm continuing to make phone calls.
Senator, would you like to state?
House Minutes.
Would you like to state a new privilege motion?
Yes.
And your motion would be that the Senate refuse to concur with the amendments sent forward from the House on Senate Bill 22 and grant the conference thereon?
Yes.
That's what we thought. You've heard the motion from the senator of the 15th District. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Senator from Cole.
Can I inquire of the senator from the 15th?
Senator from the 15th, you yield.
I do.
He does. Proceed.
So how will this work then?
So we'll just make that one provision to include Cole County because it came out of the Senate that way. We will keep the Jefferson City so that way you get both pieces that you want.
Okay. And I'm on the conference committee?
Fine with me. I can talk to the president about that.
All right. Thank you, Senator.
Further discussion on the motion offered by the senator from the 15th District?
Mr. President.
Senator from the 24th. It was a tie and ladies go first. Senator from the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President. To inquire of the senator from the 15th.
Senator from the 15th, you yield?
I do.
He does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to go back. I know that you've changed the definition of blighted and referred to statute 99.805. And my phone won't let me pull up the language. Do you have the language of what your definition for blighted is now throughout statute?
Yeah, so that's the definition that we created in our underlining bill that we passed out.
I'm sorry, it's the definition?
It's the definition in Senate Bill 22 that we created.
Okay, all right. So I will go back and look at it in the underlying.
It's on the first page.
Okay, I was looking at the amendments. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion, the senator from the 5th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. To inquire of the senator of the 15th.
Senator from the 15th, you yield.
I do.
He does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. And this was actually, I had the same question, so I see that there was some opposition to that, and I don't have the bill in front of me at the time, so if you could expand a little bit on why we changed the definition and what the purpose for that House Amendment 3 changing the definition of a blighted area.
Yeah, so in the original bill, Senate Bill 22, we have the word morals, improper subdivision, obsolete platting. They don't have real definitions, so we removed that. And then what the House did is they took that definition and applied it to all the other definitions of blight that we have in statute.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you with the echoes. You said you took which definition was it?
They took the definition that we created in Senate Bill 22 and applied it to all the definitions that are in the statute. So there's actually 4 other places where there's a definition of blight, and they basically took the definition that we created and just copied and pasted it.
Okay. Do you know why there was opposition to it, or what that was regarding in particular?
Opposition to I don't believe there was much opposition to making that change.
Okay. I just assumed that was the vote on the chart that I'm looking at. I think it was 8-3 in the House Ways and Means, and then 10-4 in their administrative oversight.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the inquiry, Senator.
Mm-hmm.
Further discussion on the conference motion offered by the senator from the 15th. Seeing none, Senator, you recognize to close.
I close.
Senator from the 15th renews his motion that the Senate refuse to receive the House amendments and that the House grant a conference thereon on Senate Bill 22. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. Senator from the 1st District.
Yes, Mr. President.
May the chair inquire of you?
Absolutely.
Senator, are you a St. Louis Cardinals fan?
I'm a big St. Louis Cardinals fan.
You know, Senator, it is against Senate rules to introduce special guests in the Senate chamber right now at the point we are in session. But do you know who the greatest shortstop is that ever played for any team?
And this is the most, there is no debate on this whatsoever.
This is just a question. This is hypothetical.
No, it's for sure. It's not a debate. It's not a debate. It is Ozzie Smith, and I watched him growing up, and it was amazing.
Senator from the 1st, what the body may not know is Mr. Smith's career in Major League Baseball is well documented, but his involvement in the community is something people know less about. And I, for one, appreciate his involvement in the Boys and Girls Club and many activities with youth in the St. Louis area and the region. And what many people may not know, and those of you who live on the east side of the state, St. Louis has an incredible asset called the Muni Opera, which is the oldest outdoor theater west of the Mississippi. And several years ago, the Wizard of Oz was at the Muni Opera. And guess who the wizard was?
The wizard, that's the nickname.
And when Dorothy saw the wizard, she said, "You're the wizard." He said, "I am, but folks around here call me Ozzy."
That's right, yeah.
Senator from Boone.
Okay, guys, the audio seems to have dropped from the Senate for a little bit, which is kind of strange. It didn't seem like it was appropriate to drop the audio. I'm still making phone calls to senators, gang. I'm not stopping because some of those LAs, some of those office assistants are still in. They have access to their senators in real time via text. And a lot of them, if you're real nice to them on the phone, they'll go ahead and text the senator right away and let them know, why you were calling. So I recommend. Oh,
thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, the Senate will go to the order of business.
If we could get some order in the chamber while the greatest shortstop in history departs. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, the Senate will go to the order of business of reports of standing committees, and I'd ask that you recognize me for a report.
Hearing no objection, the order of business will be reports of standing committee. Senator from Boone.
Committee on Rules, Joint Rules, Resolutions, and Ethics has a report.
Thank you, Senator. Send your report forward. Madam Secretary, please read the report.
Mr. President, your Committee on Rules, Joint Rules, Resolutions, and Ethics, to which was referred Senate Substitute for Senate Bill Number 258, begs leave to report that it has examined the same and finds that the bill has been duly enrolled and that the printed copies furnished to the senators are correct. Respectfully submitted, Senator Rowden, Chairman.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, the Senate will go to the order of business of third reading of House bills on the informal calendar. And I'd ask that you recognize the senator from Scott County for motion on House Bill 297.
Hearing no objection, the order of business will be House bills for third reading, informal calendar. The senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you bring House substitute for House Bill number 297 back before the body.
You've heard the motion from the senator of Scott County. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senator, your bill is back before the body.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you send that sub back to me. I have a new substitute.
Madam Secretary, please send the substitute back. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that
Senator, do you have a new substitute to send forward?
I do have a new substitute to send forward.
Please send your substitute forward. And Senator, would you be seeking a waiver of the reading?
And I seek a waiver of the reading, yes.
Hearing no objection, a waiver will be granted. Senator, would you please go ahead and move for the adoption and then feel free to explain your new substitute.
I now move for the adoption of House Sub for House Bill number 297, Senate substitute for House Bill 297. What we've done is, before we laid the bill over, we had some difference of opinions, and so what this substitute does is it has pulled out the Show Me Child Development Account Act, and everything else is as we had spoke before laying it over.
The senator from Scott has moved for the adoption of Senate Substitute Number 2 to House Substitute for House Bill 297. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Senator from the 24th.
Mr. President, to inquire of the sponsor of the legislation.
Would you care to inquire from the senator of Scott County?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Senator from Scott, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
She does. Proceed.
So, Senator, I have to say I'm kind of disappointed that was the sticking point for this piece of legislation, because these child development accounts have such an opportunity to help our kids, to give our kids and their families excitement about their future, about investing in them and their education going forward. Tell me about your decision.
No, I am not. This was something that was negotiated without me. It was the first time I had heard about these, and so I understand that some other states are doing some comparable things, and so I definitely was interested in it, but perhaps our senator from Boone might want to explain a little bit about why we pulled this out, or maybe another senator that had wanted this out, but that was just a sticking point, and so it was decided to do that so that the rest of these, all of this other good language could get done before Friday.
Right. So when you say you weren't involved in the decision, so this was discussed between other parties besides you as the handler of the bill on this side. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And was the House handler of the bill involved in this discussion, do you think?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, Senator, I'm going to go ahead and inquire of a couple of other senators.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
I appreciate it. Mr. President.
Senator from the 24th.
May I inquire of the senator from Boone, please?
Senator from Boone County. Do you yield to an inquiry from your colleague of the 24th District?
I do, Mr. President.
He does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. We are talking, of course, about House Bill 297 and about the child development account.
Yeah.
So you have young kids, but regardless of what we personally experience, I thought this sounded like a great program, not only a small investment in each of our kids' futures here in the state of Missouri, but an investment that demonstrates to them that we're willing to put a little money behind our conversation about how our kids are our future. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know that I personally, I'm not terribly familiar with the program. I had heard through some folks that there were some other folks in the body that had some issues with that, with the program, and just I think the financial ramifications potentially of that. And so in the interest of trying to get a bill that would be in a place where folks would be able to support it, I think that we made the executive decision to live to fight another day. It's kind of a new idea. It's kind of a new program. And so I think there were just some folks who had some concerns and wanted to learn a little bit more before, signing on the dotted line to do it.
Well, it's certainly every program that
I get what you're saying,
gets funded
yeah.
the first time as a new program
Correct,
here.
correct, yeah.
But there are other states that have this program, and it's really shown some positive long-term impacts. So, Senator, the people who showed concerns here, could you direct me to who you think those people are that really would hold up this bill because of this?
Yeah, I think the senior senator from Jefferson was one who I had heard from, and there might have been others. But and he's standing right next to you, as you know. He might be able to shed a little bit of light on it.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I inquire of the senior senator from Jefferson?
Senior senator from Jefferson, do you yield to inquiry? He does. Proceed.
We've been working together so well.
Yes, we have.
I'm curious
yeah.
as to your position about why this particular provision needed to come out.
I think it's a good concept, but I think it needs some work because it didn't have a committee hearing. Okay, it was referred to my committee, and we never had a hearing on it. I was waiting for, I guess, we had a miscommunication between the Treasurer's Office. I was hoping they would come back. We had a discussion earlier in the session about how broad it is, and I had concerns about that.
Broad in what way?
Well, broad in that if, for example, one of my concerns is that every child born in the state of Missouri gets $100 put in an account, and we keep it in that account for 30 years. So we could have someone who basically went to Fort Leonard Wood, was there for 3 months, happened to have a child, moved out of the state, never came back to the state of Missouri again, and we were putting this money away for that person. So I was wanting to find ways to trim and make it more efficient, and we never had those discussions. And so right now, the current bill that we have before us is this really broad, expansive thing that I don't think is necessarily a bad idea, but I think we need to look at the parameters and maybe shape it a little bit and pare down some of it instead of having it be so broad.
So let me make sure I'm clear on what your concern was. Your concern was that somebody who doesn't even continue to live here, maybe doesn't even know about that account anymore, moves out of state, moves away, maybe is a veteran, goes serves, and that $100 that we invested in them, you're worried that it's going to sit in that account, frankly, earning interest for the state of Missouri for 30 years or what? I actually thought it was less than 30 years, but I'm going to take your word for it.
I don't know what was in the language that we pulled out, but the original bill that I think was forced was a 30-year time frame. And part of it is I guess I have questions about the mechanics of how we do this. I mean, how are we going to, people move so much. I don't know about you, but I know when I do holiday cards, 3% of them come back every year because people are moving. But and those are people that your friends and family. So when we go into, we say every child in the state of Missouri, how are we going to track them? And how much is it going to cost us to track them? And is the cost of tracking them and keeping this program going more, is it a boondoggle? I don't know. I have a lot of questions.
No, I understand.
But the concept is good.
Right, and you didn't have a hearing on it.
No, we did not have a hearing on it.
And do you know who the sponsor of the bill is without saying that person's name, but only saying?
No, I don't recall right now.
Okay, maybe that sponsor will.
I don't recall, but I do know that the bill was, like I said, we did have some discussions with the Treasurer's Office early on, and it was and I think we had a miscommunication because I thought we were going to continue discussions and have a hearing, and you know how things go here. They didn't check back, and we moved forward with everything else and never touched back up with it. So. But I think there's potential for a good program, but I think the way it's drafted right now, there's too many unanswered questions and it hasn't been properly vetted, and that's why I requested that.
I understand that whole vetting process, and I think it's really important to get at the kinds of questions that you have, and you've done a little exploration on your own outside of having a committee hearing, and that's the beginning. And I don't want to throw my hands up and give up on this because I really do think, especially for low-income families, for kids living in poverty, to know that there is somebody out there who says, I believe in you, I'm going to get this started. The research that we have shows once you do that, a lot of families step up and start to say, yes, I need to start preparing for my child or my children's future. And we could go to other states and see how it's put into place and see how they track people. But I will tell you, I went to the University of Missouri, graduated in 1976, and trust me, I got married, I moved out of state for a while. They know how to find me. Organizations and institutions know how to find you, and when there is money on the other side of that question of where are you, I think people are going to be pretty easy to find, and I think that we can look to other states to see how the implementation is.
And like I said, I think it's a worthy program, but I think the questions that we need to vet it, because if it's going to be for a 30-year period of time to have $100 for somebody that was just happened to be born in the state of Missouri for one day, maybe they were trapped, maybe they're not even signed to Fort Leonard Wood, maybe they were driving from California to New York, and they stopped in Columbia at a hotel, and then she decided to go had a baby, and boom, they got $100. I mean, so yeah.
Yeah, so interesting. So, yeah, I think that certainly we should have those conversations about who should be eligible, what is the appropriate amount. I imagine in the grand scheme of things, I think we have like 70,000 births in Missouri each year.
Right, yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, I bet it's going to be a small percentage that doesn't stay here. But the other interesting thing about that is, I think that once those children are older, if they do live here, and their parents know that this state has put its money where its mouth is. We care about kids, we care about their future, and we care about our futures. So I know that you've already committed to me to hearing another bill of mine. I don't even know who the bill sponsor is.
I do know now it is the senator from Dallas.
Okay, I'm wondering if, and I know that the senator from Dallas is perfectly capable of taking care of herself, but she's not on the floor right now.
Right.
And I'm wondering if you feel comfortable that you would be able to at least give this bill a hearing next year.
I will tell you, I will do that.
That's
it can't be the
fantastic.
first bill, though, because I've already committed that to someone else.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
And
All
I
right.
really appreciate
Okay.
it. But that will be great.
But I will
think that
commit
she
to having
and
a hearing.
I will be
Right.
delighted to hear that,
Okay.
and hopefully we can work something out and address your questions and concerns.
I look forward to it.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from the 2nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. To cover the senator from the 24th.
Senator from the 24th, do you yield? She does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, you were, appreciate the inquiry. So tell me what you said, these Show Me Development Child Account programs, $100 placed in the account at birth. It shows wonderful, marvelous results in other states. Do you know how many states have these programs?
I do, and I have it here in my notes somewhere. This wasn't my bill, so I
Okay.
didn't look at it as in-depth as I would in normal circumstances. But Nebraska, for example, was the most recent state to implement a statewide program, and the legislation in Nebraska passed the Nebraska legislature unanimously because these accounts get parents thinking about their children's future from day one.
Do they really?
Yeah.
How do you assert that? What is your evidence of that?
Well, I have information, and I have information from results from SEED for Oklahoma kids. We have.
What's the oldest of these programs in the United States?
I am not sure what the oldest is. Okay. This particular.
You remember the fiscal note on this program?
I believe that it is, oh my gosh, I think, well, it's 70,000 times 100, so.
70,000. Okay. So Senator, if we apply the rule of 72 and we take $100 and let's say there's a 7.5% rate of return in 2 decades, about the time a child would be in college, that $100 would grow to the massive sum of $400, which might pay for one textbook.
Exactly. I understand that.
Elsewhere here, we remove the cap for college tuition. So I just don't know, the miraculous.
No, you and I may have a different idea about public education and investing in our kids.
Oh, you mean like fighting to the death to keep kids from getting education scholarships, but while spending $5 million.
I don't think that anybody fought to the death, since that obviously passed through this chamber and the other
I guess so, with extreme concessions. But Senator, how does $100 put in an account that just sits there, that can't be rolled over into a 529 or any other investment vehicle? Growing to, let's say, $400 by college age, how does that, quote, get parents to invest in kids? I don't understand.
Because the state has said we are willing to invest in your newborn.
So when
we care about your newborn. This is,
so when our Medicaid program, our CHIP program, our Head Start program, our K through 12 education program, early child program, that doesn't say that we're investing in children, Senator?
This is money that goes directly in this child's name for this family.
$100.
Senator, if you don't like the
$100.
bill when it comes forward or after it's heard or
Yeah.
when it's heard in committee,
You're
are
just-
certainly
you're-
welcome.
you're just making
you
some-
are certainly
you're just-
welcome to
you're ju-
object to it, to ask questions
You're
about
just,
it, to
you're just
modify it.
making some very grandiose statements
I
about
am.
this program.
I am, because I believe that saying to families, we're going to invest. Of course, we're not paying for your college tuition. Of course, we're not doing that. But we are saying we care enough to start an account in your name. Now, can you follow up and join us in doing the right thing for your family? Some young families, especially those lower income families, may never consider that starting a bank account for a child at a young age is something that may move a family to start to say, yes, this is something we should
So,
do.
Senator,
I'm
should a
suggesting
program
that
like this be-
evidence from other places is saying, yes, we're doing this because we believe it's the right thing to do for kids. If you don't, then certainly you're free
Senator,
to
I think there's
object.
some raw assertions from, quote, other places, that I think the oldest one of these programs is still very new. So some of the extravagant assertions about the results of this program, because they are relatively new programs, are overstated. And I think, basically creating a government sector, socialized, if you will, program to supplant private vehicles such as 529 accounts, I think is. I think it sounds to me like a somewhat meaningless gesture, especially when we're talking about $100 that really nothing else can be done with. It can't be rolled into, for instance, a 529.
Senator, if you want to increase the amount, I'm certain that people will listen to that consideration.
Yeah.
You think it
Well,
should be
Senator,
higher?
I think this was certainly a provision that wasn't ready for prime time, and it was good that it was removed from the substitute.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't ready for prime time.
Well,
Senator.
actually, I believe, and I will tell you that it had been carried by, and I didn't realize this, by Senator Sater when he was here in the chamber. So he
Well,
had,
I don't
had a hearing on
I don't
it.
remember
I
that.
don't
We could
recall it
inquire
either.
of Senator Sater if he were here. Thank you for the inquiry, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President?
From the second,
Thank you, Mr. President. To inquire of the senator from Scott.
Senator from Scott, you yield to an inquiry.
I do.
She does. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator, for the inquiry. Well, Senator, thank you for your hard work on this bill. Again, I disagree with my colleague from the 24th about this kind of untested, I would believe, government socialistic program, if you will, where we create one more handout, a meaningless gesture of $100 accounts at birth that are just going to sit there in 95% of cases and not do anything, can't be rolled over into private investment vehicles such as 529 accounts. So I'm happy that wasn't in the bill. But I wanted to ask you about getting rid of the tuition cap, because this was, of course, an initiative, a bill handled by Senator Nadler a number of years ago. I think it has served to put some brakes on the rapid cost of college, the rapid growth, the exponential growth in student loan debt here in this state. Now, what I realize is existing law, because of some compromise language worked out by the senator from Boone a few years ago, the years that funding is withheld from higher education, those amounts accumulate. So the university system could raise tuition by 8.3% this year, even if they did nothing. So, prima facie, the original bill of Senator Nadler's would have limited us to the consumer price index, which would be 1.3%. But they could have gone as much as 8.3% in a year that inflation was 1.3%. Now, it turned out the university announced a couple of weeks ago that they're going to increase tuition by 5%. So we have very substantial tuition increases despite the existing law capping tuition. So I shudder to think what the university might be doing if we remove this cap altogether. But actually, that's not my main concern about this bill.
Okay, wow, because I was looking around thinking, well, where's the folks that were wanting to defend that? But good, what is the...
Yeah, my
Maybe
main,
I'll know something about this
my
next
main
one.
concern is this talk, because when the University of Missouri lobbyists, and they pay lobbyists, it's interesting that they pay lobbyists to come down here and do their bidding. We're paying them and they're paying lobbyists. So when the army of University of Missouri lobbyists came down to lobby me on this bill, they said, Senator, we don't really want to increase tuition. What we really want to do is charge differential tuition. And I get it. It costs more to run an engineering program, to educate an engineer or a nurse than it does to educate an English major or a gender studies major. I get that. And I also understand that graduates of engineering schools make more money than graduates with English majors. But I guess we've got to ask ourselves and one of the curators told me that they anticipated charging as much as 40% more for engineering as they will for liberal arts. And I guess I got to ask myself whether we're engaging in some sort of schizophrenic thinking in this body, where we talk about encouraging kids to go into STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. STEM, major in math, study math, study science, get your engineering degree. Go into nursing. We need nurses. We need healthcare professionals. Do it. And then they get to college. They're seniors in high school, and they're looking at college, and they say, and they maybe in some year, in the not too distant future, we're going to have a student saying, well, I want to go to Mizzou, and I could major in English, or I could major in engineering and pay 40% more. Now, I get that right now, because of fees and all, they kind of have differential tuition anyway, but it's hidden in fees. So I see that that's kind of being addressed by this bill. But I want the curators and the decision makers in our university systems to know that if down the road we find that Missouri is graduating a plethora of English and gender studies majors and fewer nurses and engineers and math majors and chemistry majors, I think we're going to have to revisit this idea of differential tuition. And the other thing I would point out is one could major in mathematics and become an actuary or go to work for a hedge fund and make a lot of money. Or one could go and work at one's local public school and not make as much money. One could major in chemistry and go to work for Bayer or Pfizer and make a good salary, or work for the local public school and make less money. So I don't think, and I also think there's also hey, that engineer is going to make more money when he gets out, so we've got to punish him by charging him more tuition now. I almost think there's almost a tinge of envy going on there when I hear university officials say things like that, and I guess they don't mean it. So I don't doubt the good intentions of those who brought this to us. And I guess what I'm doing, even though my initial tendency was to oppose this on the floor when it was here, and I would have spoken up more on this subject when it was on the floor for perfection or third read, but I was engaged in other things. But I think that we need to watch this pretty substantial change in policy very closely to see what its results are. Because we need to know, by their fruits we will know them.
I hear you, and I think that absolutely has a lot of merit. And just thinking through how students might look at this as they're choosing their career path. But I think that I very much support removing this cap, just in a free market sense. And a mom who just paid. For my son's college, I'm very blessed to be able to do that.
Yes.
But I do see that we should probably keep just
We need to watch.
pay attention and,
Yeah.
and make sure that this is one of the things that we certainly consider as the years move forward and we're short in some areas.
Yeah, no, I do understand that, but I guess I would object to the idea that this is free market. This is a public university that's very massively subsidized by taxpayers.
I just mean, like, if they're pricing themselves out of a student,
Yes.
you know, like if Mizzou prices themselves out of a student, I mean, Missouri State is a fabulous school, and so is Southeast Missouri State, and, and others.
And they're competing with surrounding states, and I also realize that they're competing with surrounding states for good professors,
Right,
and they, and lab equipment is expensive, and I do get all that, and that's why I am making the decision here to stand, or made the decision the other day to stand down on this issue, because my prima facie tendency would have been to oppose it or substantially amend it. But I don't doubt the good intentions of our curators and our university officials. I hope it works out as they say. And as they say even right now, very substantial tuition increases could be enacted, even under the existing law. Which is something, if I realized when the compromise was worked out a few years ago, I might have stopped it at that point. But anyway, they're substantial, but many of this differential tuition right now is hidden in these fees. So I think just in terms of transparency in pricing, consumer protection, I think that overall, I can see where this policy may be good, but we've got to watch how it works out going forward. And I think, look, we are investing more, in an engineering education or a chemistry education or nursing education than we are in a English or social sciences education. But I thought we believed we needed more nurses, healthcare professionals, engineers, scientists, math majors, accountants. I thought we needed more of those, and I hope there's not someone in the university system deciding that we're wrong about that, because I don't think we are. So anyway, Senator, I appreciate your hard work on this, and again, thank you for the inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Further discussion on the adoption motion, the senator from Ozark County.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
Please send your amendment forward.
The amendment has been distributed, and I would request a waiver of the reading.
Hearing no objection, a waiver of the reading will be granted. Senator, would you care to move for the amendment's adoption, and then feel free to explain it.
I move for the adoption of the amendment. And I would like to explain. Mr. President, the amendment is language from Senate Bill 386. It was voted to pass unanimously by the Senate Education Committee. It just asks the State Board of Education, requires the State Board of Education to develop a statewide plan for what we consider the minimum requirements for career and tech education certificates for post-secondary as well as K-12, in addition to those things that are required by the federal plan. The language requires DESE to convene groups of experts from each of our CTE program areas to develop some performance standards, course competencies, and written curriculum frameworks to be used as a resource so that we can meet the needs of our markets. The bill leaves it up to local school districts to determine the specific curriculum, the programs, and courses based on student needs, interests, and the requirements of those statewide plans. The bottom line of this amendment is just to make sure that our CTE programs, our post-secondary programs, are properly preparing students for today's workforce needs by ensuring that those needs are correctly matched and the skills are taught that are matched up with appropriate resources. Thank you again, Mr. President, and I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I renew my motion.
The senator from Ozark has moved for the adoption of Senate Amendment number 1, Senate Substitute number 2 for the House Substitute to House Bill 297. Does any senator desire to be heard? Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really like this amendment, and I hope that we can get it on. I think that direction for our students and understanding what's available to them in career paths is something that we've been lacking for some time, and so I ask the body to support this amendment.
Further discussion on the adoption motion of Senate Amendment number 1. Here, Senator from Cass County.
To inquire of the senator from the 23rd.
Senator from the 23rd, do you yield?
I do, Mr. President.
He does. Proceed.
Thanks, Senator. I apologize. Are we on amendment right now?
We are.
Okay. That's what you were trying to signal to me. Okay, I misunderstood your signal. So I guess let's go ahead and
In the
dispose of that
query, and
amendment.
I'll talk after. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We're waiting on the distribution of the amendment.
We have it.
Silence in the Senate. It's a nice break, isn't it, gang? Listen to all this crap that they're trying to get done here, you know, and literally shovel all this horse manure out on the Senate floor rather than protecting our Second Amendment rights. You know, this is Rowden, guys, the guy you're looking at right now. This is his doing all this crap we're hearing right now on the Senate floor, rather than actually getting anything substantive. You know, actually out and get some good work done for the people. And I'm starting to think that he's doing this on purpose, that we went through a 2-hour debate over feral pigs last night at around 10 o'clock last night, that we went through that debate and he thought it was funny. Yeah, let them debate feral pigs. We're not going to let the people of Missouri eat cake, he says. You know, that's what it seems like. And guys, I gotta tell you, I have not been listening too much to this stuff. Give me a 5x5. Let me know if you guys can hear me, by the way. But I mean, it's gotta be what's going on here, gang. So, I'm hearing from Mike Moon's office, SAPA should be coming up tonight. I'm hearing from Burleson's office, SAPA should be coming up tonight. So whatever deals, you know, they're doing, whatever pressure is happening in the background, I mean, they're being assured that SAPA is coming up tonight. So, at any rate, 5x5, gang, if you guys can hear me, give me a 5x5. Okay, thank you, Liberty Revolutionary. And thanks for joining us today. We appreciate you. It's embarrassing here in the state of Missouri to hear all this tripe happening in our Senate live for everyone to hear, rather than the Second Amendment Preservation Act, the single most popular bill that ever hit, you know, the stairs, you know, of the actual Capitol building in the state of Missouri ever. So, yeah, we do what we do. I'm continuing to make phone calls. I'm receiving phone calls too, as you guys have probably been watching me here on the camera. So, yeah, we're doing what we can here on our end, the grassroots side. We're continuing to make phone calls. These LAs are still in. LA stands for something assistant, but office assistant or, you know, whatever. But they're still in most of these offices. So we continue to call. We continue to ask them to put pressure on Rowden. And I think Rowden's withholding SAPA on purpose. And the fact that we have they were debating some of the most stupid bills I've ever heard of before in the last, 24 hours. And I think that brings him a lot of pleasure, to just rub Second Amendment people's noses in crap. I think that's probably what he's doing. I don't know. I mean, I can only guess. So, yeah, we are at the precipice of running out of time here. And I do mean that quite literally. We're just about out of time where, basically it just won't matter anymore because they can't get anything done in the Senate before they get it to the House and then get it to the governor. Let's see. Revolutionary says, organize the people. Mass noncompliance is the solution. Well, legislative assistant. Thank you, Gabriel. Yeah, let's not organize the people and do a mass non-compliance on YouTube. That's a real good way to get your channel to get a strike or whatever. We'll save that for like BitChute or Odyssey or something like that. Once they take down the YouTube channel, there's not much you can do. And hey, Final Countdown is sending us some kind of strange hand signals there. At least Dems are honest about hating individual sovereignty. Yeah, we do have honest.
The amendment has been distributed.
Oh, here we go. This.
All
right, guys, I'm going to mute the mic. If it gets real boring, I'll come back and talk to you guys for a bit, just so we can have a break.
Senator, you recognize the close.
Final Countdown. I know we're all getting tired of this crap too, but it should be coming up tonight. Second Amendment Preservation Act.
I close.
Okay, gang, I'm going to mute my mic again for a bit.
Motion that Senate Amendment number 1 to the Senate substitute number 2 to House substitute to House Bill 297 be adopted. As many of the opinion that motion shall prevail signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You have adopted Senate Amendment number 1. We are back on the Senate substitute motion as adopted. Senator from the 4th.
I have an amendment.
Please send your amendment forward.
Here, we're going to have to change it. Yeah. I waive the reading and I move for its adoption.
Are you seeking a waiver of the reading, Senator?
Yes.
Hearing no objection, a waiver of the reading will be granted. You've moved for its adoption, Senator. Would you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, this amendment is the amendment that voted out of here. This is the what we call the Bible bill. Basically, it just has the Old and New Testament as a social studies elective to be offered in school districts. And with that, Mr. President, I renew my motion.
The Senator from the 4th District has moved for the adoption of Senate Amendment number 2 to the Senate substitute. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Seeing none, Senator, you recognize to close.
Mr. President.
Senator, I'm sorry. We are also waiting on the distribution of that amendment. Senator from Scott.
I just wanted to say that I also like this amendment and hope that the body helps to get it added on.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion on the adoption motion while the amendment is being distributed. Senator from the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak on the amendment.
Proceed.
Mr. President, this is an amendment that I do not support, and I have heard from many constituents throughout my district who do not support this. This is putting particular religions above others. This is putting particular versions, I think, of the Bible above others. But more importantly, it's asking teachers who teach in a secular environment to become teachers on about religious documents, and cannot help but imagine that these teachers are going to have a hard time separating their personal religious views from what they're trying to teach, even if they're trying to teach it from a historical perspective in the classroom, because it will be so much more widespread. This doesn't include other world major religions besides Judaism and Christianity, and I will tell you some of the people in my community that I've heard from are Christians and Jews who have said this is not appropriate for our public school system to be incorporating in their classrooms. This is very narrow in the way it's tailored with these two religious groups, and again does things on two levels that I think are inappropriate. It limits that curricular opportunity to two religions, but it also specifically encourages, through legislation, through including this in statute, the teaching of religious text in a public school by teachers who really may not feel qualified, and who may feel that they are, but really are not qualified to teach about these religions appropriately. My husband and I are different religions. I went to his church with him one time when they were studying my religion, studying the Jewish religion and the interpretation of the Old Testament. I just call it the Testament since we don't recognize the new one. But they were teaching about the Jewish religion in relation to the Testament. And the interpretation that this religious leader provided was very different than my religious leaders in my temple, my synagogue, would have provided. I feel like we're going down a path where we are allowing, even by statute, should this pass, encouraging in secular institutions the teaching of religion in ways that I feel are not only unnecessary but also inappropriate. So for that reason, and I think that the senator from the 4th knows full well that I have not been supportive, nor will I be supportive of her legislation about the Old Testament of the Bible, as she refers to the Hebrew Scriptures, or the New Testament of the Bible. And I will ask you all to look at, in your religious institutions, which version of these you utilize, because when you move from one version to another, you get different interpretations. I just don't think that encouraging this in the classroom in a public school ends up helping our kids be open-minded, be inclusive of religions other than these two, and I think it's wrong-headed to try to pass it through this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Callaway appeared on her feet first.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I inquire of the senator from the 24th?
Senator from the 24th, do you yield?
I do.
She does. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to visit with you about this a little bit because I think you and I spoke offline. I used to teach 5th grade. I taught 5th grade. I taught for almost 30 years, but 18 of those years were in 5th grade. And the 5th grade years, back when I was teaching, they allowed the Gideons to hand out Bibles to all the 5th grade students. And the Gideons did it for free. I guess they decided, we were founded on godly values in this country. They had to stop handing out, the Gideons had to stop handing out Bibles to my 5th graders because if we allowed one group to hand out a Bible, we had to allow any group, and not to step on toes, but I am not in favor of the Satanic Bible, and we had to allow that as well. So we opted to not have the Gideons hand out Bibles to our 5th graders. And so you and I are in agreement on this amendment. I think we have so much to accomplish in public education. Right. The ability to read well and discern what you've read, the ability to write, get your thoughts down on paper, to make sense, whether it is just your own thoughts and opinion or whether you are outlining something that you've read. Mathematics, of course, our STEM stuff. I'm sorry, we don't have time for this in public school. This is to be done at home with your family. So I'm in agreement with you on this, and I thank you for standing up and just letting me repeat to you what we had kind of talked offline, and I would urge the body not to vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you, Senator.
For those reasons.
Further discussion on the adoption motion? Senator from Cass.
To inquire the senator from the 4th.
Senator from the 4th. Senator from the 4th. Senator, do you yield to an inquiry from your colleague of Cass County?
Mr. President, I'm going to withdraw that amendment.
Madam Secretary, please send the amendment back. Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
Please send your amendment forward.
It has been distributed, and I move for a waiver of the reading.
Hearing no objection, a waiver of the reading will be granted. Senator, would you care to move for the adoption, and then feel free to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for its adoption. Over the course of the last decade, Harris-Stowe State University has had wide contributions in scaling up its talent pool for the Missouri STEM workforce through producing diverse and work-ready candidates. And as a university, Harris-Stowe has become a premier leader for broadening participation of underrepresented minority students in STEM for the state and beyond. Highlights of the university's efforts include a 125 increase in STEM graduates since the inception of the STEM academic programs in 2012, a 250% increase in enrollment since the inception of STEM programs, and STEM programs also represent over 15% of Harris-Stowe's total student population. These results are evidence that Harris-Stowe has the capacity to administer a statewide mission in STEM, and the Coordinating Board of Higher Education has showed support when it approved of Harris-Stowe State University's proposal for a statewide mission in December of 2019. As Missouri continues to work towards diversifying and enlarging its STEM workforce, having Harris-Stowe serving as the statewide mission in STEM would benefit the state as well as Missouri's initiatives in STEM programs. This piece of legislation had passed the House unanimously. It was 147 to 0. It had a hearing and made it out of committee in the Senate as well. And I'd gladly answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Senator from the 5th has moved for the adoption of Senate Amendment number 2 to the Senate substitute. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Seeing none, Senator, you are recognized to close.
Close.
The senator from the 5th renews his motion that Senate Amendment number 2 to the Senate substitute number 2 for House Substitute House Bill 297 be adopted. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You have adopted the amendment. We are back on the adoption motion of Senate substitute number 2 as amended. Does any senator desire to be heard on that motion? Senator from Cass.
To inquire the senator from the 23rd, please.
Senator from the 23rd, do you yield?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do.
He does. Proceed.
Well, good evening, Senator.
Hey, Senator. How are you doing?
Yeah, no. Kind of surprised this was coming up as soon as it was on the...
That's, but I'll tell you what, Senator, that's the beauty of the last week of session. Because you never know, and I empathize. Empathize, that's a good word for me to use. I empathize with our floor leader because there are so many priorities that folks are trying to get across the finish line that from day to day, I can only imagine it must be impossible to create a schedule about what's going to come up next, what's going to come up tomorrow, what's going to come up the last day. And I'm guessing he has 33 individuals that are seeking his attention to try to get all of their priorities over the finish line. So I don't envy him that. So you never know what's going to come up, but we're talking about higher education.
Yeah, so I guess what are your thoughts on the cap and the disclosure? I know there are several provisions, but the disclosure of having to portray to the students, how much the degree program and how much the wage potentially would be for degree program. What's your thoughts on?
We've got some material to get through here, but I think that this is a conversation that is overdue. And first of all, let me take a step back. I have been through 2 election cycles now, the only 2 I've ever been in my life, and I always joke about when I'm going door to door to knock on folks' doors, they only talk about 3 or 4 issues. And they're the big ones, right? Protection of the Second Amendment, protection of life, the big ones that you see on political commercials and campaigns that you hear all politicians virtually talking about. And then you get down to Jefferson City, and there's hundreds, thousands of issues that maybe no one's ever even mentioned, but that we're responsible to make decisions on in the best interest on behalf of our constituents. And interestingly enough, one of those issues that they do mention at the door is an issue that we're talking about tonight, which is the rising cost of higher education. A lot of folks in my district, and I'm sure in your district, and districts across the state, have individuals that are seeking a degree through a 4-year university or maybe a 2-year technical college. And they're concerned because, as you're aware, and as they're painfully aware, the cost of obtaining higher education, post-secondary education, have risen dramatically. And so the conversation we're having tonight deals with whether or not we should have caps on one of our public universities and allow them the flexibility to charge what they believe is required to best serve the needs of their students. Right. And I think on one hand, my instincts as a free market guy, you're a free market guy, I'm a free market guy. Yep. The instinct is that why do we have caps in the first place? I mean, whatever the tuition rates are, that's a conversation that should normally take place between a business, which in this case is a public institution of education, and a customer, which in this case are all the students that are trying to benefit from the education that's being offered. But interestingly enough, there's some aspects of this that kind of take it out of the realm of a natural free market system. And although it's important to talk about the impact tuition rates if we were to remove the caps, I feel like we're missing the primary point and the primary drivers in this conversation of what's actually making college education so expensive in the first place. So let me take you back in time a little bit. I graduated in the late 1990s. I graduated from high school in 1995, and I graduated in 1999 from Purdue University with a degree in industrial engineering. Now, at the time, when I went to Purdue University, the first year that I went there, I actually stayed in their dorm rooms. And the dorm room that I stayed in was Cary Quadrangle, which is located right across the street from Ross-Ade Stadium, our major football stadium right there. And I say major football lightly when I'm talking about Purdue, because I don't really know how major we were. If you look at our win-loss record, it wasn't really major, if you know what I'm saying. Although I will say that this was during the years of Drew Brees. But in any event, when I stayed at Cary Quadrangle, my first year, I wish I could take everybody to visit the dorm room that I stayed in. First of all, I shared a room with another student. We had communal bathrooms and communal showers. We had no air conditioning. We had, in my room, it was a 3-story building, and my room was located on the first floor of a 3-story building. And it was located right over the boilers that were located in the basement that would heat the building during the wintertime. Like immediately underneath my room were these boilers. And then the boilers would go off, and the boilers actually ran all year either way because they also had to heat the water in the building, right? So that we would have warm water in our showers, et cetera, et cetera. Well, it would heat the floor so much that if you actually touched your bare skin to the floor tiles, directly to the floor tiles, it would burn your skin and give you second-degree burns. So I actually had to do 2 things to deal with this. One, I had to cover the entire floor in carpet. Anywhere that wasn't covered in carpet, whether it was, anything I would set down would overheat, any electronics.
Fry an egg on it.
You could literally fry an egg on these floor tiles. It was great. Although, as I'm sure you're probably familiar with the floor tiles in dorm rooms, I don't know if that would be a very sanitary option.
No black light.
And the second thing that The second thing I had to do is through the entire winter, I had to keep my window open. Now, in northern Indiana, the winters get pretty cold. And I kept my window open day and night for the entire winter because there was so much heat radiating up from the floor. And so to keep myself cool, not only would I keep my window wide open, I would actually I would position the bed by the window so that I could avoid the 85 to 90 degree temperatures that would otherwise ensue within that room. We had, as far as food, we had I hope nobody from Purdue is listening. We had a cafeteria in the basement of one of the buildings of Cary Quadrangle, and we once saw the meat patties that they would serve in the cafeteria line. And you know how you see certain frozen boxes of beef marked, grade A beef, right? Uh-huh. They were, no kidding, marked with a stamp that said grade D, but edible.
Awesome.
I don't know what that meant exactly, but it wasn't very good.
I think that's dog food grade, yet
grade D for dog food.
D for dog food, but edible.
I need to inquire from someone and find out what grade D actually means. So it was certainly not as good as what I was used to when I went back home. And it certainly wasn't what I got accustomed to after I graduated college and became a second lieutenant in the Air Force. Had a paycheck of my own, and enjoyed a standard of living as a result of getting that degree and getting commissioned in the Air Force that is much better than what I experienced in college. But you know, that experience is not really what a lot of our students experience today. And I guess that, on one hand, that's a good thing, right? I mean, if you go to Mizzou right now, and I'm a Mizzou fan, I'm a transplant Mizzou fan, they have the Tiger Grotto. You know what that is, right?
Yeah, the layer.
The layer, they got sauna rooms, right? It's got a lazy river in it.
Yeah, rock wall.
And I have seen these kind of improvements, which I think are fantastic for students at the University of Missouri and elsewhere. I have seen similar improvements to the campus at Purdue University. In fact, the dorm room that I stayed in my freshman year has been completely remodeled. Completely remodeled. The buildings were gutted, completely redone. Now every single room has its own bathroom. Every single room you basically have 2 rooms now, and they don't even call them dorm rooms, they're dorm suites now. Because you get your own separate room with your own separate private bathroom, and they're air conditioned now.
Wow.
Which was a big deal because in the summertime it actually got pretty warm up there.
Especially if you have heated floors. And
that's right.
The cooling. So is that why you keep it like a
I don't
meat
know.
locker in your
Fate
office?
keeps following me as the controller of the heat. So I've been in very awkward situations where, you know, the ability to control heat is difficult to work with. So that's a good point. I didn't even think about it. Didn't even make those connections. So in addition to the improvements that Purdue made to these dorm rooms, by the way, it built all sorts of new dorm rooms. The university also made enormous investments in its buildings, its research facilities, its airport. Purdue has a far-reaching aviation program. So they used to have a co-rec for when I was there, and it was kind of an old dungeony co-rec. It was like 2 stories, and the weight room was in the basement. We'd go there and work out for our military activities and what have you. But they actually completely rebuilt the co-rec. You should see it now. It's got a lazy river as well. And it's 4 stories. Has an Olympic-sized swimming pool. It used to have an indoor pool, but do you ever remember seeing those old pictures of the Titanic pool? The pool on the Titanic. You ever seen those pictures?
Uh-huh.
It just looks like a huge bathtub inside a small room.
Right.
That's what the old indoor pool used to look like at Purdue. But today, they have an enormous structure. Glass walls, glass ceilings, a lazy river, a rock wall for climbing, a smoothie bar for after your workout is done. And the facility cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And I see these things as an alumni when I go back and visit. I saw the improvements to the dorm rooms and the improvements to the rec center. And then I went to see what the new dorms look like. And the new dorms are majestic. And not only do they have all the latest comforts of home life, they actually had a Starbucks on the first floor. There was a no-kidding Starbucks in the dorm room. In addition to the new dorms, they had dining halls, brand new dining halls. And you could pay as an alumni to eat at these dining halls. I paid like $7. And I went in there and they would do everything from cooking custom pizzas to custom pasta.
They have chocolate milk on tap.
They had I didn't see a chocolate tower. You ever seen those chocolate fountains? Those chocolate fountain towers? But I'm constantly amazed at the incredible scope of the improvement in terms of quality of life just in the past 20 years. Now, back to my original point. Where do all these increased tuition costs come from? Well, everything that I just described requires a tremendous amount of capital to create. And even though the example, Senator, that I gave you have to do with Purdue University in Indiana, universities around this country have found themselves in a position that they must offer increasing standards of living for students. Else they lose those students to recruitment from other universities that will have them. In other words, if the University of Missouri doesn't have a lazy river and Purdue does, as an 18-year-old senior high school graduate, it's harder to recognize the academic differences of these universities but the wow factor of having all these comforts, significant.
You know, the senator from the 20th had got up, I believe on this bill, and spoken about the John Stossel special. And MU was the premiered institution in which he kind of prefaced this entire story of the cost of higher education and how it literally was like a rocket ship.
Right.
That from the 80s to 2009, it rose 750% on the cost. But the one thing that struck me more than anything was when, I believe as a chancellor at that time or whomever was the spokesperson for MU, she said the old college experience was, spring break and having that spring break experience at the beach. But our new model is to bring spring break to the university and to add not just the reading, writing, arithmetic to our curriculum, but a fifth R of relaxation. Right. And so that is the model to entice these youth to come and take out these monstrosity type unforgivable loans.
That's right.
To come be a part of the college experience.
You know what? Let me ask you a question real quick. Is it possible that in order to fund these massive improvements that 18-year-olds who make up a disproportionately large share of our freshman population, 18 to 20-year-olds, young folk, just have access to wealth that they didn't have 20 years ago?
Yeah. Well, I know when I was 18, I tried to just go purchase a new used vehicle. And I had to get my parents to co-sign for me because, the bank looked at me like, yeah, right.
I didn't. So when I was a student, when I was a college student, when I walked around campus, there were credit card companies that were trying to sign you up for their credit card because they knew you didn't have any cash, and I didn't.
Yep.
They knew you didn't have any cash, but they knew that if you signed up for the credit card, ran up a bunch of debt on the credit card, guess who would bail you out? Your parents.
That's right. That's
right.
And
oftentimes your parents had to be a co-signer on the credit card. And I remember they were always clever because you could get a free T-shirt if you signed up for the credit card. Well, to my point, 18-year-olds and young folks or freshmen today don't have access to wealth unlike they did 20 years ago or 40 years ago in the early 1970s to afford these massive comfort of living improvements. But you know what they do have access to? Student loans, and you mentioned it.
That's right.
How is it possible that we have all these individuals, 18, 17 years old, that can't get a loan to buy a $5,000 car, but they have no problem taking out a $150,000 loan to go into debt to a university?
Well, you can take out a loan on a car, a home, and credit cards, and those are bankruptable. And those sorts of things, that's why these banks have to ensure that that's a good investment.
Right.
When we're talking student loans, they don't have to worry. They're guaranteed ironclad that this is going to follow that person. It is non-bankruptable. So it is going to be paid back regardless.
Right. Yeah, well, who's guaranteeing those loans?
The federal government.
The federal government.
The taxpayers.
The taxpayers. So the preponderance and availability of debt financing, offered to individuals that otherwise could not get financing like that to buy anything else, is artificially made available for the best of intentions to individuals that would like to go take advantage of getting a 4-year degree. And interestingly enough, we have a culture today that oftentimes tells our young individuals that in order to be successful, what do you have to do?
You have to go to college.
You have to go to 4-year university. Right? So we've almost made it expected that you're going to have to pay huge sums of money via debt, because most households can't afford to make those cash payments in order to move you through it. And here's what else I didn't realize this at the time when I was going through college. But you know what? A lot of folks, I think, don't know what it is they actually want to do in life at the age of 18. I didn't know.
And that's what a lot of schools and counselors, even though students and even parents They ask the student, what is it you think, Johnny, Susie, what do you want to do with your life?
Right.
I don't know. Well, the first, thing that they tell them, well, you just go on off to college and you'll figure it out.
General studies.
So
that's what they
we're
call
going and telling them to go into debt for something that I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just here and I'm racking this up, thinking that somehow I'm going to have some epiphany to become an engineer. But what if you go and you spend $40,000? You figure out this just isn't my cup of tea. I think I need to be an electrician. And I want to go this route. Well, now you've racked up something that is almost a small mortgage on your back, and now you've got to go and redivert to something you figured out that you want to do, as opposed to thinking it through and figuring it out what you want to do. And I think it's a huge disservice because it is throwing this huge load on these young adults back, when we're trying to force them into a decision that a lot of times they're just not ready to make. Instead of going in and instilling a work ethic and just figuring out what you want to do, we try to pigeonhole them into, going to a university or whatnot, going into debt.
Well, and I want to take the time that we will explore each of these individually. You actually have two problems that arises from the scenario that we described. The first scenario is one, if you don't know for sure, and again, I use myself as an example. There are we have a lot of sharp young folks in the States that do know exactly what they want to do when they're 18, 19-year-olds. I didn't. I didn't realize that I wanted to own my own business until much later in life, after I'd already spent 6 to 8 years serving in the military. But if you don't know, if you're like me and you don't know where ultimately you want to end up, two things can happen. One, you can end up getting a degree that you ultimately never actually use towards who you want to become. How many students do we have that are in general studies for the first couple of years before they even maybe feel forced into a decision about what they want to do?
Yep.
And the second thing that may happen is that they miss other opportunities that are available for folks that choose, for whatever reason, a four-year education is not for them. Could be, give you a couple examples, could be they want to enlist in the military.
Yeah.
I think we know somebody right here that did that.
No, absolutely. That's a fantastic path to take. The leadership skills and everything that you gain in military. People have no idea just how that will set you up for success.
Right.
And not only that, the military will come alongside you, pay for your GI Bill and pay for that. You also get to serve something larger than yourself, as opposed to a society that is so bent on self-service. Instead of instilling that we need to serve something greater than ourselves, and just that leadership capability of the real world that is instilled in Marine Corps or Army or what have you. So that's one thing you always saw when I was in the House. That was one thing I always tried to do, is we always wanted to go down the path of vocational or this, but military was always has always been left out of the discussion.
Right.
I think it's a huge disservice.
Did you have other members of your family that served in the military?
No, I've had a couple distant, but it was something that, from knee high to a grasshopper, that's something I saw one of those Marine night in the 80s, one of the Marine Corps commercials, and I just I fell in love, and that's what I always wanted to do, and that's what drew me to that branch. Did ROTC for the Air Force, no offense, and the Air Force was not my cup of tea.
It wasn't motivated enough?
It wasn't motivated enough, hard charging enough. We didn't eat as good.
That cuts me deep. That cuts me deep, Senator. It cuts me deep.
I had to, wipe a tear when I heard your story of in your dorm of what, just the how rough you had it, thinking of being in a nasty Quonset hut full of termites and no running water.
I didn't experience that in the Air Force. I tell you what, we had great tents.
Yeah.
All our tents in the Air Force had air conditioning, by the way. That's another story.
You could see the stars through your tent. It was good.
You could see the stars through your tent. Fair enough.
But
the problems that arise from the scenarios that I described. One of the things that the governor has talked a lot about is workforce redevelopment. And one of the problems that we have in this state is population growth stagnation. In other words, our population is not growing. It's been stuck at about the same level for many years. And so in order to fill new needs that may arise in this state, a lot of times because there aren't new folks coming into the state that we can train the first time, a lot of times we have to retrain someone.
Right.
We have to take someone who got a degree that either they have decided not to pursue in the market or have a degree that isn't applicable to the market needs that are present. And we have to spend more resources as a society to retrain that person. Now, I think that's a good thing that we're doing that. Just like I think it was also the best of intentions when many years ago our student loan programs were created to encourage more folks to take advantage of a collegiate opportunity. But today, those same loan programs are actually creating in them of themselves by making available debt so far-reaching to students via universities that the universities have now gotten into an arms race of sorts to provide not only the best academic experience for its students, but the best comfort of life for their students. And I don't fault the University of Missouri for pursuing that. They have to. And if they don't, they won't attract students. Not just here in Missouri, but from around the country. And so they're forced into this position. And so here we're having a conversation about whether or not we want to restrict Missouri, the University of Missouri, or other state institutions, just Missouri actually, sorry. The ability of whether or not they should be allowed to raise the tuition. But the reality, most of the increases that I believe our students will face in the coming years have nothing to do with whether or not Mizzou has legislative caps in place. It has far more to do with the presence of student loan programs given at will and at large to virtually anyone that was willing to ask for it, who have no fiscal foundation other than the desire for higher education to sustain that debt. And because the degrees that our students are getting either can't be utilized or are not utilized for a successive career that a student wants to pursue, we now have national discussions about forgiving some of that debt, which endangers the long-term viability of our federal government. So I mentioned that there were two things driving the cost. The second thing could be considered kind of a third rail in Missouri politics. The second thing, in addition to the easy availability of debt financing accessible by virtually all four-year institutions, are government subsidies. Now, we passed a budget, as you know, Senator, of about 34 billion. I don't have the exact number. It was a big number, 34 billion. Much of it included a subsidy for our public institutions. And I think that's good. But have you noticed, the last time we had to shrink the budget, guess where the first place that we cut from was?
Higher ed.
Higher education. And that tells you the flexibility that our higher education institutions do have when it comes to making tough choices about our budget. Now, I've continued to support the inclusion of these subsidies, but every government subsidy comes with a reaction. Every time the government subsidizes something, it creates an artificial environment in some segment of a natural environment that exists in American society. So for example, in this case, if we want to subsidize public education, most folks do, That means that the price that students are actually paying in the private sector may be artificially higher or lower. When these programs and subsidies began, the intentions were good and the programs and subsidies were small. But as time has gone on, we have actually created, when I say we, I mean government, an environment where those higher education costs are driven primarily because of those two factors, neither of which are or could be addressed in the underlying bill that we're discussing tonight. So all of this, I think they're a good place to start a conversation. I think that it's a positive conversation. I don't know if we can fit this entire conversation in with 50 hours to go in the session, but it's certainly a good starting point. What do you think?
No, I agree. I think it's at least food for thought for a bill like this for the body, hopefully to digest, the costs and what we're investing, in higher education and, where we're going to go from here and how that's going to be done.
So, Senator, I know that you've got an amendment you want to get started on, so why don't we start there? Thank you so much for the inquiry.
Absolutely. Madam President.
Senator from Cass.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to offer an amendment. It has been distributed. I move for the waiver of the reading and move for its adoption.
Please send that amendment forward. Senator, did you say your amendment has been distributed or has
it
not?
Has been.
It has
yes.
been distributed. Please proceed with your explanation.
Thank you, Madam President. This is an amendment that has been through this chamber several times, but it has had several changes to it, trying to work with all parties involved. It was dealing with a community college being able to, there's two steps. There's one in which they partner with a school district. School district puts this property tax levy on the ballot to get in-district tuition rates. And in 2018, we passed a provision that would allow that community college to circumvent going to that school district and be able to place something on the ballot. Unfortunately, we found that, in the 2018 language, it was extremely vague language that was, at no one's fault. It was the fault of the drafting aspect of the law. It was extremely vague. It did not explain that it was an actual tax to people. And that's what this would do. It would ensure that ballot language would explain to voters who are going to partner with the community college. It would give them the ability to know exactly what they're going to be voting on. The changes that I've made since the time that I have offered this in other times, this would remove the requirement for school districts to write that ballot language. It would still give that community college the ability to write that language verbatim, basically, of what's here in statute. They would present it to the school board explaining what they're going to do, but it does not require the school board to authorize that. Then goes to the vote of the people to allow them to decide. The other provision has to deal with, we had a few instances of this ballot language that was, at no one's fault, I want to be clear, was not clear for what people knew what they were going to be voting on. This would allow those people who adopted that to have that capability that once they receive the tax increase on their property, to be able to have a redress of grievance if they so choose. But it does have a very narrow window in which to do of 2 years. It's trying to work with all parties involved to make this something that's a viable option, and we can move forward and everybody's happy. So I'd love to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
The senator from Cass has moved for the adoption of Senate Amendment Number 3 to Senate Substitute Number 2 to House Substitute for House Bill 297. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from Clay.
May I inquire the senator from Cass, please?
Senator from Cass, do you yield to an inquiry from Senator from Clay? He does. You may proceed.
Senator, I'm going to say up front, I take exception to your comment that you've worked with people, with all the stakeholders involved in this, because we haven't had a conversation about this. And I'd be curious to know, starting on Section 8, how many school districts does this apply to? And which senators represent those school districts?
I believe the senator from the 8th, I believe yourself, and the senator from Platte. This all occurred with my district as well. We were able to defeat that, but I've offered this. You've known that it's been out there, so I didn't realize you had an issue because it was never brought to me.
So this version has been offered previously.
So this is what has been worked out.
So when you said that stakeholders came together to find compromise on this,
is what I was explaining.
Not the senators that actually represent those school districts.
Okay, well,
did you ever think did you consider to ask any of us what we thought of this?
Absolutely, I did.
Did you? Then why didn't you do it? Why didn't you come to me and say, is this agreeable to you?
I've been working with everyone. I didn't, I guess, realize that you were involved, but this has been a big topic of discussion, Senator, throughout this. So I guess why didn't you come to me knowing I've been working on this?
That's not how it works. If you're going to mess with something in my district, I would expect you to have the courtesy to come to me and try and work through something. If you are proposing legislation that changes something in my district, out of senatorial courtesy, I would hope that you would come to talk to me first.
What do you disagree with what I've done here?
What do I disagree with? Well, all of it. If you remove Section 8, I think we would probably say this is good public policy. And maybe that's a conversation that we'll have a little bit later. But I just want you to know that this is still a problem and that I don't appreciate the fact that I've been excluded from your working on this.
People who were going to the ballot and not realizing that they were voting for a property tax increase.
I haven't heard from any constituents, let alone any stakeholders, saying that they regret a vote that they took.
They didn't realize what they were voting on, Senator.
How do you know that? Have you heard from them that they didn't know what they were voting?
People
from my district?
Not from my district, but people in my district received the same ballot language.
Don't speak on behalf of people from my district if you haven't heard from anyone then. Thank you, Senator. Madam President, may I inquire the senator from the 8th?
Senator from Clay, you wish to inquire of the senator from the 8th? Is that correct?
Yes.
Senator from the 8th, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from Clay?
I do.
He does. You may proceed.
Senator, I just want to get your response to this because we have had conversations about some of our concerns about the proposal. And again, I think that the policy itself is wrong-headed. It feels sort of punitive. But beyond that, I am a little more offended by the idea that someone's going to try and legislate something for my constituents without any sort of involvement from me.
I agree with that. I also know that I have had discussions with the senator from Cass, but I believe I initiated them after I'd got wind of what this was. And I've never thought it was a good idea. I think the language, as you said, everything before Part 8, I think is good public policy. I think going forward, if there is an idea that some folks didn't know what they're voting on. By the way, apparently the voters in Cass are smarter than the voters in your district or mine, right? Because apparently they can be trusted by rejecting it. Ours cannot be trusted by accepting it. So, but I think that up to 8 is a good public policy going forward to verify that folks have no question about what we're doing. But I agree. I think this was something that, let's put it this way, if I thought that voters in Cass County didn't understand an issue or something, I might be sympathetic to that. I might talk to the senator from Cass. I don't think I'd do something that actually impacted them. I think I'd leave that up to the senator of Cass to do that.
I couldn't agree more. I think that's very well said. And I don't know how you feel about the underlying bill or the many provisions that have been added to that. I would like to see us get to a place where we can take a vote on the higher education bill. I think there are many important provisions contained in it, but the amendment as written creates enough of a problem for me that I think I will have, I would have some issues if this amendment got added to the bill.
I can certainly understand that. And as a kind of an aside to this whole thing, if you remember yesterday in debate, we had at one point the senator from Cass stand up and chastising the senator from the 1st because he was trying to offer an amendment that impacted the senator from the 23rd district. And that just, when I heard that, because I knew this was coming, I knew this was in the undercurrent, I was stunned when that argument was made that you shouldn't do things that impacted other senators' district, when I knew this was coming. So the conflict on this is kind of stark at times.
Well, and again, I appreciate that there have been conversations that are ongoing. It does not seem like those conversations have come to a satisfactory resolution for all of the involved parties, especially the senators that represent those districts. So my hope is that we would be able to get to a place where we can all agree to take a vote on the amendment. But right now, as written, that's not good enough for me.
I appreciate your stand on that. I understand your feelings also. And I also think that, as you said, I know the senator from Cass has told me the folks out there don't know what they've done yet, and I will hear from them eventually. I have not heard from one constituent out there. I like to think the folks in Green Valley and Oak Grove are pretty intelligent. I know the ones I've run into, they seem perfectly capable of making these decisions. And so I trust their judgment. I think they've probably done the right thing. As I said, on going forward, I think the new language is a great thing. This old language, I know that I have copies of it here. I think there could be some argument that says that, because it says the question shall be submitted in substantially the following form. Shall the, and this says blank, so you say shall the Green Valley School District, to be annexed to the, and it would say the community college effective of such and such a date. And I think you could argue that probably it should say something about a tax increase, but I would guess that, again, if people in Cass County were smart enough to figure out they didn't want it, the people in the other counties are smart enough to figure out they did want it.
I tend to agree with you. I think voters usually arrive at their ballot pretty informed and ultimately make a decision, and we should trust their. If I'm here and you're here, I would hope that maybe they made the right decision on other questions.
Hopefully they knew what they were doing.
Right. Well, I appreciate the inquiry. I'm hopeful that we can get to a point where we all can move forward on this.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Madam President.
Senator from Clay.
May I inquire the senator from the 7th?
Senator from the 7th, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from Clay?
I do.
He does. You may proceed.
Senator, I saw you listening to the discussion, and it sounds like you have been part of those conversations. So if you wouldn't mind just filling me in on your take.
Yes, I think you've hit the short, the kind of the Cliff Notes version of this. Is that this first kind of came up, gathered my attention in an education committee debate that we had earlier this year. And my understanding, and I hope he will correct me if I'm mistaken, is that the senator from Cass felt like that the ballot language that was put on in Cass County was unfair, that it didn't accurately represent that there was going to be a property tax increase. I will say that the language that was put on the ballot was copy and pasted from what Senate Bill 990, which was passed in 2018 by the 99th General Assembly, introduced by the senator from Andrew and voted on by the House, which the senator from Cass and I both served in, included the language that was copy and pasted, and it says, the ballot language shall be substantially similar to, colon, and it has the language. You can't be more substantially to that than copy and paste. So I agree, I think in this sense, with both you and the senator from Cass. I can understand why you would want to have that provision in there that says this is going to be a tax increase and you are going to get in-district tuition if this passes.
Yep.
I understand that. What I don't understand is the anger at the community college for copy and pasting the exact language in state statute when it says it shall be substantially similar to, quotation mark, the language that was on the ballot. And so I agree with you. The senator from Cass is proposing we change what appears on the ballot in the future. And I agree. I think that's probably good public policy. Let's make that clear.
I think that is a reasonable change going forward, and not even reasonable, but a good idea.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree on that. I think I also, I have some heartburn on Section 8. The senator from Cass and I have talked about it. We've talked about the time frame and what the community college needs as far as planning for the future. My preference, I believe this is 2 years. In fairness, I don't think that's as long as the senator from Cass originally wanted. It's longer than what I would like to see, and so that's, kind of a good compromise, perhaps, if we get to that, but I would rather that piece come out as well, again, because the citizens of Cass County voted this down. So this affects your district and the senator from 8th District who voted for it, and it affects my district because the main office, the main campus of the community college in question is in my district. So I have to protect my institution. And so that's my issue with Section 8, is making sure that Metropolitan Community College is protected, that they can plan for the future. So,
well, and you said protect the institution. By the institution, you mean ultimately the people who make up that institution, right?
True.
As an institution, it provides community benefit, but more importantly, the people who are served by that institution, that's who you're trying to stand up for.
Absolutely. And, like community colleges across the state, Metropolitan Community College does a fantastic job of representing the greater Kansas City area. We have campuses in my district. I believe the senator from the 9th has one in perhaps it's in the senator from 11th. The senator from 11th district, the senator from the 8th district, and then perhaps the senator from Platte, or is the Northland campus in your district?
I have a Northland campus in my district, but I think there may be one in Platte as well.
Okay, and then of course I don't think they would call it the main campus, but where the main administrative offices are at the Penn Valley campus, which is in the heart of my district. And we're getting a new campus at Truce that's going to be doing some amazing work. So, the college is really
I'd encourage people to come visit and see.
Oh, absolutely.
Every campus sort of has a different focus, but there is a strategic vision that I think works to create a very cohesive sort of work. You don't like the idea of saying workforce development. Remind me, what's your phrase that you like?
I would rather say something like career development. Let's put the focus on the individual and not the business owner. Let's make our individual Missourians rise up and not create kind of a wooden soldier workforce that is there for the benefit of a business owner, which is what workforce development says to me. Let's have career development, and I think Metropolitan Community College does that.
Yeah, and as someone who's talked to those students, they feel like they're adequately being prepared for life and work and beyond, and obviously there is a need for educated workers that are filling in, especially those high-skill jobs. I saw manufacturing there's a major shortage when it comes to trying to fill in jobs in that industry. So,
and I believe the Troost campus is going to address manufacturing needs. It's going to be, right in the heart of the senator from the 9th district. One of the things I love about the location of the Penn Valley campus, so it sits pretty much at the intersection of 31st and Broadway. So it's easily accessible by public transportation, and a lot of the students served by Metropolitan Community College are folks who need to rely on public transportation to get to school. They're going to go to school, they're going to get out, they're going to have good jobs thanks to that education, and move themselves and their families up and have a good quality of life. So very proud of Metropolitan Community College, very proud of all of our community colleges.
Well, I couldn't agree more, and I appreciate the inquiry. I know you in particular hope that this bill passes, and you really strongly believe in a lot of the legislation that's included here. So I don't want to stand in the way of that.
If I can say one thing before you end the inquiry,
Yeah.
I really do want to see this bill passed. And I just want to say, usually when I stand up talking, I'm speaking about UMKC, Mizzou, our four-year institutions. I hope no one has the impression that I undervalue the importance of our community college system in this state, because they play a vital role in making Missouri a prosperous, healthy state that everyone wants to live in. And I'm very proud and very happy to support my community college, your community college, in whatever part of the state that you happen to live in.
Agreed. And I get the impression from you that you're not interested in messing with the community colleges in other people's districts either.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Madam President.
Senator from Clay.
May I inquire the senator from the 9th?
Senator from the 9th, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from Clay?
I do.
She does. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. I'm doing a little bit of an around the world, I think, and I arrived at you, and I know you have a lot of experience with community colleges, and perhaps you've been engaged on these conversations, so just wanted to check in with you on this.
So with this particular amendment, I did have some conversation with the senator from Cass, because I felt like the initial language, well, one, let me say that Section 8 is not something that I had ever seen until I heard about it last week. I tend to understand why Section 5, which changes the language for annexation, is on there. But with respect to Section 8, we did have some conversation, and I will commend him for changing some of the language because it did appear a bit personal at first and only applying to the Metropolitan Community College system. So he did change some of that. He also changed the sunset from 3 years to 2 years. Now, I still don't necessarily agree with this because I do believe that the annexation, that the language that was used by the community college in Kansas City area followed the language that was in statute. And the other issue for me is that even the language in 8, if this were to pass, is just as vague, void, and uninformed, and lacks information for the voters, because one of the benefits of a school district annexing a community college is so that the students and the residents of that school district are allowed to be in-state tuition students at the community college. So if you are going to de-annex, we need to use the same argument that they should understand that if they vote to de-annex, that their tuition for their residents and children will increase significantly. So that this doesn't really solve the problems I think that he wants to solve. Now, secondly, I did go to him with this, but I do think that senatorial courtesy does require that you would come to those senators whose district this affects, which is why I had a conversation with yourself and the senator from the 8th. And then the other thing in here that is a bit concerning is that the school districts would have to have these de-annexation elections, I believe. I thought I saw in here, and I may be mistaken, but it would have to be at yes. So this would be happening at a general election, which would actually cost our school districts more money because our school districts are not generally on the general election ballots. So those would be my concerns with this amendment.
Senator, would you mind maybe inquiring of another senator since I haven't had the opportunity to talk to the senator from Cass one-on-one, would you maybe mind just inquiring of another senator to give me the opportunity
absolutely
to do
not.
that? Okay, thank you.
Madam President?
Senator from the 9th.
I'd like to inquire of the senator from the 7th.
Senator from the 7th, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from the 9th?
I do.
He does. You may proceed.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about what you hit on, and that was the wonderful things that are occurring at the metropolitan community colleges. So I'm going to try to follow your previous footsteps when you talked about Mizzou a few weeks ago and the different campuses. And I know, so the main campus from the community college rests at 31st and Broadway or something, correct?
That is correct.
And that's where the administration is, and that's in your district, correct? And then that's where the one of the oldest campuses of the community college system. In fact, I believe that MCC might be the oldest community college system in the state. It's very, very, very old.
If it's not, we should just go with it.
Yeah, we're going to go with that today. And that would be the Penn Valley campus that's also in your district, correct?
That's correct.
And that campus offers general education and has an arts focus and also an engineering technology focus. Is that your under?
Yes.
Okay, and so what they've done is moved from a large location that was probably in the senator from the 17th district in an industrial park that people couldn't see very well, and they're going to move some of those programs to various other locations, right? And so the engineering technology, which has a strong partnership with the largest engineering firms in Kansas City, as well as the government agencies for the students there, right?
Yeah.
And then right down the street from that is what they call the Health Sciences Institute. Have you had an opportunity to visit that?
Yes.
And they have the simulated hospital there.
I'm so glad you brought up the simulated hospital because I toured that. Man, when was that? Because I was thinking it was this past winter, but not during the pandemic.
I think it was the winter before.
Yeah, it was a cold, cold day. But yeah, they have that simulated hospital, and the patients are in the bed, and it's pretty cool.
And to think that this is just a community college.
Yeah.
And at that health institute, they offer not only nursing programs, but almost anything that you can fathom in the health industry, right? They offer radiology technician, surgical technician, sonographer, phlebotomist, and all other kind of stuff that have something to do with health that I should know, but I don't know all of them.
All of these things that we need as a society, and we need trained people who know how to do it and then can go out and make a good wage and support their family, move their family forward. I mean, just these are fantastic careers for a lot of people that they're getting the training they need at Metropolitan Community College.
And you mentioned the accessibility of those two campuses, which are on a bus line. And I'm not sure if you know, but every student at the community college actually has a free bus pass, so that's not an extra cost that they have to get to and from school. And then as they are in the process of closing down the location that is in the industrial area, they are creating a new location that you mentioned at 31st and Truth Troost, which will be like an advanced manufacturing campus, which will have your welders, machinists, pipe fitters. I know pipe fitters, that's what my brother was, and all other manufacturing related programs. And that will have a lot of exposure because it's actually across the street from the headquarters of the Kansas City Public Schools, and it's on probably the busiest street that we have in Kansas City. And again, it's on a bus line. And then we're going to move to, I think it's in the senator from the 8th District, and that is the Longview campus. Yep. And so that campus is also our campus that focuses not on engineering technology, but it focuses on actual pre-engineering and automotive technology. In fact, I believe that at least for the last 5 years that I've become familiar with the school, they have won international awards. Our students have traveled across the globe to be able to learn more about automotive technology.
Can I stop you for just a second?
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about automotive technology for just a moment. So I don't know if I've told you this story, but I'm friends with a person who owns a chain of car dealerships in the Kansas City area. We were in a meeting one day, and he mentions to me how difficult it is to find trained people to come work in their repair centers. Because, you know, working on a car is not what it was 30 years ago.
Not at all.
I mean, you've got to have some knowledge of what's going on under the hood. I don't have that knowledge, but you've got to have trained people. And I was able to set him up in a meeting with MCC to make sure that they knew that that pipeline was there and hopefully was beneficial, first and foremost, to the students, to the dealership, and to the college, and work that together, because those are good jobs and they're in demand, and you got to have some skill to get under.
And I'm not sure what dealership your friend has, but you know, nowadays you have those kids that are the mechanics will have to have some computer background and knowledge. And I think at the Longview campus, you can become certified. You graduate certified in both Ford vehicles and General Motors vehicles, as well as some foreign vehicles. So we have Ford, actually, General Motors gave this fancy Corvette to the campus so that they can work on, nobody gets to drive it but the students, but it does look pretty cool. And then if you go further east to the senator from the 11th district, there is the Blue River campus, which is also expanding because MCC trains our public safety persons in the Kansas City area. They train firefighters and they train police officers. And they will also have the new agricultural program that will be at MCC. And so what we're doing is going around the metropolitan area on the Missouri side of our metropolis to make sure that students in all parts of the city can have close access to where they want to be. I think general education courses are at every campus. And then, as the senator from the 17th mentioned earlier, there is a specialty or a focus at the campuses also. And so if you keep just going around 435 and then you get up to what is possibly the senator from the 34th or the 17th campus, and that is what we call our Maple Woods campus. And that campus draws students from all over because, again, they have the general education, but their primary focus also is veterinarian medicine. And so there'll be some agriculture there and some animal science to address what they call the biomed or something highway that goes from north of St. Joe all the way down 29 through Kansas City, jumping over on 35 and going past Olathe, where Kansas City happens to have a lot of animal health, like bear.
It's the animal health corridor.
That's what it's called.
It actually runs from Kansas State University in Manhattan through Kansas City. It goes up to St. Joe that has a lot of animal health stuff over to Mizzou. And so it's kind of that I-70 stretch from Manhattan, Kansas to Columbia with a jut up to St. Joe, which the Maplewood campus would sit right on that little little jump up to St. Joseph.
And they've been offering animal science courses and a certificate and an associate degree. So students have been able to leave from there and work at Bayer Animal Science and Thermo Fisher, which was a local company, but an international company now has bought them. So that's been that. And then we were doing the police officers up there as well. And then you just circle back and you come back to your district where the main campus is, where they also have an award-winning program for associate's degrees for early childhood development. There's the Francis Early Childhood Development Center, where they actually offer daycare for students and the public, and that's part of their curriculum for that. And so overall, MCC is pretty much a big deal and a great deal. And the annexation that took place just this last ballot in April was an opportunity to make sure that additional school districts in the community had the opportunity for their students to have a lower tuition rate. Because right now, if you live in certain school districts, then you actually pay about 25% more, at least, for the same courses. And so as the school wants to expand dual credit, make sure that more children with A+ are able to take advantage of it, as well as the transfer programs that they have. That was why the annexation went on, to offer that lower rate to additional students, because when someone does dual credit at a community college, the school district has to pay for that. And so even though most community colleges will give a discount of, say, 50%, that 50% is what it would be if you were just a regular student. So that is why I think the annexation was attempted. And the other thing is that MCC has a multitude of agreements and programs where if you go to MCC, then you're going to automatically be able to go to some 4 years and make an easy transfer, and the application process for you and the scrutiny of just applying off the cuff to, say, a Mizzou or a Northwest Missouri State or University of Central Missouri wouldn't be as difficult, because you're already in a program where it is already known that it's such an award-winning program that you can just make an easy transfer.
And I think there's a great relationship between Metropolitan Community College and UMKC. And so if people aren't familiar with the Kansas City area, the Penn Valley campus is maybe 2 miles north of the main UMKC campus, the Volcker.
That's correct.
The Volcker campus. So which is also kind of, I mean, they're just right down the road from each other. So it's great symmetry between the community college and the university.
They can go from being a wolf to a kangaroo, so they stay animals.
There you go.
Or they can go to the senator from Andrew and be a bear, I believe.
Yeah. All right, we're getting some things drafted up. We were trying to get an update, and the senator from Cass wasn't paying attention to us. So
Senator from Clay, I think she wants wants that clarified that she's from Clay.
The Northwest Bearcats.
Yes, Bearcats. I'm not really sure what a Bearcat is, but I imagine it looked like a bear to me.
Yeah.
And then where else do they go? They go to the mules.
The mules.
Lots of them become tigers.
Unless they're a female student, then they're a Jenny.
I didn't know that.
So there is no such thing as a female mule.
So
it's a mule is a male and a Jenny is a female.
So is that in real life too, or just at that school? Okay.
In real life. So
I didn't know that.
The mules and the Jennies.
So do the Jennies work as hard as the mules out in the farm?
I don't know about the farm. I think what I've seen on athletics, I think they work just as hard. Yes.
Well, I would say that although we are proud tigers, despite the conversation earlier that tried to discredit my amazing school, I know that the Jennies and the Mules have been amazing. They have great athletic programs. They've been national champions in, I think, Division III in basketball, they're Division II. So I think when I was in college, I might have been Division III. I'm telling my age. But they've always been like really good, and they're like national champions. And unfortunately, our school, which is the greatest Big 8 school ever in the history of the Big 8, but we just have struggles in those tournaments, so we can't become champions in basketball.
We do seem to have some sort of jinx.
Yeah, there's a curse on us.
But we love them anyway.
I wouldn't do anything without my Tigers.
We keep coming back for more. Can we talk about the new Troost campus for a second? And I want to ask you something about your district and about that campus that's coming. So you and I represent kind of the heart of Kansas City.
Correct.
And I'm just going to be blunt about it. If people aren't familiar with Kansas City, and especially our districts, they're kind of long and narrow. They run the core of the city, and Troost runs right down the middle.
Correct. It's what we call the dividing line of our community.
It is the dividing line, and there is a long, sad history of why that's a dividing line, but that is the street that divides our districts. And 31st and Troost, where the new campus would be located, and the neighborhoods around there, you're going to find a lot of poverty.
On my side, at least.
Yes. Yeah, and we hear a lot, from the governor to senators to reps to everyone here about the importance of kind of trade education, of learning how to be plumbers and pipe fitters and electricians and those sorts of jobs. And now I think we're done talking, and so this was your inquiry.
I will end my inquiry now, so that the senator from the 17th and the senator from the 31st can resume.
Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from Cass.
To inquire of the senator from Clay.
Senator from Clay, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from Cass?
I do.
She does. You may proceed.
Senator, first I want to apologize in all this. I tried to make it around to everyone, and I thought I had, and I had overlooked coming to you, and I apologize for, thinking that I had reached everybody, and I hadn't. Because that was not my intent to think that I'm circumventing you, and so.
I completely understand, and I know it's hard to keep track of these things as we're trying to work on a variety of bills, so I understand.
So, but compromising language, trying to do the best we can. So the agreement we came from was the de-annexation portion we're going to remove from this. So, what your voters approved is, you're going to live by that. So.
We appreciate that very much. Yep. And like I said, I think the rest of your amendment is good public policy and will help voters make more informed decisions going forward. So,
okay. All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
Senator from Cass.
I have an amendment to the amendment.
Please send your amendment to the amendment forward. Has the amendment been distributed?
I believe it's in the process of being distributed. I move for the waiver of, there's really no reading. That's an omission. Move for the waiver of the reading and its adoption.
Hearing no objection, the reading will be waived. Please move for the adoption of the amendment and proceed with your explanation.
Okay. So this portion is removing line 79 on page 3, I believe, all the way through the end of the bill. I believe that's what it says. Yes, 79 through 92. In moving for this, let me. So I was going to just read real quick, what the voters voted on. Shall the school district be annexed to this community college? I'm trying to find the original. I thought this still had the original language in it. Now, I've got to find it. My apologies. Here we go. All right. for the purpose of providing greater affordable access to quality higher education by providing in-district tuition rates for residents within X school districts, do you want to be attached? That was the original language in which people voted. Unbeknownst to them was a tax increase, levied it for their property. I voted for this bill in 2018. And in 2018 and throughout my entire career as a representative, I didn't vote for a single tax increase or tax increase raise because I didn't believe in it. I'm principally against it. So when I voted for this, I didn't realize I was voting to allow people to tax themselves without knowing that. Which is why I have been impassioned, because I felt like I was deceived as a representative, and now we have voters that went and voted for this provision and are now going to be receiving a higher tax on their property next year. So that is why I've been impassioned about this, because I felt like as a representative, I was deceived in passing this. It left a mark on my voting record because I voted for a proposed potential tax increase on the people, and it disturbed me greatly to know that now I had to come and combat the fact of the people being deceived at the ballot, of a actual tax increase in which it did not do. That's what the first part of this amendment did. The second part, I wanted the people to have the ability to be able to redress the grievance of feeling like they were deceived. My district, yes, it did mount up. They had a big campaign to inform voters of what they were voting on, and they defeated it. That did not happen, for the most part, in many of these districts. I have several family members who do live in the 8th senatorial district, and I reached out to them asking them, hey, did you know what you're voting on? And they had no clue what they had even voted on, that they had increased their taxes. So that's why I did feel the need to continue to push this. But I do want to work with them. I want to fix this issue. And this is what the senators from the prospective districts wanted to ensure that was removed. So I would ask for the body's acceptance, because this is that compromise, and I would move for its adoption.
We are on Senate Amendment 1 to Senate Amendment number 3, offered by the senator from Cass. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Hearing none. Senator, you're recognized to close.
Close.
The senator from Cass renews his motion that Senate Amendment number 1 to Senate Amendment number 3 be adopted. As many as are the opinion that motion shall prevail, say aye. Aye. Those to the contrary, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is adopted. Senator from Cass, we are now back on Senate Amendment number 3. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from Lawrence.
May I speak on the amendment?
Proceed.
I don't remember ever hearing this particular senator say what I had heard was said, but I believe the senator was from University City. The quote I remember hearing was something like, "Boys, your bills aren't going to pass today." And before I begin what I'm about to do, I just want to say that if someone would like to take up, I believe it's House Bill 1358, get it out of committee, and assure us that it will be deliberated, then I'd be glad to consider that. In 1731, off the coast of Florida, a Spanish commander boarded a British merchant brig and outrageously confronted his captain, beginning the War of Jenkins' Ear. In response, British Admiral Edward Vernon was sent to fight the Spanish, stopping on his way in America to recruit sailors, one being George Washington's older half-brother, Lawrence. Admiral Vernon then sailed to Spanish Panama, captured the city Portobello, and attacked Cartagena, Colombia, In his honor, Washington's estate was named Mount Vernon. In addition to Spain, France and Prussia became Britain's enemies of 1742 with the War of Austrian Succession, when Maria Theresa became Austria's first woman monarch. In America, this was called King George's War. In 1743, the British took the French city of Louisbourg, Nova Scotia, New France's second most important commercial city after Quebec, and third busiest seaport in America, behind Boston and Philadelphia. France wanted Louisbourg back, and in 1746, King Louis XV sent Admiral d'Anville with the most powerful fleet of its day, 73 ships with 800 cannons and 13,000 troops. Admiral d'Anville intended to expel the British from Nova Scotia, consign Boston to flames, ravage New England, and waste the British West Indies. Massachusetts Governor William Shirley declared a day of prayer and fasting on October 16, 1746, to pray for deliverance. Boston citizens gathered in the Old South Meeting House where Reverend Thomas Prince prayed, "Send thy tempest, Lord, upon the water. Scatter the ships of our tormentors." Historian Catherine Drinker Bowen related that as he finished praying, the sky darkened, winds shrieked, and church bells rang, a wild, uneven sound, though no man was in the steeple. A hurricane scattered the entire French fleet as far as the Caribbean. Lightning struck several ships, igniting gunpowder magazines, causing explosions and fire. With 2,000 dead, including Admiral d'Anville, and 4,000 sick with typhoid, French Vice Admiral d'Estourneville threw himself on his sword. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote in his poem, The Ballad of the French Fleet, Admiral d'Anville had sworn by cross and crown to ravage with fire and steel our helpless Boston town. There were rumors in the street, in the houses there was fear of the coming of the fleet and the danger hovering near. And while from mouth to mouth spread the tidings of dismay, I stood in the Old South saying humbly, let us pray. O Lord, we would not advise, but if thou in thy providence a tempest should arise to drive the French fleet hence and scatter it far and wide or sink it in the sea, we should be satisfied and thy glory be. Like a potter's vessel broke, the great ships of the line, we were carried away as smoke or sank in the brine. As threats of war continued, awakening great revival spread throughout the colonies. A printer in Philadelphia named Ben Franklin organized Pennsylvania's first volunteer militia and proposed a general fast, which was approved by the Pennsylvania President and Council and published in the Pennsylvania Gazette, December 12, 1747. And here's how it reads. The calamities of a bloody war seem every year more nearly to approach us. And there is just reason to fear that unless we humble ourselves before the Lord and amend our ways, we may be chastised with heavier judgments. We have thought fit to appoint a day of fasting and prayer, exhorting all, both ministers and people, to join with one accord in the most humble and fervent supplications that Almighty God would mercifully interpose and still the rage of war among the nations and put a stop to the effusion of Christian blood. Their prayers were answered as Philadelphia was not attacked. Tensions between Britain's King George II and France's King Louis XV exploded into the First Global War. The 7 Years' War, called in America the French and Indian War, it was sparked by the ambush in 1754 of a French detachment in the Ohio Valley by British militia led by 22-year-old Virginia Colonel George Washington. It spread to every major power in Europe and their colonies in the Caribbean, India, Philippines, and Africa. Over 1 million died. 1,400 British troops marched over the Appalachian Mountains to seize French Fort Duquesne near present-day Pittsburgh. One of the wagon drivers was 20-year-old Daniel Boone. On July 9, 1755, as they passed through a deep wooded ravine along the Monongahela River, 8 miles south of the fort, they were ambushed by French regulars, Canadians, and the Potawatomi and Ottawa Indians.
Not accustomed to fighting unless in an open field, over 900 British soldiers were annihilated in the Battle of the Wilderness, or the Battle of the Monongahela. That's a tongue twister. Colonel George Washington rode back and forth during the battle, and this is the cool story here. He rode back and forth delivering orders from General Edward Braddock, the commander-in-chief of British forces in America. Eventually, Braddock was killed and every officer on horseback was shot, except Washington. Washington carried Braddock from the field. Braddock's field desk was captured, revealing all the British military plans enabling the French to surprise and defeat British forces in the battles of Fort Oswego, Fort William Henry, Fort Duquesne, and Caroline. These British losses convinced the Iroquois tribes of the Senecas and the Cayugas to switch their allegiance to the French. Before he died, Braddock gave Washington his battle uniform sash, which Washington reportedly carried with him the rest of his life, even while commander-in-chief and president. Washington presided at the burial service for General Braddock, and as the chaplain was wounded, Braddock's body was buried in the middle of the road so as to prevent it from being found and desecrated. Shortly thereafter, writing from Fort Cumberland, George Washington described the Battle of Monongahela to his younger brother, John Augustine Washington, July 18, 1755. Here's what he wrote. As I have heard, since my arrival at this place, a circumstantial account of my death and dying speech, I take this early opportunity of contradicting the first and of assuring you that I have not as yet composed the latter. But by the all-powerful dispensations of providence, I have been protected beyond all human probability or expectation. For I had 4 bullets through my coat, and 2 horses shot under me, yet escaped unhurt, although death was leveling my companions on every side of me. An Indian warrior later declared, Washington was never born to be killed by a bullet. I had 17 fair fires at him with rifle, and after all, I could not bring him to the ground. The French and Indian War ended in 1763, with the French losing Canada and all their land east of the Mississippi River. King George III decided to tax the colonies to pay for their defense in case of future French incursions or native uprisings. British troops were funded by the sugar tax of 1764, the Stamp Acts of 1765, and the town.
Okay, guys. I'm going to talk a little bit because I think they've been talking quite a bit there. And I don't know, it almost sounds like a filibuster. I mean, it's just, there's no legislation happening there. Anyone else have any ideas as to what's going on over there? Give me a 5x5. Let me know you guys can hear me. I have no idea who's speaking. Didn't we have a, Scott says, didn't we have a representative in St. Louis backed by BLM? Chances are you probably did. Five by 5. Thank you very much, Gabriel. Okay. All right, guys. I don't know exactly what's going on right now. Let's see. Ron is unsure what's going on. Even Eric is telling me he's unsure what's going on. So, I mean, for them to continue on like this, and all this tripe that's going on right now, and I use the word distinctly, tripe. There's a lot of really stupid, unnecessary stuff going on. And remember now, all of this in front of your Second Amendment rights. So your Second Amendment rights are after the debate on a wild boar once released from a cage. It has a new name. There was 2 hours on that last night, believe it or not. They were talking about the cost of college education and what the college experience was like. All before your Second Amendment rights. for your state to actually back up your Second Amendment rights in lieu of what's going on in Washington, D.C. right now. And even before then. Now some guy's reading out of a book or some kind of history lesson or something, all before your Second Amendment rights. It's very interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. And once again, all because of this man right here. This is the man who was apparently threatened today. He and his family threatened because he won't put SAPA on the floor. And once again, no evidence of that threat. None at all. He just said he was threatened. That's it. And, you know, once again, he's responsible for actually getting this on the floor. And apparently he hasn't given that, legislation to the floor to actually be talked about. So, I don't know. I mean, this is not good, gang. This is not good. And they know they're being watched. Yes, they do, Liberty. They know that they're being watched by me and others. And this is the 8th year that we've tried to do this. 8th year. And we came very, very close, only to be stopped by Senator Caleb Rowden. So, I don't know what else to say. I mean, yes, it still may come up tonight. Mr. Low T guy. Yep. This is what we are paying for. Need to find out who is speaking or reading to be removed from office. Actually, I'm thinking we need to do a lot of laundry up in Jefferson City, and we'll take care of that. But we're still trying to get SAPA passed right now. The government officials are corrupt in some fashion. I believe it'll be just like California, New York, etc. Well, yeah, that's the problem here. We have a lot of very good people, but unfortunately those in power, like Caleb Rowden, he's the majority floor leader. So he has a lot of power. He's more powerful than your average senator in Missouri, and he's corrupt. He's corrupt. So he's getting something out of, or being told to do something. I don't know. Or maybe it's his own ideology. He doesn't believe in the Second Amendment, but he just needs to come forward and tell us this. And we don't get that either. So we don't get honesty from him, and it looks like he's corrupt. So that's what it looks like anyway. I mean, I don't know what else to think. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. So, shoot, if the people of his district are saying, don't pass it, do whatever you can to slow down and stop SAPA, tell us. Tell us. That way we can go out and confirm. And if that's what his people are telling him, then he never, ever, ever should have campaigned on being a Second Amendment friendly guy. The people here won't stand for it. People are here, just let them say, ready for anything. Hey there, how's it going, Alex? I'm on a YouTube marathon. A YouTube-a-thon. I can't remember what it's called, Jimmy D. It's the YouTube-a-thon thingy. Yeah, we've been broadcasting now for 9 hours and 5 minutes. Just waiting for someone to bring SAPA to the floor. And that's the responsibility of the man that you see on your screen, Senator Caleb Rowden, or Rowden. We're calling him Rodent. So we're desperately trying to get this done. Lots and lots of phone calls made today. A lot of us are tired. He is Boone County. That's correct. Boone and Cooper, I guess. That is right. You just got on. Okay. Yeah, well, you've missed 9 hours of mind-numbing boredom. Oh, hang on. Jimmy D's on. Hang on 1 second here. Jimmy D.
Hey, buddy. It's a Yuba Tubathon.
Yuba Tubathon. There we go. We're in the middle of a Yuba Tubathon. Yabba dabba do Yuba Tubathon. So, yeah, it's... See, I'll give Biden one thing. He definitely stirs up the rebellious nature in people. He certainly does. How can you help American Free Press? Well, if you can, let's see, get a time machine so we can go back 2 weeks and correct a few issues that were developing in the Senate that we weren't aware of, that would be helpful. Making phone calls, this is pretty much it, buddy. If we don't get this heard on the Senate floor today, I'm not sure that this thing really has a chance here. So it's being stalled on purpose by Senator Caleb Rowden. And Caleb Rowden even went on Twitter this morning and complained about how he was being threatened. He and his family apparently were threatened this morning.
Of which he showed no proof.
What's that?
Of which he showed no proof.
Yeah, he showed no proof of it, but he claimed that he and his family were threatened. But he's being threatened because he's holding back SAPA. So he refuses to let go of SAPA, but he goes on Twitter to go, oh my gosh, someone threatened me and my family.
He had to run to his safe space.
Yep, he ran to his safe space, sat in a pool of his own urine until he developed a rash. So his aides came up with baby powder and
a fresh pair of panties.
And a fresh pair of panties, yep, and a fresh skirt. And apparently he's back on the floor now. Let's see. Don't think Boone County Sheriff supports this bill either. That actually wouldn't surprise me, Scott. Can there be a protest? It's a little too late for that, Alex. And, protests, often are wildly regarded by politicians as very cute. Very cute. So they think protests are cute.
Or they consider it an assault on their safety.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
If 10,000 guys showed up at Jefferson City tomorrow and demanded SAPA, they'd be screaming to the high heavens how they were all scared, just like our United States senators did, about, ooh, the mob, the mob.
Yeah, I remember when AOC talked about how her life was threatened, although she was like a block or two away in a completely different building that wasn't being, quote-unquote, attacked or under siege.
They forget one thing, our tax dollars paid for every damn brick in the building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, apparently Liberty Revolutionary says he could tell us how to build a time machine and an electrogravitic propulsion system. Time and money are an issue, though. So
Liberty sounds like a smart guy. I like him.
Yep. Yep. And American Free Press, we've been calling all day. And so have many others. Many, many others. Not just this group. But actually, we've had over 384 people come into this during the day today. It's been going on for over 9 hours. Yeah, outright civil disobedience is probably what it's going to come down to. Oh, hang on. I got another call coming in. Hang on one second, Jimmy D.
Oh, just...
KC, are you there, man?
Hello,
KC,
what's up?
Hey there. Are you mine? You're live on YouTube.
No, that's fine. We can do that.
Okay, gotcha. I was talking to Jimmy D when you called.
Oh, I didn't mean to bump you off or nothing.
That's okay. You got something for us?
Well, I was I'd just been outside. I had to get some air. I was just wondering, I said, isn't this the wrong side to be filibustering at this point? So, I mean, that's all Democrats up there doing that filibustering, right?
Yeah, if there were filibustering, we don't know. I don't know that that's Democrats
Dude,
up there either.
Come on, man. That was dragged out.
Yep. Well, yeah, but, that once again, there's nothing we can do about that as citizens.
Yeah,
is
but
there? Go ahead.
thing is, I'm just wondering why they're doing it, because there's nothing that's come up for them to do it yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
And something else you got to think about. When that gas tax got passed last night, I guarantee you a lot of arms got twisted to do that, and they were probably hoping they can get their legislation in before it's time, before the session ends.
Actually, Jared Taylor had something to say about that on Facebook. He said that basically, I'd have to go back and read it, and I'm getting kind of tired. But he said basically all the pro arguments for the tax were allowed on the floor, but none of the arguments against the tax were allowed.
Huh.
He said something like that.
I haven't heard that.
No. I'm sorry. That was PDMP. On PDMP. So forget that.
That sounds more like it.
Yeah, on the tax, he didn't say.
Because, see, they didn't even get not only did they get that tax passed, they didn't even get it to go to the people for a referendum, and that was supposed to be the amendment they was trying to get in. So you're sitting there thinking, man, a lot of those, because that House wouldn't have voted for that unless it's like, well, you want to get your legislation in at the last minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And now all of a sudden you got this Democratic filibuster. There's probably a bunch of people going, hey, what about us? You got your gas tax. That's the only thing I can think. That just seems strange that they're doing that at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't know exactly what's going on. Neither does Ron. Neither does Eric. Neither does Jared. Go ahead.
Here's the thing: if this gets done, they cut it short tonight, they can still work to put SAPA on tomorrow morning, right?
They could, but it gets now. If it doesn't happen today, it's increasingly difficult to predict that they would have the time to finish it up in the Senate.
Really?
So,
well, Friday would be the last day, right?
Yes, it's last day.
Tomorrow's Thursday. I mean.
Well, and let me put it to you this way: if they put it on the floor and just did a vote, they got plenty of time to do it, even up until early Friday afternoon. That's assuming there will be no debate, no discussion, no amendments, no filibusters.
Yeah.
So we need all that time to deal with all these things.
Well, if they did it tomorrow, that's Thursday.
Yep.
And then you got Friday to send it over to the House and have them
do
their thing. And I don't think there's going to be any debate on that.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out why the Democrats are filibustering.
No, I don't know.
At this point, nothing was presented today to make them do that, really.
Yeah, but the day's not over. They may hit this at, midnight. I mean, you never know. I mean, they shouldn't, but they might.
I don't know, man. This is kind of strange. I wasn't expecting this.
No, me neither.
At this point.
Yeah, something.
All right, man.
Go ahead.
So I'll go ahead and let you go, man. I won't take up any more of your time.
Okay, gotcha. That's well. Then, thank you very much for joining us on the Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast on the audio side. I appreciate you, buddy. And it was wonderful meeting you yesterday. That was cool.
Yeah, that was a good time, man. And I appreciate what you're doing, because you got the format to do it and get the word out. I could have never done that if it was up to me.
Yeah, no, that's all right, man. I'm happy to do it. Unfortunately, things are not looking good if we don't get something done tonight.
That ain't over yet.
No,
Patrick Mahomes wouldn't quit with a minute left.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, all right. Thanks again for calling, buddy.
All right, man.
All right, later. Okay, Jimmy D, you still with me, buddy? Jimmy D, are you there? Okay, we don't have Jimmy D here with us. Okay, got you guys. Well, that was actually KC Rich, who I met up with yesterday up in Jefferson City. I just posted under Rowden's tweet, prove it or it didn't happen. To not stand in the way of the federal overreach, there would be treason against the sovereignty. Yeah, that's a good point. Treason. Oh, hang on. Here's Jimmy D. Hang on, gang. Hey, Jimmy D.
Hey, sorry, buddy. I could hear you, but like a dummy, I pushed the wrong button on my phone and muted myself. So,
If I had a nickel for every time I did that, I'd have $5.25. All right. Well, I'll tell you what.
what was the phone call? Anything SAPA relevant?
No, he was wondering, because that's Dems. He identified that as Dems doing, basically a filibuster, reading books on Senate time when SAPA hasn't even been heard yet. That is really strange. Welcome to Missouri politics. They're clearly stalling. So.
Well, yes, absolutely. Is it possible that they've run through their agenda of terribly mundane garbage, and now it would be time for SAPA, so that's why they're just reading crap forever?
Yeah, but at the same time, we do encourage our Democrat senators to read. So, yeah, well, I mean, that may be on us. So, we don't know. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, though. I'm going to go ahead and let it go back to audio on see where we're at on the floor here, see if something's changed. All right, but thanks for calling back in. If something exciting happens, we'll get back on the phone here.
Yeah, I'm like everybody else, being lulled to sleep by their book reading agenda.
I know. It's insidious. They're actually making us all tired by reading to us. And
read bedtime story, you morons.
Yeah, I know. It's part of their evil, twisted plot to make us all fall asleep and want to go home.
So is it definitely, these are definitely Democrats that are up here just...
That's what Casey Rich said. I haven't identified who it was.
Okay.
All
right, well, I'll let you get back to your bedtime story.
Okay, all right. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Ciao.
See ya. Okay, gang, we're going to go ahead and switch the audio back in from the absolutely exciting, just incredibly exciting, more than just incredibly exciting, guys. This is riveting stuff from the Missouri Senate. I give you more of the book reading.
1776, British General Howe finally gave the order to all his troops to board their ships, and together with about 1,000 British loyalists, including the parents of Henry Knox's wife, the British evacuated Boston. With enthusiasm high, General Washington put out a desperate plea for reinforcements. Connecticut Governor Jonathan Trumbull responded August of 1776 by putting out an appeal for 9 more regiments of volunteers, stating, "In this day of calamity, to trust altogether to the justice of our cause without our utmost exertion would be tempting Providence. March on, this shall be your warrant. Play the man for God and for the cities of our God. May the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, be your captain, your leader, your conductor, and Savior." With Boston freed from the British occupation, New York was the next target. Washington's ranks swelled to 20,000 as he forfeited Brooklyn Heights. Citizens in New York pulled down the statue of King George, and classes were suspended at King's College, which was later renamed Columbia University. Anxiety mounted, though, as the British assembled the largest invasion force in the world to that date. 32,000 troops on over 400 ships. The thousands of wooden masts in New York's harbor looked like a forest of trees. Washington wrote to his younger brother, John Augustine Washington, May 31st, 1776, "We expect a very bloody summer of it at New York. We are not either in men or arms prepared for it. If our cause is just, as I do most religiously believe it to be, the same providence which has in many instances appeared for us will still go on to afford its aid." General Washington ordered, May 15, 1776, the Continental Congress having ordered Friday the 17th instant to be observed as a day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer, humbly to supplicate the mercy of Almighty God, that it would please him to pardon all our manifold sins and transgressions, and to prosper the arms of the United Colonies, and finally establish the peace and freedom of America upon a solid and lasting foundation. The General commands all officers and soldiers to pay strict obedience to the orders of the Continental Congress, that by their unfeigned and pious observance of their religious duties, they may incline the Lord and giver of victory to prosper our arms. On July 19, 1776, Washington's men were encouraged when messengers from Philadelphia brought a copy of the recently passed Declaration of Independence. Washington had it read out loud to its troops. It acknowledged God 4 times. Laws of nature and of nature's God. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Appealing to the supreme judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions. Firm reliance on the protection of divine providence. Washington expected the British troops to attack from the sea, as they did at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Instead, 10,000 British troops landed a distance from New York, and a British loyalist led them through Jamaica Pass, marching all night long to make a surprise attack on the Continental Army from behind on August 27, 1776. An estimated 3,000 Americans were killed or wounded compared to only 392 British casualties. The Battle of Brooklyn Heights was the first major battle after America had declared its independence, and it was the largest battle of the entire war. As General Washington watched 400 brave soldiers of the 1st Maryland Regiment charge 6 times to their deaths directly into the British lines, allowing the rest of the Continental Army to find cover, he exclaimed, "Good God, what brave fellows I have lost this day." British General Howe trapped the American troops on Brooklyn Heights with their backs against the sea. That night, Washington made the desperate decision to evacuate his entire army by ferrying it across the East River to Manhattan Island. The sea was boisterous where the British ships were, but providentially calm in the East River, allowing Washington's boats to transport troops, horses, and cannons. As the sun began to rise, half of the American troops were still in danger, but a miraculously thick fog lingered, blocking the evacuation from being seen by the British. Major Ben Talmadge, Washington's chief of intelligence, wrote, "As the dawn of the next day approached, those of us who remained in the trenches became very anxious for our own safety. And when the dawn appeared, there were several regiments still on duty. At this time, a very dense fog began to rise off the river, and it seemed to settle in a peculiar manner over both encampments. I recollect this particular providential occurrence perfectly well, and so very dense was the atmosphere that I could scarcely discern a man at 6 yards distance. We tarried until the sun had risen, but the fog remained as dense as ever." General Washington was on the last boat that left Brooklyn Heights. The British never again had such an opportunity to capture the entire American army at one time. Had the Americans not been able to evacuate, they would have been captured, and Washington would have been hung. America would have continued just as any other colony in Britain's expanding global empire, along with India, Kenya, Egypt, South Africa, and Australia. George Washington wrote, August 20, 1778, "Undergoing the strangest vicissitudes that perhaps ever attended any one contest since creation, the hand of Providence has been so conspicuous in all of this, the course of the war, that he must be worse than an infidel that lacks faith. But it will be time enough for me to return preacher when my present appointment ceases." Samuel Adams addressed the Continental Congress August 1, 1776. "There are instances of, I would say, an almost astonishing providence in our favor. Our success has staggered our enemies and almost given faith to infidels. So we may truly say it is not our own arm which has saved us. The hand of heaven appears to have led us on to be, perhaps, humble instruments and means in the great providential dispensation which is completing." After the amazing evacuation from Brooklyn Heights, Washington sought to know British plans. So 21-year-old Nathan Hale volunteered as a spy. He was caught and hung. Hale's last words were, "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country." The Continental Army was chased out of New York, across New Jersey, and onto Pennsylvania. In 6 months, ranks dwindled from 20,000 to 2,000. Exhausted soldiers who were planning to leave at the year's end, as they had only re-enlisted for 6 months. Philadelphia was in panic, expecting a British invasion. The Continental Congress packed up and fled, giving their last instruction: until Congress shall otherwise order, General Washington shall be possessed of full power to order and direct all things. Washington had Thomas Paine's pamphlet, The American Crisis, read to his troops. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the summer sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us. Put this in context. The American Crisis that Thomas Paine wrote, the pamphlet called The American Crisis, read to his troops. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods. And it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. In the 15th century, the whole English army was driven back by a few broken forces headed by a woman, Joan of Arc. Would that heaven might inspire some Jersey maid to spirit up her countrymen. With the password for his military operation being victory or death, Washington's troops crossed the ice-filled Delaware River on Christmas Day evening in a blizzard. Trudging through the blinding snow with one soldier freezing to death on the march, they attacked Trenton, New Jersey at daybreak, December 26, 1776. The feared German Hessian mercenary troops hired by King George III were trained to fight in an open field and were not prepared for Americans firing from behind every tree. The Americans captured nearly 1,000 in just over an hour, with only a few wounded, one being James Monroe, the future 5th president. After winning the Battle of Trenton, British General Cornwallis sent his 8,000-man British army to attack Washington near Princeton, New Jersey. The night before the battle, Washington left the campfires burning and silently marched his army around the back of the British camp at Princeton. At daybreak, January 3, 1777, Washington attacked. At one point, American troops under John Cadwalader retreated. General Washington quickly rode over, stopped the retreat, then rode ahead of his troops to within 30 yards of the British. Turning and facing his men, he yelled, "Halt! Then fire! The British returned fire, filling the field with smoke. Many thought Washington was surely shot, being exposed to the fire from both sides, but when the air cleared, Washington appeared, waving his men forward. 3 British regiments were captured. Enthusiasm swept America. Frederick the Great of Prussia called the 10 days from December 26, 1776 to January 3, 1777, the most brilliant in the world's history. Yale President Ezra Stiles stated in an election address before Connecticut General Assembly, "In our lowest and most dangerous estate, we sustained ourselves against the British army of 60,000 troops, commanded by the ablest generals Britain could procure throughout Europe, with a naval force of 22,000 seamen and above 80 men of war. Independence was sealed and confirmed by God Almighty in the victory of General Washington at Trenton and in the surprising movement and battle of Princeton. Who but a Washington, inspired by heaven, could have struck out the great movement and maneuver of Princeton? The United States are under peculiar obligations to become a holy people unto the Lord our God." Madam President, may I inquire of...
Senator from Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam President.
We are on Senate Amendment number 3, offered by the Senator from Cass. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from Green.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have an amendment to the amendment. It has been distributed. I would ask for a waiver of the reading and move for its adoption.
Please send that amendment forward. The amendment has been distributed, and you would request a waiver of the reading. Hearing no objection, the reading will be waived. Please move for the adoption of the amendment and proceed to explain it.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I do move for the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. This is very simple. Simply strikes the 2 words state general and inserts there, in response to that, would insert the word November. So the idea here is that instead of these elections only being held on the state general elections, which occur every other November, they could be held each November if the institutions so petitioned and were allowed to have happen. Happy to answer any questions, Madam President.
We are on Senate Amendment number 2 to Senate Amendment number 3. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from Cass.
Senator from Green.
Senator from Green, do you yield to an inquiry from Senator from Cass? He does. You may proceed.
I do.
I don't want to belabor the point.
Sure.
This basically just allows for every single November as opposed to every other year on
correct.
a general election. This is one of those things, I guess, in the art of compromise, I'm willing to just allow on to this and try to work this out to get this done. So
appreciate it, Senator. I appreciate your willingness to work on this and know that this whole business and the many issues that we face, some things that occasionally aren't even connected, can be. And so I appreciate your willingness to work on this kind of stuff.
That's right. Thank you very much, Senator.
Does any other senator desire to be heard? Hearing none, Senator from Green, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I close.
The senator from Green renews his motion that Senate Amendment number 2 to Senate Amendment number 3 be adopted. As many as are the opinion that motion shall prevail, say aye. Aye. Those to the contrary, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is adopted. We are back on Senate Amendment number 3, offered by the senator from Cass. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Hearing none, Senator from Cass, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I close.
The senator from Cass renews his motion that Senate Amendment number 3 be adopted. As many as are the opinion that motion shall prevail, say aye. Aye. Those to the contrary, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is adopted. We are back on Senate Substitute number 2 for House Substitute to House Bill number 297 as amended, offered by the senator from Scott. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from the 24th.
Thank you, Madam President. I have an amendment
please send that amendment forward, and has the amendment been distributed?
It has not been distributed. It has been copied, so if we could get it distributed, but it is also very short, so if we could have it read, and I move for its adoption.
Hearing no objection. And Senator, for clarification, did you just want it to be read, or do you want it to be distributed as well?
It is printed, so we might as well distribute it, but if we can read it, then we can just move ahead on it quickly.
Madam Secretary, would you please read the amendment?
Senate Amendment Number 4, offered by Senator Shoup. Amend Senate Substitute Number 2, House Substitute, House Bill Number 297, pages 23 through 24, Section 173.1352, by striking all of said section from the bill, and further amend the title and enacting clause accordingly.
And Senator, just for clarification, did you move for the adoption of the amendment?
And if you'd like.
Thank you.
I move for its adoption.
All right, we are on Senate Amendment Number 4, offered by the senator from the 24th. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from the 24th.
I'll just speak briefly, if I may, on this amendment. This is the section that allows a student to get college credit for a score on an AP test of 3 out of 5. I don't think that the legislature should be prescribing to our colleges and universities and community colleges what score would require them to advance credit for college classes based on an AP exam. And this is a section of the bill that was never heard in the Senate at all, not in committee or anywhere. It was heard in a House committee but not voted out. So this has not been thoroughly vetted. I've talked to a lot of people about this bill. This is something we can talk about going forward into the future, but it should not be part of our, based on what we like to do in terms of understanding, knowing, and having vetted legislation. I don't believe it should be part of what we put into this bill at this point in time. So with that, I renew my motion, and I'm happy to take any questions.
We are on Senate Amendment Number 4, offered by the senator from the 24th. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from Scott.
I would like this amendment, and I do understand the senator's position. This amendment, as that was added in, did pass out of committee and in the House as well in committee. And so,
Senator, for clarification, are you speaking on the motion, or did you want to inquire of the senator from the 24th?
Speaking on the motion, on the amendment.
Thank you. Proceed.
So I would like for us to vote down the senator's amendment to remove this language. When we first started going through this was something that made it through our education committee and was discussed there and vetted. And as I spoke when we first introduced this bill, that this language just adds consistency and clarity to college credit being awarded for AP exams, that most colleges already accept this, but it just makes a policy across the state. It would require all public schools to accept the 3, 4, and 5. And I know we did the exception for Truman because they're a higher learning, a more difficult standard, and so they just didn't want to be included in that, but the other colleges seemed to be fine. And then in closing, we had that one third of the states already have policies like this set by the legislature. A third of the states have policies like this that's set by the Department of Higher Ed. A third of the states have no policy at all, and that's where Missouri falls. So we're just trying to provide some consistency in these acceptance of the AP courses. So I would ask that the body vote down this amendment and that we keep this language in the bill. Thank you.
We are on Senate Amendment Number 4, offered by the senator from the 24th. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from the 24th.
Thank you. May I inquire of the senator from the 1st?
Senator from the 1st, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from the 24th?
I do.
He does. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you coming over for the inquiry. I wanted to make a few points clear. Let me just say that this bill has not been passed in the Senate, has not, to my knowledge, been heard in committee. The House heard this bill last year, but it was not voted out. This is House Bill 1208. It's been read a second time in the House. That's as far as it's gotten. So this is a bill that truly hasn't been vetted. So that's the first concern I have, that we haven't had an opportunity to see what the differences are. And for Truman to be left out of this bill, to be written out of this bill, says to me that we're going to have a different standard of what is acceptable for college credit because one university is perceived to hold higher standards than the other in this state. I mean, is it okay for us to have students who aren't as well educated at our other universities? They're allowed to score a different or a lower score than the students at Truman? That makes no sense to me until we have the opportunity to get together and figure out, as a legislative body, what these schools want. And the reason I believe that a third of our states don't have policies is because they leave that up to the universities. If you have a student who scores a 3 on their AP calculus, and they are given calculus credit at one of our universities, and maybe they want to go into engineering, and they start in calculus 2, and maybe they don't do so well because they didn't have the basic college calculus course. Then what happens? Does that student change his or her major and go into a different area, and we potentially lose an engineering student over a 3-hour or a 5-hour calculus course? Let's make sure that the standards are high enough at our universities when we hand out credit to ensure that these students who are receiving these credits have met the requirements that they need to meet in those colleges and universities. And this particular section of this bill that, again, has absolutely not been vetted, this particular section doesn't allow the universities to have discretion and to make a decision about what those scores should be. And frankly, I'm not sure any of us in here know the difference between what scoring a 3 means and what scoring a 4 means. And it's very concerning to me, but I will tell you, on a 5-point scale, a 3 doesn't sound like somebody who should get advanced placement in a class like calculus or language arts or science at the same level that a student who scored a 5 or a 4 would get. So instead of us saying this is what you have to do and accept, and you, universities and colleges and community colleges, you have to give these students this credit because they scored an average score on an AP test, I think is way beyond the pale and not appropriate for us to be legislating, especially when this bill truly has not been heard and vetted through the Senate or through the House. What are your thoughts?
I agree with you. I think the university or community colleges should be able to set their own standards of what they accept as college credit going in from our local high schools. Now, I do know that advanced classes are more rigorous, and there's a lot to that. But I still think we should let the experts, our universities, our community colleges, decide what is good for them and what's good for their student body. And obviously, Truman, which I hold in high regard, is one of our best universities in the state, has a high standard, and since they exempted themselves from it, that would cause me pause before we go ahead with this. And especially since you've told me the history of this actual bill and where it's been and what it really hasn't been vetted, I don't believe to the extent that we think it has. And I guess it hasn't even had a hearing this year, correct?
You know what, Senator? I am actually being called off the floor to talk about this. So I am going to end the inquiry, but I think the senator from the 11th will pick up from there. Madam President, Senator, thank you.
We are on Senate Amendment number 4, offered by the senator from the 24th. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Senator from the 11th.
I'd like to inquire the senator from the 1st.
Senator from the 1st, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from the 11th?
I do.
He does. You may proceed.
Hey, Senator. I think a lot of our job is holding the floor so people can go talk. It's less about filibustering and making policy, but we hold the floor a lot to let people go have a hopefully civil conversation about their differences. So
I want to actually, can I? So I want to
go ahead. Hey, we were killing time. That's what we never.
Yeah. So actually, I want to talk about I've met him a few times in the past, but seeing Ozzie Smith again today, that was pretty much a thrill.
Yeah.
Literally the greatest shortstop to ever play the game in my mind. Definitely defensively.
I have a tough time arguing that.
Very, very clutch hitter that he made himself a better through the years. As he got older, he became a better hitter.
And what a nice guy.
Yeah, I remember going out to opening day and watching him do the flip, and I was actually supposed to be in school a couple times, but we went there and did that, and it was pretty impressive just to see him again today.
And you got to see him do one of his flips?
I did back in the day, a long time ago. Yeah, when he came to St. Louis. Gary Templeton was our shortstop, and he left, and Ozzie came here to. Gary made a couple gestures to the fan, and they decided he fell out of favor in St. Louis, and they sent him off to San Diego, and came Ozzie Smith, and they called him the Wizard of Oz, as you know.
Oh yeah.
But the amazing plays he would make, and he would. Whitey Herzog always would say he saves them 100 runs a year.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
Whitey Herzog. So that's what we have in common. So Whitey Herzog actually came from the Royals, right?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, he was very gracious to come over today. He actually, I think, made a lot of people's day. I don't know if he made anyone else's day more than he made our Dorman Gill his day. He was super excited to see Ozzie Smith.
He was telling me about his card collection and all that. Yeah, no, it was great.
He was upset that he didn't wear his Cardinals tie today. He was going to wear it, and at the last minute he decided not to, but he got to meet Ozzie nonetheless, and he was very gracious. And I asked him if he could come over and talk to Gil for a minute, and they talked for a while. And it was a good day for him, and it was a good day for us here to have him here. I will tell you a similar experience to you seeing Ozzie Smith do the flip, one of his mini flips that he did. Excuse me. When I was young, my brother and I, obviously big sports fans, and growing up in Kansas City, we were big Bo Jackson fans at the time, right? I mean, Bo Jackson was bigger than life all across the country at that moment, kind of similar to Ozzie Smith when he was in his heyday. And you went to go see Ozzie Smith do one of his flips. My brother and I went to Royals games because they weren't great, obviously, back then, and I won't go into that, but the whole reason we wanted to go to see the Royals was to watch Bo Jackson break a bat over his knee.
Yeah, I remember. I had a feeling you were going there.
Yeah.
That was the coolest thing.
And my uncle Greg actually, my dad was never a big sports fan, but my Uncle Greg was. So a lot of the sporting events that we went to as kids, my uncle took us, and he went to watch the game, right? Well, we went to watch Bo Jackson break the bat over his knee. As soon as he did that, if it was the third inning or the sixth inning, we were done. We were like, okay, we saw what we wanted to see and we're ready to go. And my uncle's like, no, we have to watch the rest of the game now. And but no, I obviously ended up growing to love baseball and watch all the games, and obviously got to see Bo Jackson do a lot of crazy things, just like you got to see Ozzie Smith make some unbelievable plays at shortstop that go down in history as some of the best shortstop plays of all time. And just a genuinely nice person today. I maybe have met him once when I was a kid. I don't remember. It's possible. I met Willie McGee one time, and I think he may have been around, but really got to talk to him for a second today to ask him to talk with Gil for a minute, and just a really nice man. So I don't have anything bad to say about Ozzie Smith at all.
So, as we're kind of starting to get back to normal a little bit here, and we see the attendance is building up at the baseball stadiums. They're starting to inch up a little bit more and more. And then I see that Albert Pujols was released by the Angels.
Yep.
And if he would come back and spend the
twilight years,
well, just this last year maybe, here in St. Louis, to me would be awesome, because he is probably the best baseball player that I've actually seen in person play. Just was amazing for quite a few years.
That's a bold statement for you. I mean,
that I've seen play. I mean, he was just everything. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I don't like to give as much credit to the Cardinals as I probably should, being from Kansas City, but I will say you have seen some really good baseball and some really good players in St. Louis throughout the years. And
I mean, we've had people before my time, Stan Musial, things of that nature.
Yeah.
But to watch Pujols play, he literally, he won 3 MVPs. He could have won 5 MVPs. He was, I think, one year he was definitely shortchanged.
Yeah.
He was just an amazing player and hitter, and watching that in the 2011 World Series when he hit was it 5 home runs he hit in Texas?
Oh, yeah, I was, yes. I don't know if it was 5. I think it was 4.
4, it was
because
this
is how I remember that. I think I was at home, and I was watching the World Series, obviously, and my wife we were going to go out or do something, or she, I don't know, maybe she was in the other room, and she was yelling at me to go do something or whatever, and I said, "You're liable." And Alex Pujols was due up like the next inning, and he'd already hit 3. And the most I'd ever remembered in the World Series was Reggie Jackson, who hit 3 home runs for the Yankees that time in the World Series, and I think that was the record. At least tied it, but that's what I remember.
I think you're right. I'm not sure what the record was, but yeah, that was a great series actually. Game 6 was probably one of the best World Series games ever played. Game 6 when David Freese. That was just an amazing game to watch. I hadn't counted out. I thought they were done. So it's been a great season. To watch that come back was just unbelievable.
Well, and David Freese's story, right, being from the St. Louis area and everything else is just, our friend Jake.
And Pujols came from Kansas City, so there's some ties there. Went to community college there, I believe, and
I think he's there right now. I had a good friend of mine who played baseball with him actually at Maple Woods. Speaking of colleges, Maple Woods Community College, where I think Albert Pujols played before he started in the minors and all that. And he was actually talking with my friend a couple weeks ago about maybe what he might do in the future. So
a funny story about Pujols. I don't know if his story is the same, but the Cardinals had signed Bobby Bonilla at the end of his career, and Bobby got hurt, and Pujols filled in at left field, and that's it. That's all she wrote. So he started actually out in left field.
Wow.
And he never missed the games after that. He was just
that's it.
And on to whatever storied career, So.
Yeah. Are you aware of the Bobby Bonilla contract, Bobby Bonilla Day? So this is a longer story. So Bobby Bonilla was playing for the Mets. The owner of the Mets at the time was investing money in some sort of fund that I'll later talk to. That's the punchline. And he was getting great returns on it. And he wanted to be as liquid as possible. And so they offered Bobby Bonilla an extension that said, because they wanted to take all the cash that they had and put it into this investment, because the investment was getting such great returns. Obviously, the more cash they had, the better returns they'd get. So they offered Bobby Bonilla a contract that was, they gave him two options. And the one option was a bunch of money up front, regular contract, big signing bonus, everything else. The other contract was less money up front, smaller signing bonus, but he got $1 million a year until I'm going to get a text about this because I talked with this about another friend of mine that we mutually have. I don't know, let's just go crazy and say it was 2032. He'd get $1 million a year. And obviously, he would have been well retired.
I think I remember that. Didn't George Brett have some sort of did he
That was a lifetime contract. This was different.
Okay.
Usually, that was a lifetime contract for as long as he played. This would go on after he played. So, Bobby Bonilla, very smart, made a very, very smart move, or at least his agent did, and he took the lesser money up front and the $1 million a year every year for 10 years, 15 years, whatever it might be, which played into at least maybe 10 or 15 years after he retired. So they still, I think it's every July, it's Bobby Bonilla Day, and he still gets $1 million every year. And the investment group, or the person he was investing with, that he was getting great returns on with, the owner of the Mets, that he wanted to use the cash to invest with instead of give it to Bobby Bonilla up front, was a guy by the name of Bernie Madoff. That's a true story.
I did not know that part of it, so yeah.
So the Mets owner was one of these big, celebrity, important people that
He was one
Bernie
of the people
Madoff
that got taken by Bernie Madoff.
Yeah, that Bernie Madoff had swindled, and he was getting these amazing returns, so he wanted to get all this money to Bernie Madoff to make bigger returns, so he gave Bobby Bonilla this ridiculous contract, and Bobby Bonilla was smart enough to take it, and he still, to this day, gets $1 million. One of the best contracts in all of sports history. Another one, I think, was, you guys had a basketball team in St. Louis.
We had two basketball teams.
What were the two? One was the ABA team.
The ABA team was the Spirits, and then we had the St. Louis Hawks, which are the Atlanta Hawks. Okay,
so one of them, when the NBA and the ABA merged, they bought out a few. They absorbed some teams, and then they bought out some other teams. So I don't know if it was the Hawks or the Spirit. I want to.
Hawks was NBA, and that was back in the 50s and 60s.
ABA.
NBA. The Hawks were.
Were they ever in the ABA before them?
ABA was the Spirits.
Okay, so it was the Spirits. So as the NBA absorbed the ABA, they took some teams and then bought other teams out, and then those players went to different teams in the NBA afterward. The owners, the people that owned the Spirit, were smart enough then, when they made their deal to have the NBA buy them out, they didn't take money. They took a percentage of revenues for in perpetuity. So, and I believe maybe in the last 5 years, they actually came to a ridiculous settlement, because over time, that family that did that, that took the percentage instead of the money up front, was literally making hundreds of millions of dollars a year. They were getting like 1 or 2% of all the revenues. That is the best contract in sports history, in my opinion, and I think most people's opinion.
Anything that has that longevity like that. No,
yeah, and it was either.
He's smart enough to think that ahead, I guess. Through sometimes people are like, well, I'm just going to take the money and run, but realizing that, well, if I ever won the lottery, I'm always like, I'm just going to take the payout. I'm not getting it all at once. I'm just going to take that payout.
Well, I think that depends on where you're at in your life, right? If you're 70, you probably just take the lump sum. If you're 22, you definitely just take it over time, because you're going to probably, hopefully, live longer. But yeah, no, I will get more details on that. It's an interesting story. But yeah, it was either a percentage of the gross revenues, or it was a percentage of the TV contracts, which are ridiculous, right? They're billions of dollars every year.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so that was the greatest, that most people consider that the greatest contract in sports history. Bobby Bonilla is one of the top ones, but
there was another baseball player that was getting paid for a long time. I'm trying to think who it was. He had it might have just ended just recently, but they were getting paid for, it seemed like forever. I don't remember who that was.
There was I don't know that one. I can tell you another one that I know just off the top of my head. Do you remember Derrick Rose? He still plays in the NBA now, but he played for the Bulls for a while. So Derrick Rose was a great player at the University of Kentucky. He gets drafted by the Chicago Bulls. Has amazing first couple years. Ends up winning the MVP. Then Adidas gives him this big contract, and he got in his contract, he gets $1 million a year for every year he's on an NBA roster. Tears up his knee, not the player he once was, but every year he manages to stay on a roster. He's had a bit of a comeback the last couple years, but every year he manages just to be on a roster, he gets $1 million.
That's great.
Yeah, so I think the senator behind you there from St. Louis County is ready to have a conversation. So, Doug, or Senator, I really appreciate it.
I'll let you by. Only because I got gavelled earlier this week. Senator from the 24th.
Madam President, may I inquire of the senator from the 17th, please?
Senator from Clay, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from the 24th?
Yes, I do.
She does. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. I'm glad you pulled me off the floor so that we could kind of talk things through.
Sure.
So you and I were able to have a conversation with the Representative Brown, about this piece of legislation. And I think that we all came to an agreement that this really does need to go through a vetting process in the House and the Senate. And I'm hopeful it will come through education next year.
Yep, and a little history. This is
please.
An idea that students from a high school in my district came up with, and it was part of their civic engagement and learning more about how state government operates. So they put forward this idea, which they knew would impact them directly. And so this was a couple of years ago. The bill has been introduced a few years. For whatever reason, it just hasn't really had the opportunity to be heard before a committee and fully vetted in either chamber. So maybe it had a hearing a couple of years ago, but I agree that there are still some questions that need answers. And I am hopeful that we'll get to a place where we find some language where we all feel comfortable, but the representatives seemed agreeable to revisiting this legislation next year, and I think we'll all probably have the opportunity to work on it again.
Right, and that would be great. And as I said, I think the Education Committee is appropriate. I chair the Progress and Development Committee. We would also certainly be willing to move it forward there so that we can have this discussion and see what we can do. And I did not know the background about the students in your district. I love when they get involved in something that's going to impact them, and it's up to us to make sure that the policy is good public policy and how we move it forward. Can I tell you just a really brief story about, I think it's first graders in one of my school districts back home who did an environmental initiative to get rid of plastic straws because they were learning about how plastic straws get in the ocean and bodies of water, and that fish swallow them and they die from them. And so they put together a project called The Last Straw. And I know, I love it. And in their school, they have some children that need to utilize straws because of certain disabilities that they might have, but every straw they have in that school, if they have any, they are paper. And those young children a few years ago who were in first grade, I'm sure are still working strong to make sure that we are not being wasteful and we are not utilizing plastic straws when we have other alternatives. So it's the same kind of situation, and I really appreciate what you and the representative want to do, and I am there with you to see if we can work this out and get it figured out for next year.
Terrific. Well, I will gladly support your amendment then, and appreciate the inquiry.
Thank you, Senator. Madam President?
Senator from the 24th.
May I inquire of the senator from Scott?
Senator from Scott, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from the 24th?
I do.
She does. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. So I got much more of the background than I had before we started the discussion earlier today, and I'm hopeful that you had a chance to hear what Representative Brown has agreed to with the senator from the 17th and me. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are.
I just spoke to him as well.
Okay.
So, very nice.
All right. So I'm hopeful that you'll be willing to support the amendment and that we'll be able to work on this next year.
Yes, he's excited to work on it next year with you guys.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you, Madam President.
We are on Senate Amendment number 4, offered by the senator from the 24th. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Hearing none. Senator from the 24th, you're recognized to close. The senator from the 24th has renewed her motion that Senate Amendment number 4 be adopted. As many as are the opinion that motion shall prevail, say aye. Aye. Those to the contrary say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is adopted. We are back on Senate Substitute number 2 to House Substitute to House Bill number 297, offered by the senator from Scott. Does any other senator desire to be heard? Seeing none, Senator, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I renew my motion.
The senator from Scott renews her motion that Senate Substitute Number 2 for House Bill to House Bill for House Bill 297 be read a third time and finally passed. Secretary, please call the roll. Stand by.
Hey there, gang. Looks like the Senate's gone silent for a little bit. So I'll go ahead and talk a little bit here. It is starting to look like something may be going on tonight with SAPA. I've gotten it from two sources now. So, and Jimmy D, you're far too young to be a cynic. Oh, hang on. Ultra's leaving? Okay. Thanks for doing this all day long. Gotta go. 4:30 coming quick. Okay, all right, take care, Ultra. Sorry, buddy. I know it's been a long day. So, yeah, guys, I am truly hearing SAPA is most likely coming up on the floor tonight. So, I'm going to keep this going. I mean, you guys have done a lot today, especially those of you who have been making phone calls, sending emails, praying. I really do appreciate what everyone's been doing today. And it's been a massive grassroots effort. It shouldn't take this much effort to have, basically your own state government acknowledge your Second Amendment rights. It really shouldn't. And unfortunately, we do have some turds in the punch bowl. Turd number 1 is Senator Caleb Rowden. Turd number 2 is, of course, Dave Schatz. Schatz, however you pronounce his name. I'm never going to be able to say their names right, so I'm just going to have to come up with nicknames for all of them. So, Senator Rowden and Senator Stool Sample are the ones I'm talking about. Why do I subscribe to this incredibly boring channel? Gabriel, I'm sorry. I've been told before that that the channel is dull, boring, uninteresting, and that was Brian from High Impact Flicks. He actually said that to me. Yeah, still nothing from the Senate. We're waiting for them to come back online. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is boring. I swear to God, the Senate is boring. Jimmy D and I sat up in the, in the viewer gallery, whatever they call it, it's the upper level. You get to, sit there and listen to the Senate. And like I said, it's almost a good thing, that people, can't bring guns in there, because people would be committing suicide just listening to these folks. It can get that boring, gang.
Senator from Scott, I need to rewind for just a moment. Would you move for the adoption of the substitute?
The adoption of the substitute for House substitute for House Bill, Senate substitute for House Bill number 297.
The senator from Scott moves for the adoption of Senate substitute number 2 to House substitute to House Bill number 297 as amended. All those.
Revolution? Remind me, and I'll tell you about my
vote
conversation with Brian later that we had on the phone. I'm going to mute my mic for now, though.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senator from Scott.
I renew my motion. Or I move the Senate substitute for House Bill number 297 be read a third time and finally passed.
The senator from Scott renews her motion that Senate substitute number 2 for House substitute for House Bill 297 as adopted be read a third time and finally passed. Madam Secretary, please read the bill and call the roll.
Senate substitute number 2 for House substitute for House Bill number 297, an act relating to institutions of higher education. Senators Arthur, Bean, Beck, Bernsketter, Bratton, Brown, Burleson, Searpoy, Crawford, Eigel, Esslinger, Gannon, Hageman, Hoskins.
Okay, gang. I just got a text from Burleson, a fresh, brand new text. No audio. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3, 5 by 5. 5 by 5. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? 5 by 5. Okay. All right. Gotcha. I'll tell you what. Burleson just texted me again, and he was just told that it is tomorrow. So I texted him back, and I said, Eric, I'm seriously thinking we're being toyed with here. Do you have any thoughts on this? I am muted.
Your recording is not. Your I will be changed to a no.
Okay. Okay. Guys, Eric is getting new information, and he's being told that it is tomorrow. So I don't know, because actually things don't look good if it doesn't happen tonight. So that's what Eric's saying to me right now, though. That's Eric Burleson, Senator Eric Burleson, District 20. So at any rate, that's what he's telling me now. I don't know what to say, gang. May not happen tonight now. Because he was told it was going to be tonight. And then he was told 20 minutes after that it's tomorrow. And I don't know who's telling him this stuff. I'm going to ask him who's telling him this stuff. Asking him who's telling him. Because if it's from Rowden, I'd take it to the bank that it's not coming up tonight.
Senator from the 5th, for what purpose you ask? How, Senator from the 5th was reported.
Hang on. Do you want to be live? Free American Press, Alex, do you want to be live with me right now? Is that what you're asking? If you want to be live, go ahead and give me a call. Yeah, KC Rich, I am asking. So hopefully Eric will tell me who's telling him that. I'm hoping. Yeah, that's me too. Let me text Ron real quick. I just texted Ron. We'll see if Ron gets back to me. So I've got a text out to Eric and one out to Ron. They're both in the Senate chamber. Ron's in the viewer gallery up above. Let's see. Casey wants to know who's telling you SAPA is going to be tonight. You can bring your guns in there, TC. Hopefully you can hear me okay, Jimmy D. I've got a text out to both Ron and Eric, and I'm trying to find out from Eric who's telling him this. So I'm on it. And American Free Press, yes, you can call, but you will be live on the live stream. Okay, thank you, old ager. Appreciate it, buddy. Okay, I was asking because Jimmy was reiterating the question that Casey Rich was asking, and I did answer that. I'm trying to find out. Oh, a 10-hour live stream, guys. And nothing happened. Oh, jeez. It's kind of anticlimactic, really. Okay, we're going to get American Free Press on the chat. Hey, it's Alex.
Hello, Patrick. How are you?
I'm doing okay. You are live on the live stream right now, buddy.
Okay, I just wanted to say that we need to pass SAPA.
Yeah, we do.
It's really
Go ahead.
It's a really an important thing that we need to be able to do, because I just don't see how one man can have more power than anybody else. Then there's probably quite a few senators who want to pass this, but who gives? It's just unbelievable in my mind that this Caleb Rowden has so much power to say, "Oh, I decide whether this goes on the floor." It's just a little rich for me.
Yep, and that happens to be the case. And we definitely have to look into the procedures of the Senate. The House has a way of preventing this and correcting it if it happens, but we don't have rules in the Senate for it.
Wow, yeah, we definitely need to have rules because they're just talking about baseball and all this stuff. Like, they're talking about this on your taxpayer dollars. It's just really, it's an abuse of power. They're able to talk and talk and talk about something that's not even pertinent to government at all. It just doesn't seem logical. Like the guy said, quote, whoever that was, he said, wasting time. They're wasting time. They're wasting our time.
Yep.
The government, whoever said that just wants to waste time for the Missouri people, just drain our tax dollars, just drain the people dry of their money, and then just say, oh, we're just going to waste time talking on the floor. And that's what we're getting paid to do. That's really a slap on their constituents' face.
It is, really. I agree with you. Not much we can do about that, though. The Senate is the Senate, and, they have their own rules separate from the House. And unfortunately, there's really very little we can do at this point. We're waiting on Senator Rowden to actually put SAPA on the floor. Literally waiting for him. He is the only one who can do it. And go ahead.
Speaking of, I had kind of a parody idea I'd like to tell you later.
Sure. Yeah.
With that, because it's just completely wrong that they would do this. You've been working on SAPA for a long time, and so is everybody else, Ron Calzone, everyone.
Yep.
Yet they're still trying to stop it, even now. Like, do you think he got paid off? Was he originally an enemy to it, or what?
Yeah, I don't know. I know Schatz, and I know his deal. I know how he's corrupt and corrupted. But I don't know about Rowden. I really don't. Guys, if I had data on Rowden, I would say it. But I really don't have anything on the Rat Man.
So why does this guy Rowden get to... So it was originally Schatz who decided whether this bill came on, so why does this Rowden have the power all of a sudden now?
Because he is the majority floor leader. He decides what bills go out on the floor for debate, perfection, and vote.
So but before Schatz had this power? Or
there's no way to sidestep it.
Oh.
No way. There is no conceivable way.
Now, if we talk to the governor, I don't know how good your governor is.
He's corrupt. We have a corrupt governor.
Oh, so we couldn't get him to sign an executive order or anything?
Not for SAPA, no.
Now, is there anything the House can do? Like, couldn't the House do something? Like, can't they censure them?
Censor? You mean censure?
Yes.
Okay, but they have to find corruption first. Corruption charges. So Schatz is the easiest one to go after. Okay, hang on. Alex, just so you understand something, all this stuff you're talking about will not help us right now. None of it. So none of it can be done right now. None of it. So we either get SAPA or we don't, and Caleb Rowden is the gatekeeper, and it's that simple. So many, many, many tens of thousands of phone calls and emails have gone to the Rat Man. And he is not responding to anyone. He's not calling anyone back. He's not returning any emails. He's not answering questions to his own committees, to his own peers in the Senate, as to why he's holding on to SAPA.
Now, could we get since all these people are just talking about, their funny baseball stories or whatever, couldn't we get Senator Burlington to interrupt these people or something?
Doesn't work that way.
Oh, that's too bad because they're really just talking about nothing.
Yeah, that's correct.
It seems. Wow. Yeah, that's really too bad that this guy. So what will happen to him if this doesn't get passed?
To whom?
To Rowden.
Well, that depends on you and me.
Right.
So that the senators won't do anything to him.
Yeah.
So that depends on if we can find enough dirt on him and expose him and maybe make him face formal charges in the Senate for corruption. That's up to you and me. So you and I have to do that work, Alex. And actually, Liberty Revolutionary is offering to help in the research.
Oh, that's good. So we could get a state senator to introduce that to censure him?
No, that would be charges within the Senate. And then we have to trust that the Senate is going to do the right thing. It's the same procedures that you have in the U.S. Senate. You don't have... Go ahead.
I know when we impeach a president, and I don't know if it's similar at all, it's always the House that first gets does it first. So couldn't we conceivably, because I don't think we would be able to do it at the Senate necessarily, or maybe we would, but could we get the House to do it?
No, it doesn't work that way either.
Okay.
So right now, it looks about as promising as trying to get a U.S. senator on corruption charges.
Wow.
Yeah, hang on one second. I got Jimmy D calling in. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
Hey there, Jimmy D. Oh, hang on. There we go. Now you're on speaker. Hey there, buddy.
Hey,
It's Alex.
What's that?
Okay, I'm watching the stupid delay. That's why I'm getting so messed up here.
Okay.
But essentially, 10 hours, dude. That's a marathon.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you for that. I mean, holy crap, man. I've never seen anybody put their heart into this stuff personally on a one-on-one basis like you have. I know Ron works hard. I know Eric works hard, but holy smokes, 10 hours.
Yeah. I know. Well, I thought it was going to happen today. I did. Because I almost feel like I've wasted everyone's time.
Well, you know, I just said when Eric was texting you it was still going to go on tonight, I said, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. And then what happens? It goes in the crapper.
Yep. Well, the fact that they were promising it today, and then it gets to the end of today, and then they promise it tomorrow, well, that's the same thing that happened yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
Same thing.
Believe it when I see it.
Yep.
Like I said. Somebody's got a hold of Eric's strings, I'm thinking, and is just pulling them left and right. I think there's a bigger conspiracy going on, if you want to know the truth.
Yep.
So, anyway, I'll let the other guy call in to Truth, Money, and Freedom Radio Communications Podcast.
You bet. We're all technical over here. You bet.
Just call in to the radio talk show.
Yep.
You know what? You should start your own radio station, man.
Yeah, like an internet radio station of some sort?
Sure.
Sure.
Why not?
Okay, gotcha. I'll have to monetize it, though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, otherwise we go broke quick, right?
We would.
How much money do you think we've lost, Patrick? Well, not me, I'm retired, but how much money do you think you've lost doing SAPA junk instead of going to work?
I don't even want to think about it, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even want to think about it.
Well, I kind of threw that out there for the benefit of the audience to let them know how hard you really do work at this stuff.
Oh, I got Liberty, Missouri. No, that's not a senator calling. Okay. No, that's fine. I'm not going to take that call. Yeah, it's been a long road, man. And I did tell Eric, I think we're getting screwed here.
Yeah, and you can, I don't know what good it'll do, but, feel free to mention my name, too, that I think somebody's pulling the short string on his underdrawers there, and pretty soon he's going to find himself naked.
Okay. Hey, by the way, now that I got you on here, I just got a return text. I got to find it. From Eric. Okay. And Eric, I asked, who's telling you this? He says leadership. That means Schatz.
Well, that means BS, in my opinion.
Schatz. We call him stool sample on this channel.
Can we just call him Shits?
Well, I know that's, I don't know. This is a family-friendly show, guys,
Okay, how about the old beer name, Schlitz?
Schlitz, okay, we'll go with that.
That's pretty close.
Senator
right?
Schlitz. Okay, that works. I don't know. Senator Stool Sample has a ring to it, too.
Well, it does. You were calling him Mr. Poop.
Yeah, well, someone on the chat was calling him Senator Poop. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Liberty says it's worth watching this anyway to hear the BS going on. Okay, gotcha. I'll keep it going a little bit longer, just in case. I haven't heard from Ron yet. I've only heard from Eric. But Eric said he heard from leadership. That means it's from Stool Sample. So Senator Stool Sample must have talked to him and told him it's tomorrow.
Yeah, and all of you out there in the listening audience, take that for what it's worth, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink, nod, nod. A wink is as good as a nod to a blind bat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when it's coming from Stool Sample.
Yeah, especially from Stool Sample. Yeah.
Told you I didn't trust that guy.
Yeah. Oh. No, you did. You always said that. And Ron was trusting him. So,
well, you and I discussed that a little bit earlier, too.
We did.
As hard as Ron is, I don't think he's got the true intentions of the majority of the Senate really locked down.
Yep.
That's my opinion. And I love Ron to death. You know that.
I do, too. And so I know where you're coming from. You know, Ron is incredible. But there's a possibility he's been snookered.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, you realize, Patrick, that tomorrow you won't be able to do an all-day marathon, right?
No, I can't. We're doing a radio program together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy D and I are on the radio tomorrow, gang. No. We're recording, I think, and then it'll be broadcast on Sunday. I think is what it is. But I'll let you guys know on the channel what happens with that. And that's a guy out of St. Louis, and what's his name again?
Bo Matthew.
Bo Matthew.
Yep, Bo Matthews.
Yep. So
yeah,
all about SAPA.
He's a big name in St. Louis.
Yep. So, yep. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I'll let you go, and I'll get back to Alex. And then we'll listen in again until I hear something back from Ron. I did tell Ron what Eric said.
Roger that.
Okay. All right. You take care, buddy. Thanks for calling in again.
I'm hanging right with you. You've got a couple hours on me, but I'm still here.
Yep, gotcha. Okay.
Ciao.
Okay, Alex, are you still with me? Alex, are you still with me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Alex, can you hear me? Alex, can you hear me? Okay, gang. Shall we go back and listen to what they're talking about in the Senate real quick? See if, it's the old-fashioned triple cross. And maybe they are going into it tonight with any... What's happening now? Who to vote out? That's correct, Free American Press. We are gathering data to make sure that we have a voter guide for 2022 in Missouri. And that includes sheriffs, by the way. Oh, Alex is calling back.
Hello?
Hey, welcome back, Alex.
Oh, hi, Patrick.
Hey,
yeah, what you were saying to your friend was completely right, I think.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I just don't know at this point, but I've got a pretty good idea, basically what's going on here. Let me put the Senate back on. Let's see. Desktop audio.
Moving pieces, moving parts.
Okay,
and
the Senate's back on.
I think this is going to further complicate finding some sort of resolution before we get to the end of session. So I just want
Ooh, they're talking about end of session, so I'm going to mute my microphone, gang.
What is in the bill currently is new language. What we want to go back to is the language that I proposed and this body accepted with 20 positive votes back in March. So the language has been out there.
The body accepted, but any concerns about the language, all of the concerns about the language have not been resolved. We haven't heard with any sort of certainty that that's not going to continue to pose a threat or a problem in our ability to pull down those federal dollars.
It will not. And I can show you a legal opinion where it will not. As I said
Issued
earlier,
the legal opinion.
The Centers, the CMS, just says every state must have a family planning program. We will have a family planning program. We will just not use these 4 drugs or devices in our program. And every state picks out different things. So we're not doing anything that's unheard of, and it's not going to jeopardize.
Well, it's certainly unheard of in terms of Missouri's renewal of the FRA. We've never done that before. We don't know how that will turn out.
We have there's other language in the FRA that address abortion as well. So it's not like the FRA is silent on this issue. Because where my amendment went was right underneath a line that said the state of Missouri will not fund abortions through the Medicaid program as well. So
right.
This is consistent with what we've been doing as a state. This is just taking that and saying we need to eliminate these 4 drugs or devices as well.
It's a risky gamble, and it's really one that I'm not willing to play. So appreciate the inquiry.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll continue this conversation, I'm sure. Madam President.
Senator from Clay.
Can I inquire of the senator from the 5th, please?
Senator from the 5th, do you yield to an inquiry from Senator from Clay?
I do.
He does. You may proceed.
Hi, Senator. I got a text from you that you might be interested in talking through some of this, so
Very
I wanted
much.
to give you that opportunity.
No, thank you. And I just asked my staff actually to bring out, I don't seem to have that specific bill in my folder. I wasn't expecting it to come up tonight. But it sounds like there are some pretty significant changes that could be impacted if we send this back to conference and put in these provisions that we previously discussed. So I was hoping we could kind of go through the original bill and then discuss some of these amendments that have been added to it and how they would impact our state.
Yeah, no, I think there are huge remaining questions, and there are plenty of opportunities in this chamber to assert one's opinion or position on the issue or topic of abortion. I don't know that we necessarily need to play political. I would say we shouldn't play political games with something as important as an FRA.
Absolutely. Let's talk about that a little bit, like the underlying bill, the FRA, the impact of it, its original purpose.
Yeah. You want to?
Oh, I'm still waiting on my copy of the bill to get here. So, if anyone's got it. 506, I believe. That's the one we're on.
Sorry.
506 that we're trying to send back to conference. Is that right?
64. Senate Bill 64.
64. Well, yeah, if someone could just give me if they've got a copy of it, that'd be great.
Well, I'll just say the FRA, Missouri has a very, I don't know if it's unique, but Missouri has taken full advantage of having something like the federal reimbursement allowance. And as we know, it is a self-imposed tax on healthcare providers. And because of that tax, we, as a state, draw down billions of Medicaid dollars from the federal government, which then gets used to shore up our healthcare system. And every year, we, as a General Assembly, have to renew the FRA. I believe usually gets renewed every year. Occasionally, we've done a 2-year sunset. And every year, it gets used as a political chip. And legislators try to take it hostage for other priorities. And this year, members of this chamber have decided to take it hostage so that they could talk about the issue of abortion.
And it seems like there's also some other very important legislation in this bill as well. So starting with the...
Well, and I can understand the senator from Scott feels like this was added and made jeopardize a bill that he wants to see passed, that many of us supported and also agree that we hope it becomes law. But this is an issue that has sort of been pushed off week after week, and at the end of the day, we need to renew the FRA, and any sort of additional language, especially some as controversial as the amendment proposed from the senator from Jefferson, puts this money at risk.
Right, and I don't know, and maybe you don't know this either. Do you know how much in funds would be put at risk?
I don't know the exact number.
But definitely a significant amount of federal money that our state's currently receiving.
Yep, billions.
Billions, wow. And so far, we've renewed this in previous years, and then every year there's an attempt kind of to hold this up, it sounds like.
Yep, it's, people asked about the FRA at the beginning of session. Folks from back home, different interest groups asked about it, and I said usually there's a lot of hand-wringing, but in the end we always pass a clean version of the FRA, so I have to admit that I'm pretty surprised that people are willing to take this sort of gamble.
Right, especially now. I mean, there just aren't really many vehicles we've got left. We're less than 3 days out since we statutorily have to adjourn at 6 p.m. on Friday, and this is, this is something that will help constituents in all of our districts.
Yep.
Some of our most vulnerable constituents.
And, Senator, sometimes you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
And it's just a shame that that's what this is coming to. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's worth the risk of potential harm that we could be causing to our constituents. There's a quote that I like, and someone much wiser than me said it. It's the value of a society is how it treats its weakest and most vulnerable citizens. And it seems cruel to me to be gambling in this way for folks who are relying on these services that they could be getting.
I agree. I think this is going to cause a lot of people a sleepless night if we decide to accept this motion and send it to conference. I think it's going to cause concern for healthcare providers themselves. I think it's going to cause concern for the people who receive health care in Missouri. It puts the entire system in jeopardy. There you go.
Oh, thank you. Absolutely, and it's and it's a shame because that is on so many. It looks like great pieces of legislation in this Senate bill right here. I'm just finally got a chance kind of to glance through it. Some positive stuff, Sickle Cell Awareness Week.
So is that the version that came back from the House?
Yeah, this is the House Committee substitute for Senate Bill 64.
The underlying bill was the needle exchange, is that correct? I'm trying to remember.
Not sure. 72 pages.
Yep, I'm told that the underlying bill is the needle exchange program, which I suspect passed out of the body without a no vote, maybe 1 or 2 no votes, but I can't imagine much more than that.
I would hope not. I mean, that's another an important piece of legislation we need to get done.
And then there were a number of amendments added, most notably the FRA, which we are now trying to exceed the differences so that we can go back to the amendment that was offered months ago that caused enough concern and enough disruption that we were never able to pass that in a final version. Is that correct?
Wow. Do we know if any other sections of this were going to be pulled out or targeted to be pulled out in conference, or was it specifically regarding the FRA parts of it?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, nothing else really matters. I'd love to see the needle exchange pass. I'm sure there are other great bills that are included on that. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is the FRA. And if the motion is to go back to the FRA that includes the amendment from the senator from Jefferson, then that's going to cause a lot of problems.
Right, right.
And I am told that FRA contributes to 1/3 of Medicaid funds between tax and federal money and state money, so $3 billion combined.
Wow, $3 billion.
Senator, do you want to take a look through the bill and perhaps someone will inquire of you, and I'm going to check what's going on off the floor, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We are on the motion offered by the senator from Schatz, and as other senators desire to be heard, senator from the 24th.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, may I inquire of the senator from the 5th?
Senator from the 5th, do you yield to an inquiry from the senator from the 24th?
I do.
He does. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. And Madam President, could we get some order? I think we got it.
I think you did it.
Wow. Thank you, Senator. I know you were just going to sit down, but I thought that maybe we could try to go through some of this. I know that you were looking at the bill itself to see what was also in jeopardy as we work through tonight, and I think the senator from the senior senator from Jefferson is trying to get me the language of what his amendment would look like. I'm not sure. I've looked through the amendments I have in my folder for Senate Bill 64 as well as for Senate Bill 1, and I'm not finding the exact language yet. So I think at some point, maybe I am.
Yeah, I don't think, did we get like a Excel sheet or a chart for this one?
I don't think so, but I also don't think that when this came over, it necessarily was going to have this additional language attached to the underlying bill or the federal reimbursement allowance. So I know that, so you and I are both working from House Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 6404C. Is that the one you're working from?
04C, yep, that's
okay,
the one I've got.
All right, so we're in the same place, and I was kind of trying to find that draft amendment language when, while you were speaking. So I'm not sure exactly where you were in the bill, but I am more than willing to walk through it with you so that we all know what else is potentially in jeopardy here. But, you know, I think as you and the senator from the 17th were discussing, the biggest thing in jeopardy is access to the dollars that we need to reimburse our providers to provide health care to people in the state of Missouri. And I'm not even talking about the expansion of Medicaid. I'm talking about the people making less than 20% of the federal poverty level right now. People, families of 4 who make less than $6,000 a year, their health care is in jeopardy if we can't keep our hospitals open because we cannot reimburse our providers. So that's the really critical piece of this, but there were some other very good pieces of legislation proposed under Senate Bill 64 that are now, I guess we're going to be talking about them for a long time unless somebody can make a decision and understand the importance of the federal reimbursement allowance to the people of this state. So, Senator, I don't know what you just received. If you have anything that you want to mention from what's in your hands, I'm happy to pause. Otherwise, we could start going through Senate Bill 64.
Yeah, they just passed me actually the fiscal analysis on it, so I'm just kind of looking at that. And on section 208.480, the hospital federal reimbursement allowance, it says the proposed legislation allows MHD to collect approximately $1.28 billion in hospital tax in fiscal year 2022 and in fiscal year 2023, which will allow MHC to draw federal funds of approximately $2.391 billion each year. The fiscal year 2020 budget submitted to DSS assumes the hospital tax will continue through fiscal year 2022. If this proposed legislation does not pass, additional GR funds of $1.28 billion would be needed in fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 to continue the current level of services. So not only just losing it, if we're able to maintain the level of services that are currently providing from general revenue, we would need at least $1.25 billion to get that done.
Those are significant numbers, and again, as you stated, those are just the numbers that get us to the place that we have been to be able to provide opportunities for people, the poorest, the lowest income people of our state. A family of four making less than $6,000 per year needs help with access to health care. These are people that we want to encourage to work, to take care of their families. These are two-parent families with 2 children or a single-parent family with 3 kids. If they aren't healthy and strong, then they can't do what we need them to do, to be there for their families, to participate in our economy, to hopefully get to a place where they can lift themselves out of this desperate poverty level. And a significant part of that is making sure that when they're sick, they can go to the doctor. When they need preventive care, they can go to the doctor. And this amendment that will be attached to this is going to jeopardize those billions of dollars that you just talked about through the fiscal note.
That's right, billions of dollars. And you know, it's bizarre to me that we take this type of risk. I mean, I understand the thought process but behind this, this type of legislation, but it sounds like it has potential to do far more harm than good. I mean, this isn't something where it's targeted specifically at abortion facilities or anything like this. I mean, this is over $1 billion that we would be losing relating to a whole plethora of medical services that are provided. So you're really right. I mean, your net gain is hurting probably millions of Missourians.
Billions of Missourians, and I think the point you made is absolutely right. We're not even just talking about reproductive health care. We are talking about the providing abortions, which we don't allow under our Medicaid plan. We are talking about all kinds of health care. So we're going to end up, are we going to prevent that woman who has noticed a lump in her breast from going to the doctor and getting it checked out, and then maybe ending up in an emergency room with an advanced stage of cancer? Are we going to prevent that person who fell and hurt his arm from going and getting a cast on it because it's broken and he is afraid to go to the doctor or to the emergency room because he doesn't have health care? What are we going to do that is going to have long-term ramifications for the individual people whose lives we are so carelessly putting in jeopardy?
And especially now, I mean, we are in the midst of a global pandemic when our healthcare facilities absolutely, need as much support as we can provide.
A global pandemic, everyone. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. Do you know how you know that we're in a global pandemic? Is that there's dead people, on the streets, lying down in their front yards, just bodies. There's bodies lying everywhere. That's how you know you're in a global pandemic. And if you guys have been paying attention, there's none of that really going on. So just thought I would point that out. And also, when you're in a global pandemic, you don't need the media constantly reminding you to social distance and wear your mask. You would know to do this. You would know to do this because you would go outside and see all the dead people. And you'd be going, oh, I almost forgot my mask. And better social distance, because there's dead people around here. We wouldn't have a mainstream media selling pharmaceuticals along with the government. The government actually has become an advertising agency for pharmaceuticals now. So that's their role now. They're nothing more than lobbyists for the pharmacies. Plandemic. Yep. So, yep. So, yeah, I've gone a little too far because the big old YT doesn't like when you say anything about the big old plandemic. They don't like it, and before long you get a strike on your channel, and there's nothing you can do about it. And they'll say medical misinformation. And once they give you that medical misinformation tag, there's nothing you can do anymore. So, yep. So at any rate, guys, I'll tell you what. I have a sneaking suspicion that this isn't going to happen tonight now. I thought it was. I had information from 2 people. And now Eric's telling me leadership, in other words, that's Schatz, told him that it's going to happen tomorrow, not today. Well, that's exactly what he said yesterday. He told Eric, it's not going to happen today. This is yesterday. But it will happen tomorrow. And so now he was told it would happen today up until about, well, what time was it? I don't even know. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, he was told by leadership, it's not going to happen today, it'll happen tomorrow. And I'm sure tomorrow, basically he'll wait till about 9 p.m. and tell them, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen today, it'll happen tomorrow. So I think that we just have some turds in the punch bowl here, and there's corruption here. But I don't want to say that it is not going to happen. I am not prepared to say that yet. So I need to make some phone calls before I say that. And frankly, that I wouldn't be ready to say that until sometime tomorrow. So guys, I'm tell you what, I'm going to wrap up this podcast. And holy mackerel, we're literally 1 minute away from 11 hours on this podcast. An 11-hour podcast. So this is the YouTube-a-thon marathon thingy. And sorry, guys. I really thought SAPA was coming up today. Everyone did. And it looks like Rowden said that he was threatened. And so apparently he has time to go on his Twitter and tell us about how he and his family were threatened. But he doesn't have time to tell anyone what he's going to do about SAPA. He just doesn't have time for that. So, that's a shame. But he does have time to tell us about he and his wife and his kids being threatened by somebody. So, a lot of women chimed in there and said how horrible it was and everything. And I'll tell you what, when you're in politics, you get threatened all the time. It's just what happens when you're in politics. Good, bad, or indifferent. When you're like me and you go after corrupt people, I get threatened all the time too. It just happens. So, Senator Shiza. There we go, Liberty. I like that. Yep. So, alrighty, gang. I am going to get some sleep, as I told you guys, and so did Jimmy D. We're going on a radio program tomorrow, and to talk about SAPA, but we think it's being recorded, and it's for playback on Sunday. It's in St. Louis. It's a St. Louis market. So, but we're doing it by phone, so we don't have to drive up there. And we'll let you guys know about it, and I'm sure it'll be on internet radio as well, so we'll let you guys know where to go to listen to it. I want to thank all of you for hanging in there today. And guys, and I am sorry. I really thought SAPA was going to be brought up today. I was told it would be brought up today, but then again, Ron was told it would be up today. Eric was told it would be up today. And this is information that's probably coming direct from Senator Shiza. So that would be Senator Stool Sample, also known as Senator Schlitz, I think is where this bad information's coming from. The chicks that let a guy... Oh, hang on. Yeah, I'm not going to say that, Liberty. This is a family-friendly program here, remember? So, okay, well, once again, guys, thank you very much for being with me today, hanging out, and, you know, at least we got, yeah, you know what, we're getting an education on how badly the Senate's run. So we know our leadership is horrible in our Senate. We know that there's a lot of lying going on in our Senate, so at least we know all this stuff. Yep, we'll check in tomorrow again. Tomorrow morning, there will be no broadcast tomorrow morning from me. Remember, guys, Jimmy D and I are doing a radio show. So it'll be after that. I'll check in on what SAPA's doing. So you guys all hang in there. Thank you very much for watching today. And I will get more information out to you guys tomorrow on what's going on. You guys all have a good night, and may God bless each and every one of you, and may God bless this United States of America. Good night, gang.